Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting, you're gay. Okay?
God, I hate women so much!
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything is fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's 69 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, and I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, October 28th, 11:54 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize. And I'm also a little groggy, and I apologize for that as well. I'm a little sick. But today is a wonderful day. We have a very special guest here that will be joining me in a little bit on the broadcast. His name is Alex, also known as Law Overruled, the public defender, the number one pro-crime.
We fucking did in a video game.
Number one pro-crime individual out there. He will be going through your ban appeals in a little bit, possibly at a later hour, or maybe earlier. Anyway, but wait, what is this? You jealous at all? The fuck? Of course I'm jealous. Oh my God, where is this happening? Are they in Japan? Yeah, he's a public defender and a criminal lawyer, and by that I mean he is a criminal. Space. He's a criminal, comma, lawyer. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button in between that time frame. And let me tell you, there's not much going on except for the fact that I ended the broadcast yesterday on a rage quit on Spooderman. It was a very difficult game. It's not a childish game. Everyone says, oh, it's a game for babies. Shut the fuck up. Actually, a very difficult game. Probably one of the most difficult games I've ever played in my life. Anyway, I ended the broadcast, sat here, hung out with Austin a little bit, and then we shot the Fear End podcast. We shot the Fear End podcast last night because a lot of people were flying out. Half the cast was flying out to Houston or Dallas, one or the other. I don't fucking know. Anyway, for a name your price. That's right. So we had a banger episode, a Halloween episode, as a matter of fact, where Will and I have probably gotten more cunty than we ever have. I mean, we were cunt maxing. Okay, straight up. I'll keep it $150. We were cunt maxing. I said and did things that like I don't really remember. I'll admit to that right now. I'll cop to that right the fuck now. I don't remember what I did while I was Barbie. Okay, I was serving Barbussy. I was cunt maxing. I was going crazy mode. But I think the content that'll come out of that is wonderful, and I think you guys will appreciate it. Now, other than that, I woke up this morning and I have been trying to fix the technical problems. Kind of slept in a little bit, fix the technical problems, do a little bit of reading, a little bit of responding on Twitter to people, that sort of stuff. And there isn't really much going on in my life other than that. I'm about to finish Gen V. Wasn't able to finish Gen V. UAW has reached a tentative deal with Stellantis following Ford, which is pretty fire. So GM is probably going to come out as well. Are you going to cover the IDF murder in your stream intro because they couldn't wait for the new segment to start? No. Anyway, I saw this Twitter stuff. My condolences. What do you mean? But yeah, this is what we looked like on Fear End yesterday. I just want to show what cunt maxing looks like for those of you who are oblivious to that. Michael Pence is out. We're going to be talking about that today as well. Former Vice President Michael McDonald Pence is spending his 2024 presidential bid, which is devastating. For all the Pence heads out there, myself included, we really wanted a dedicated, loyal Christian zealot in the field. Talking about how it should be, even if you think about getting an abortion, you should be killed. That sort of stuff. Like Mike Pence was always pushing the boundaries, and I like that. He was representing me and 12 other people in my cult, in my psychotic Christian fascist cult. So finally, the American authorities have seized control over the election. The Patriots are rising up, and they took over. They took out Michael Pence. Kind of fucked up. Elon Musk says Starlink will support connectivity to internationally aid recognized organizations in Gaza. This is the greatest thing that Elon Musk has ever done. I'm not going to lie to you. This greatly, greatly changes my perception of him. I will say it right now. I will say it with my fucking chest. This is an incredible. I don't know. Knowing Elon, I'm unfamiliar with like how he's going to operate here. And I don't know if he's actually going to do that. I don't know. I don't want to say anything, especially because there are no terminals. Like you need to fucking put them inside. You need to get them inside of Gaza, and there's currently like aid is very. I mean, anything that goes into Gaza is controlled by Israel, but I don't believe that they would allow that to happen. So anyway, no power either, no electricity. I mean, there's still some semblance of fuel, obviously. That's why hospitals are still able to operate. So Starlink would be able to operate, especially if they put it in the same as Ukraine. It'll be, I mean, it's not the same as Ukraine. It's a much worse situation, much more dire than Ukraine. But like, as long as there are terminals, especially because, these will be internationally recognized aid organizations that get the terminals. We'll see what happens. IDF said they would oppose Starlink. Check Al Jazeera. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Hamas would shoot the Starlink satellites? No. What would actually end up happening is Israel would shoot the Starlink terminals, which would be used by the Red Crescent of Palestine, Red Crescent Society of Palestine, and the Palestinian Children Relief and UN UNRWA for the most part. And then they would blow them up like they have many times over and say Hamas was using them. And then everyone in the American media would go, oh, I guess Hamas was using them. Well, sucks to suck. So yeah, that's what most likely would happen. But I don't think that, I don't know if that would ever happen. Let's see. Anyway, I just dropped right into the fucking news, but there's not really too much else going on in my life as far as personal news goes. So, here. We'll do a UAW tentative deal with Stellantis. Yes, Chris Hayes called for a ceasefire. We'll be talking about that as well. Is Kai super smart now? I mean, all videos that I've seen so far are incredible. Like, they're incredible. So, Kai updates are that, like, she completely sits when she's on leash. She started her off-leash training. She literally will sit when she's on leash, when she's walking with a leash. As soon as the trainer stops, she stops and looks up, which is really good. And then also when the trainer drops the leash and walks away, she just sits in place and waits, which is really, really good. Everyone should go to boot camp then? Yes. Everyone should go to boot camp. UAW tentative deal with Stellantis reached. On updates from Gaza post IDF siege. UAW tentative deal with Stellantis reached. That law is here to ban appeals later and more. Mike Pence drops from the race. When Kaya training stream, when she's back, we'll do a full scale training stream where you guys can see how well she behaves. Maybe I'll take her to like the dog park or something to test it out too. Netanyahu did another Palpatine like post conference today. Yes, we're gonna do that in a second. We're gonna get to all of that. All right, but that's it. Here's the post. Here's the post. We are live. We're alive. Let the people know. All right, here. Let's get started. Let's get started with a trigger alert, trigger warning, Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, I guess before we get started with that, one thing I will say is this. Israel Defense Forces, the occupying force, let out a urgent message for the residents of Gaza. And this message was, of course, in English. And it was delivered to at 8 a.m., Eastern time, 5:16 a.m., Pacific time. Why did you get dunked so hard? On Piers, followed by another gray name that just simply said Hitler. Very cool. We are going crazy. We just started. We haven't even started yet, and we're already started. Okay. Your rebel friend will find that this Iron Dome is very much operational. My rebel friend? This Iron Dome? What are you saying? My rebel friend? Like, is that a Star Wars reference? What's happening? Okay. I don't know. I don't know anything about Star Wars. I don't believe in that nonsense. Okay. Sorry. So, before we get to the IDF thing. This morning I saw a post from someone who I think is progressive, and is definitely a liberal. And, her name is Brianna Wu. Like, she's been harassed a lot by fucking Gamergate weirdos and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I always thought that she was like a progressive person. But of course, I feel like this issue specifically, as it pertains to Israel, like, is always a progressive until Israel thing. You know what I mean? She was out as a transphobe 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I don't know any about that. I don't know anything about that stuff. But, I saw this tweet like people were posting, and I think it's like a oversimplification to say that it's complicated when the morality of the circumstances are not complicated at all. So to which I responded with the famous Michael Brooks video.
That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States.
For the raid.
It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that the electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic-Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods. They terrorized them with rocks. The security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it.
So it's not complicated, to which she responded and said, respectfully, I think it's wildly complicated. I said, do you agree with the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International that Israel is an apartheid state? If your answer is yes, then what's complex about the morality of apartheid? To which she responded with, Hassan, I have nothing but respect for you, genuinely. The things that make this more complicated for me are the October 7th terrorist attacks that targeted and slaughtered civilians. Hamas's unwillingness to participate in a peace process and the entire history of the region have been shaped by anti-Semitism and a relentless cycle of violence. If you look at my Twitter, I do not support the occupation. I'm not blind to where the path of war is taking us. Horror for everyone. I said, Brianna, thank you for your kind words. However, I'm still confused. Do you agree with the former Israeli ministers, Mossad members, virtually all human rights organizations, and scholars that all say that Israel is an apartheid state? Now, this is a key part of this conversation. I think people always have to come to terms with this, because I think that this is not a complicated situation at all. Morally, it's not complex. Historically, I wouldn't even say it's complex either. Unless you are unfamiliar with the actual historical events that took place for the past 75 years that led to what's going on. But I think this immediately reveals the position here. I think it's so loaded a term that I'm uncomfortable with that specific language. It's not a loaded term. I haven't responded to her yet. I was going to, but then when I went live, so I didn't have time to. But my sentiment on the matter, and I don't want you guys like harassing Brianna or anyone else, especially not on my behalf. I hate that people just like reply to people and go like, you're fucking crazy, blah, blah, blah. And then everybody, instead of like focusing on my words and what I'm saying, will then hyper focus on what people think are my fans that are saying. And like, and I've time and time again said, like, do not fight my battles for me unless it's like misinformation about me. You know what I mean? That people are spreading, in which case that's fine to inform people if they're wrong. But I think that like a lot of people refuse to address the words that are coming out of my mouth usually, and then immediately, not Brianna, I'm not saying she's doing this, but a lot of people end up doing this in an effort, in my opinion, to to move the conversation away from what I'm saying to like, oh, Hassan's Discord is doing this, or Hassan's Reddit is doing this, or Hassan's Twitter followers are doing this. And it's like, well, this is not me. You can come to me if you want to understand what I have to say. It's unfair, I think, that you always go after people that are maybe not as educated as I am, or have the same opinions even as I do. So anyway, she said, I think it's a loaded term. I'm comfortable with that specific language, but I certainly understand that sentiment, and I understand why you would use it. Directionally, the situation is clearly structural humanitarian abuse for Palestinians. I mean, I think it's not a loaded term. I think it's a technical term. I think it's a legal term, and I think it's a crime. And I think it's important to be able to say that crime, that it is a crime. And people have said even more ruthless, more harsh words than what I have used as well. So I would... I don't agree with this. I think we would agree Netanyahu's policies for over the last 16 years have wildly contributed to the desperation and horror, but I don't think that these ideas are specific to Bibi Netanyahu. I think the Likud party, from its inception, has been, of course, a very dangerous and violent force for evil, very radical, very right-wing. And again, this far predates Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu simply has carried on that tradition. And even when we think about, for example, labor Zionism or the Labor Party, which is now feckless and completely neutered regardless, but leading up to the likes of Yitzhak Rabin, for example, they were still absolutely and entirely interested in the continuation of the apartheid structure, or at least the development of the apartheid structure, and on top of that, the continuation of the occupation, with no real interest in creating a peaceful solution for Palestinians and Israelis to coexist. There's no historical basis for this, and it's not that complicated for that reason. So I think it's important that people dance away. I think it's important to hold, at least to a certain degree, liberals who are progressive, except for Palestine, to completely understand where they're coming from. I think that this is an important thing to understand, because words do matter in this circumstance, especially when we're talking about legal structures, right? This is not necessarily just like, oh, I think it's racist, and then you don't think it's racist. I think this is a legal situation as well, in the supposed rule-based neoliberal international order. These are laws that have been put in place that Israel is violated as well. So, I mean, this is certainly an important distinction to make. Why is that an important distinction to make? Well, if it wasn't important, then you would not see people who want to defend the Israeli side of the matter dance around the actual legal clarity of the circumstance. Why? Because once you establish that this is an apartheid state, which is why the Israeli government fought against this designation tooth and nail for a very long time, and have written off the UN and have written off the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International time and time again, because they were terrified that this distinction could come, and it did. Far too late in 2021, but, you know, better late than never, I guess. The reason why they wanted to fight this legal distinction was because once it's established legally that this is an apartheid state, which it is, okay, then the situation becomes uncomplicated from a legal standpoint, okay? So I think that's, I'm not saying that that's the reason why Brianna is specifically saying, I don't want this designation, it's a loaded term, but I do feel as though many people who are in defense of Israel's unjustifiable war crimes certainly will do that. I'm not saying that she's doing that, but the reason why they want to avoid saying apartheid and claim that it's simply too loaded a term to utilize in this circumstance, because it is a legal designation, it's a legal distinction that immediately shows every single person exactly what this is. Anyway, so the world is saying Israel has broken laws, but Russia gets away with worse on Ukrainians. If you think that Russia has gotten away with worse on Ukrainians, I don't know what to tell you. No, that's not the case at all. The entire world, as a matter of fact, collectively, with the exception of like some countries, some that actually do hold a crumb of power, like China or maybe India, that is opportunist in this regard, have openly called what Russia has done war crimes. What Russia has done in Ukraine are war crimes. I agree with that. I agree with that statement. I think that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is completely and utterly unjustifiable. It is horrific. It's monstrous. And I've said this since day one, since the first day of the invasion. Okay? Having said that, however, to say that the entire world does not give a fuck is I think ridiculous. I don't agree with that. I think that Russia's war crimes are pretty openly tracked and highlighted. Now, if we were to say that no real repercussions exist for Russia, I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. I mean, there is sanctions, right? There's wholesale sanctions against Russia, but it's shown time and time again that like our foreign adversaries, especially if they have secured partnerships with more powerful nations, can continue operating as they see fit outside of the Western sphere of influence. Obviously, there are distinctions to this rule, like Iran, but Iran still operates pretty much as well. But more importantly, like Venezuela, for example, like they get to operate, but they don't operate well, right? They suffer tremendous consequences of brutal sanctions and a blockade like Cuba. They still get to survive, but they don't survive well. They don't get to thrive, right? However, sanctions, on the other hand, for our allies, not our adversaries, but actually our allies, is entirely different. Sanctions on our allies, such as South Africa, for example, will end the apartheid regime in South Africa, as it did. Sanctions for Israel would end Israel's apartheid regime. Israel could not survive in the same way, in the same brutal occupation structure, without America's go-ahead, without America's logistical and material support. So it's very different than when you do it, when you do it to like Russia, for example, which I will admit, like I said, has not led to the severe repercussions that America thought it would lead to. I just find it odd that there are a lot of commonalities between Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the world being so supportive of Ukrainians defending themselves, but when it comes to the topic of Palestine, it's nowhere near the same behavior from those very same individuals. Yes, the real reason why, I think we all know. Ukraine is in the Western sphere of influence. There's interest in Ukraine being in the Western sphere of influence as a cudgel against our foreign adversaries, Russia, right? This is also, morality-wise, Ukraine wanting emancipation from Russian occupation is as moral as Palestine wanting to be free of the brutal structure of the Israeli apartheid, okay? Morality-wise, they're both on the same fucking front. Make no mistake. This is something that I completely agree with. Something that I will readily admit. Okay. However, Major difference here, and there's two really important ones. One is obviously Ukrainians are seen as white. That's like a racial distinction that makes it easier for people to feel sympathetic in the Western world. Also, predominantly white nations, right? But the second more important situation, the second more important reason is that Ukraine also is a asset. Ukraine is an asset to the American State Department's interests. Ukraine is a great opportunity for us to basically take some of the billions of dollars that go back into, recycle into the military-industrial complex on a new front, and on a proxy war against Russia. And this is something that American politicians will regularly admit. They'll say, with only 5% of our military budget, we've been able to erode 50% of the Russian military. This is a major goal. This is a major. Ukraine plays a major role in this front against Russia, in this war against Russia. So that is the big reason as to why a lot of American support or a lot of Western support exists for Ukraine, whereas that support is, at least in our media and in our politicians, completely and utterly non-existent. This is a flagrant hypocrisy that I think many people, as long as they open their eyes a little bit, can recognize. And that is because Palestinians do not have any kind of material wealth. They do not have natural resources, potentially. They do not have any kind of serious legal recourse. They are simply a people without a nation, because that nation, or that national independence and that national identity at a time when it was being formed in post-colonial Arab nations, it was not given to them. It was not given to them. It was not afforded to them. As a matter of fact, they were brutally suppressed and expelled from their homes. So anyway, my point is that I do not fault people. I try to be as charitable as possible, but unfortunately, the reality is that if you look at the situation like this, if you look at the situation that's happening in Gaza, and you consider that to be anything but an apartheid state, when, like I mentioned, former Israeli ministers, former Israeli Mossad agents, and of course, pretty much every fucking scholar has considered it to be an apartheid state. If you don't want to consider it an apartheid state in that situation, when NGOs, Western-backed NGOs that are not exactly fond of America's like foreign adversaries, or are definitely more sympathetic to America's own State Department interests, if you look at that information and still say, no, I don't think we can use the term apartheid, then you are in the wrong, both historically and also wrong on the facts. So yeah, this is definitely important. This is definitely important to understand. So as far as the complications, though, obviously the solution is complicated. I don't disagree with that. The solution morally is uncomplicated, but the reality of the solution is complicated, which Archie Irving posted about as well. If you remember Archie, he was the one who was he was the one who solidified that the IDF counterclaims were completely falsified. He was the one who falsified the IDF counterclaims. One of the Os and Andes. The solution is complicated rather than bare morality of the situation, which is obvious. Easy enough to see a genocide and know it's wrong, although difficult for most on X. Hard to ensure that the solution which prevents one genocide does not, in turn, create another. Now, this take is a very commonly shared opinion. I don't think that Archie himself is like a rugged hardliner Zionist. I don't think so at all, as a matter of fact. But this take is one that rugged hardliner Zionists do present. They say there's a hypothetical genocide in the periphery. There's a hypothetical genocide if we allow Palestinians to have all matter of freedoms. So to which I responded with, the fear that the oppressed would turn into the oppressors once their shackles were removed existed in the end of South African apartheid and during Reconstruction after slavery. I do not believe a hypothetical genocide in the future should prevent us from stopping one right now. To which he responded with, but how do you do it? It's easy for me to agree with everything you say, but I want to think it's possible. But what is the practical method of giving land occupied in the West Bank back to the Palestinians without committing genocide against the Israelis? This is complicated. Now, he used the term genocide here. Taking settlers and forcibly removing them from the West Bank, the occupied West Bank territories that they're currently illegally sitting on, all 470,000 of them, is not a genocide. That would not be a genocide at all. That would just be just, right? It's just the truth. That is just justice in that circumstance, okay? And to which I responded with, pulling the 10,000 settlers out of Gaza by the IDF wasn't considered a genocide, so it can be done. Except they resettled them in the West Bank, which now has 400,000 illegal settlers. There can be no two-state solution while they remain alongside an IDF that has to defend their illegal settlements. The IDF has to maintain its apartheid regime in the West Bank in an effort to avoid complying with international law. Okay? No, the number people say is 700,000. I said it yesterday as well. It's actually 470,000 or so. It's not 700,000, I don't think. Anyway, regardless, this is why I believe in a one-state secular solution. Reparations must be given. Palestinians must have a right to return, and a Truth and Reconciliation Committee and a tribunal for all war criminals must occur. This is basically the only path forward, in my opinion, if you want to genuinely have a full-blown, permanent security and permanent peace for all of the Israelis living in Israel proper and all the Palestinians living in Palestine. This is what has to happen. That's it. And he said, I tend to agree with the one-state secular solution, but how can you not see choosing between that and a two-state solution, however many forms it can come, is a complicated decision to make. How do you integrate a place like Gaza into the one-state solution? These are not simple decisions to make, and there are decisions that might be a difference between success and failure, and they require totally different approaches to resettlement, reparations, etc. On the surface, the entire struggle is simple, but where you direct your view of a solution is not. Which I will repeat once again, something that I've said time and time again. Throughout the entire history of mankind, Europe has been at war with one another for a longer time than it has been at peace. But nowadays, living in the neoliberal order of the world, in a post-World War II universe, that sounds fucking insane. When you think about the reality that there has been a constant land grabs in Europe against those cousin fuckers on either side of the equation, okay? Sometimes literally cousin fuckers that fuck each other and then fuck one another's cousins once again, okay? The fact that those guys, those fucking charlatans, those fucking barbarians can peacefully coexist in a borderless society, okay? When the Islamic world was going through its golden age and these guys couldn't even fucking wipe their asses correctly and were dying by the fucking millions, okay? The fact that all of this is real shows me that, yes, no matter how surreal or how impossible it feels from where you're standing when you think about the endless conflict for the past 75 fucking years in Israel, that, yes, Palestinians and Israelis can, of course, coexist together in a one state, in a one secular state. It's ridiculous. No different than assuming that the natural position of the human beings is one born out of greed. Like, greed is natural. It's a way that we forget the collective actions that have brought us thus far. It's ridiculous. Our natural predisposition is not towards war and violence. It's actually equally, if not more so, towards living in peacefully cohabitating spaces. It's ridiculous. But yeah, this doesn't change what I just said. So, have you seen the Vox video on Gaza? Gaza explained. I have not, but we can talk about it. Yeah. As far as like the savage barbarians that do not want to unite and offer a pathway forward that is actually one that creates full-blown security commitments for Israelis and Palestinians alike, is, at least historically, the Israelis. That's just the truth. Sorry. If you don't want to recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. But Palestinians, for the most part, have not even been allowed to have a seat at the table. Okay? All manner of peace accords have often done the exact same humiliating and counterproductive operating procedures that surgically remove Palestinians from the equation. Okay? This was something that happened this time around as well, when Benjamin Netanyahu completely removed Gaza and the West Bank from the map of Israel when he went and had the audacity to speak the United Nations about how they were continuing on with the Abraham Accords and how they were continuing on normalizing relations with Gulf leaders without Palestinians even mentioned. Is the arrogance. Think about the sheer arrogance of that notion. The idea that this apartheid state that you have tried to maintain through increasingly violent means over the course of 56 years, 75 years, doesn't matter, okay, when you think it began, this notion that that you can just not even think about having 2.2 million people in a concentration camp that you completely control and surveil around the clock, that they're not even a part of the equation, that, no, it's fine. We're talking to Saudi Arabia. We're talking to the region. We're talking to regional leaders. Without them, it's gross. We'd have to first remove the ideology that Israel is a Jewish state. Religion is what complicates things. No, it's not. It's ridiculous. Anyone that says religion is what complicates things is a ridiculous person. And once again, does not understand that for a longer time, this conflict was not fought on religious grounds at all. It was fought by secular people on both sides. Okay? Religion is only secondary. Religion, as a matter of fact, in this equation, is simply a beckoning call that secular Zionists like Theodor Herzl utilized in an effort to try and populate that land. It's not a real justification. No one thinks it's a real justification. They try to use it as a way to engage in myth making. But religion in and of itself is a tiny, minuscule part of this conversation. It's so ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, I agree, but you can't ignore the religious cycles because they play a big role, in my opinion. I can and will continue to agree. I can and will continue to disagree with people who think that religion plays a formative role in this conflict. It is not, and it has not, and it does not, and it never will. Even the Holy Crusades were about, some kind of material dispossession. There is never an instance where war is simply fought on the boundaries of religion. Religion is simply a tool to motivate the masses in one direction. Okay? Religion can be an excuse. But the major reason here is not because Muslims cannot coexist with Jews, especially when you consider that there are plenty of Palestinian Christians as well. The reason why Americans like Israel and defend Israel is not simply because of religion. Evangelicals are sold this lie, right, because of their own theological, psychotic death cult, right? They have their own personal Armageddon justifications for why they believe in the continuation of Israel's annexation and full-blown ethnic cleansing. But the idea that Muslims and Jews are enemies historically is a silly one. It's an ahistorical one. I've pointed to it already. Everybody likes to talk about the latter half, right? Everybody likes to talk about post-colonial Arab nations and the purges that occurred in said Arab nations of Arab Jews, right? This was very beneficial for the Israeli government that wanted to already take on the Arab Jews and bring them to Israel because they had an interest in populating Israel and ethnically displacing all the Palestinians, no matter what their religious background was. This part is true. But for a much longer period in time, the reason why there were even Jews in Arab nations to begin with was because these places were seen as safe havens, while the Europeans, who fancy themselves to be the defenders of Jewish people, now, not that long ago, were slaughtering Jewish people. And for a much longer period of their history, absolutely slaughtering Jewish people, engaging in pogroms, and purging them over and over again, all the way from England to Tsarist Russia. Okay? This notion that, Jewish people just simply started existing as Arab Jews in all of these lands as a consequence of anything but. I mean, I guess they've lived in that land for thousands of years as well. However, plenty of them also came to Turkey, to Morocco, and many other places to escape the pogroms. And for a very long time, Jews and Muslims and Christians peacefully coexisted in that region. Okay? Did you read about new reports by Haaretz that says many people killed by the IDF crossfire, they can't handle their power? Yeah, we'll look at the Haaretz report on the matter. This is an old John Oliver bit. Yeah. So Oliver is conspicuously silent. What do you mean? He comes out once a week. Why is he conspicuously silent? He hasn't done his coverage this week yet. We'll see what he says. I swear Europe acts like a bunch of recovering addicts who conflate Israel and Jews and yell at you for daring to tempt them to relapse into their genocidal mania if you ask for a ceasefire. Anyway, listen. I suspect John Oliver will talk about what's going on in Gaza this episode, this time around. I assume. Anyway, let's continue. I forgot where my train of thought was. Oh, so the problem is not complicated. I don't think even like what solutions there might be are morally uncomplicated, but the facilitation of said solutions will of course always be complicated, but that should not stop anybody from trying to. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't even say the solutions and the application of those solutions in practice are complicated. I think they're just hard. They're not complicated. They're difficult. Okay? Leader of the Hamas movement in Gaza Strip, Mujahid Yahya al-Sinwar, says we are ready to immediately conclude an exchange deal that includes the release of all prisoners and the prisoners of Zionist enemy in exchange for the release of all prisoners held by the resistance. I don't know how valid that is, but let's watch this. Let's watch this urgent message for the citizens of Gaza from the IDF, which suspiciously came out at fucking 8 a.m. Eastern time, all English. Remember, the IDF has people who speak Arabic. Okay, it was in all English, New York time, to supposedly talk to a people that do not have access to any kind of internet right now. They do not have access to communications.
Attention, citizens of Gaza, listen carefully. This is an urgent military advisory from the Israel Defense Forces. For your immediate safety, we urge all residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City to temporarily relocate south. Let me repeat. We urge all residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City to relocate south immediately.
That's so nice of them. Who will hear this? Only 14% of Gaza speaks English? It's not even that, my friend. 100% of Gaza doesn't have internet right now. Yeah. Only 14% of Gaza speaks English, and 100% of Gaza does not have access to Twitter at the moment.
It's a temporary measure. Moving back to northern Gaza will be possible once the intense hostilities end. Hamas puts your life in danger by placing weapons and forces within civilians' area in Gaza, including schools, mosques, and hospitals. The impending IDF operation is set to neutralize these threats of Hamas with precision and intensity. Humanity remains haunted by the massacre unleashed by Hamas on October 7th, a massacre of innocent lives. Israeli men, women,
You want to
children,
come over whenever you want? We
babies
can.
were beheaded, executed, raped, and burnt alive. We won't forget that. And the kidnapping of over 200 Israelis, we will not forget. To the residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City, your window to act is closing. Move south for your own safety.
Now, the reason why, if you are oblivious to why they did this, come in. If you're oblivious to why they did this, maybe you're like a child or something. This is just propaganda for the Western world. They are, when you see an Israeli official speak in English, that's not for the Israeli people to hear. They have Hebrew broadcasts for that. Okay? If you see an Israeli official speaking English, that's for you to hear. Anyway, speaking of criminals, okay, we have the #1 crime defender here, who he doesn't even know, but I'm gonna force him to defend Israel's war crimes as we go through the
Thank you so much.
legal. Yeah, wait, speaking to the mic. Let me see if it was perfect.
Hello.
Okay, that sounds.
Hello. Am I too loud?
No, you're fine. Be a
powerful.
little bit louder.
Wait, sorry. I came here because I wanted to ask you something.
What do you want to ask me?
Do you condemn Hamas?
Dude, dude. There you go. He's here. He's right on the money.
APAC just paid me $10,000 to ask you that.
Fuck yeah, dude. Get the money, dog. Get the money, King.
APAC, my DMs are open.
Mine too. They're not even like trying to hit me up. It's kind of fucked up, really. Like, am I nothing to you, APAC? I could be your man. Yeah, we are.
I know. I watched this morning. It's totally fucked up.
Yeah.
Wait, can I say bad words? I forget.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, man. Fuck. Why isn't this moving? All right. Try to unscrew this real quick. Condemn it. You haven't condemned it today, and I have a problem with my morality. Yeah, I know. I condemn it every day. I wake up in the morning and I condemn Hamas every morning, which is what you're supposed to do. I don't know how to fucking uncork this, but
It's fine.
it's not really. It's supposed to. It's like kind of fucked up. It's not perfectly. Oh, there, whatever. The hypothetical situation that you start stream tomorrow, start blasting Israeli talking points is hilarious. I could do it. It's so fucking easy. What Crocs is Lolo posting? Oh,
Am I not allowed to post that?
no, that's fine. No, these are Cutie gave me these. I'm wearing them right now. They're so comfy. Cutie Cinderella gave me these. She got them at TwitchCon. The Crocs that Twitch gave me, however, were fucking basic as hell. And these Crocs are sick as hell. And I'm literally wearing them right now.
No, they look good.
Yeah.
I've been going around your house and scratching out all the photos of you, like your eyes,
Oh, nice.
because I was bored.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Ask him if he's had a Scoop Bagel yet. I think
Do you know
that's
about this?
Scoop Bagels. I
Yeah.
think it's anti-Semitic
I agree.
to have Scoop Bagels, like to make that.
That's the anti-Semitism we're not talking about.
I know.
Scoop
Everyone's
bagels.
always talking about like, oh, people say free Palestine and now I'm scared. It's like, no, man. They literally make Scoop Bagels. It's fucking anti-Semitic. Unacceptable.
I brought this book.
Have you condemned Hamas yet?
Um,
Oh. Well, yeah, go ahead.
what are you asking me?
Yeah, do you condemn
Anyway,
Hamas?
so I brought this
You love
book.
crime.
And I highly recommend that everyone gets it. Have you read this?
I hate
I know you
reading.
hate reading. This
Yeah.
is a great book, though.
The 100 Years War on Palestine, a history of settler colonialism and
It's really
resistance
good,
from
guys.
1917 to 2017.
It's very good. It's very good.
Yeah, but Rashid Khalidi
Yeah, King.
seems like an Arabic name to me. Can you tell me he's not Hamas? Yeah, exactly.
I reject this whole thing. I condemn.
Yeah.
There's something in here I like that I want. Well, I don't want to read from a book.
No, you can read from a book, nerd. Go
I
ahead.
don't know, because I heard you talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
And I
So
mean, I know
it's-
you've been talking about it a lot.
I know a little bit about it. You know, just some I've just, covered for 10 years at this point. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Did you know? So you know that my brother is in rabbinical school. Did you know that?
I think I've heard you talk about this on Twitter or something.
Yeah. So I don't really talk about it too much because it's like, it's his sort of business and his life, but they're Reconstructionist Jews, which is kind of like sort of like hippie Platonic view of Judaism. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I like it. Yeah. And actually the majority of his class, the students there at this rabbinical school, went down to DC. They were there at the insurrection that occurred. Not
Wait,
what? No, sorry.
Like January
No.
6th?
No,
What the fuck?
They went down to protest recently, where a bunch of Jewish people went down there and some
Yeah.
rabbis and stuff, and they got arrested. And so a bunch of people were down there, standing with Palestinians or whatever.
Okay, what do you want to read?
Oh my God, so sorry.
You had
Well, I just thought this was. Okay.
Let's hear it.
I know I'm reading from a book. Is this boring?
Dude,
Uh,
can
just
you
read?
stop? Just be
Okay.
normal.
I'm
What the
trying
fuck?
to be. There's a
people
lot
are
of
very
people.
excited for you to be on here.
Okay, this is what I wanted to read because
Okay.
I thought this was useful. For all Palestinians, no matter their different circumstances, the Nakba formed an enduring touchstone of identity, one that lasted through several generations. It marked an abrupt collective disruption, a trauma that every Palestinian shares in one way or another, personally or through their parents or grandparents. At the same time as the Nakba provided a new focus for their collective identity, it broke up families and communities, dividing and dispersing Palestinians among multiple countries and distinct sovereignties. Even those still inside Palestine, whether refugees or not, were subject to 3 different political regimes: Israel, Egypt for those in the Gaza Strip, and Jordan for those on the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. This condition of dispersal, shitat in Arabic, has afflicted the Palestinian people ever since. My own family is typical in that I have cousins in Palestine, and in half a dozen Arab countries, and almost as many in Europe and the United States. Each of these separate Palestinian collectives faced a range of restrictions on movement, held a variety of identity documents or none at all, and were obliged to operate under different conditions, laws, and languages. And the reason I'm sharing this is because, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot too, obviously. And I don't know, like, I wasn't as informed as you were, and I've been trying to like read more and learn more. And I feel like there's this sort of like tragic historical irony in this whole situation, which is the Nakba, which is this catastrophe. And in Judaism, and something that's talked about a lot, is the Holocaust is called the Shoah, you know, like the calamity of the Shoah. And it's a huge thing in, I think, American Jewish culture to talk about the Holocaust, remember it. Like, it's a big part of, I mean, modern Jewish identity, especially American Jewish identity. And there's some, I think, like, it just makes me so sad, like, it's just horrible, like to think that now we're in this situation where I think weaponizing this horrible thing that's happened in Jewish history to conduct what is effectively another Holocaust.
Yeah.
And I know you've talked about that, and I don't want to get like overly sad and everything.
No, it's fine.
I just have been thinking about it.
You
a
can be
lot.
overly sad. It's okay. I was talking to Felix Biederman about this just this morning, and one thing that is happening right now is it seems like the former like Hasbara operations have been just an abject failure this time around, because like every single time the brutality and the cruelty of the IDF increases or is like more or is brought to light, I think they lose the majority of the population in the Western world, and they desperately need that support. And I was talking to him about this specifically because yesterday, this guy, who you may recognize,
Yes, I know,
as the guy who called the UN Secretary General to be fucking fired for saying that like October 7th did not happen in a fucking vacuum, which is basically channeling like the Israeli paper of record. You know what I mean? It's just repeating what the Israeli paper of record said. Completely unacceptable, however, when the UN Secretary General says it. But Gilad Erdan, that guy who is the UN ambassador to Israel, and other Israeli diplomats flew to Texas in the middle of their ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Why would they fly to Texas? Well, they went there to hold a Christian right prayer rally with Pastor John Hagee. And in that he cited the prophet Isaiah, a dog whistle for the end times, and calls on evangelicals to help lobby the U.S. government to back Israel as a religious war. So let's hear what he had to say. We don't even need to see it. We watched this yesterday. My point is, they don't need American Jews to sell. This has nothing to do with Judaism. And they don't, even if 100% of Jewish Americans was anti-Zionist, loudly and proudly, okay, they would still go to the actual fucking guys that move the needle. The guys that have given more money to settlements than American Jews ever have. Okay? Evangelicals. Evangelical Christians who operate on the basis of Jews have to control that entire region so that the rapture can happen. Okay?
and we don't want the rapture to happen.
No, I don't.
okay.
I don't want the rapture to happen. I want to stop it. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
So this to me is like very obvious. I mean, this guy that he's talking to said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land.
That's not
He
great.
also called Hitler half Jew. Said Hitler was a half Jew, and that and was like the Antichrist alongside Karl Marx. I mean, he has an entire Wikipedia page with a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic sentiments. He is not a fan of Jewish people. Okay. He just thinks that if Jewish people get the fuck out of America and go to Israel, then Jesus Christ can come back, and him and all of his like pedophile diabetic supporters can fucking get sucked into the heavens. That's what he thinks. That's literally what he thinks is going to happen, which is insane. It's a psychotic death cult, and a tremendous number of Americans that have an outsized political power in this in the United States of America believe this shit. Okay, all right.
No, I think it's good to highlight because I don't think inside these conversations it's talked about that often. You know, the Christian aspect, like the radical sort of these guys.
Yeah, Reagan was horny for this shit as well. I mean, Reagan was also kind of stupid. For Ronald Reagan and even for Jimmy Carter, like a lot of these guys were personally fucking clueless and were just motivated by their aides that had genuine interest in like continuing with the at the time occupation and Zionist project. Like that's what ended up happening. He was just like he was fucking oblivious. You know what I mean? What's going on here?
Getting in trouble.
No, did you order something?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Anyway, so silliness.
They're trying to break into the compound.
I don't think so.
I'm here in the $100 million compound.
Yeah.
I'm reclaiming it for the people.
Yeah, he's here reclaiming it.
I already went number 2.
You did?
Yeah, the
Nice.
second I got here. I
Fucking
had really
nice,
to go.
dude.
I had a big breakfast burrito too.
Hell yeah. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
So anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Israel's war crimes in Gaza, and you taking a poop, it seems. So one thing that I will say, by the way, is that Tommy Vitor was like Obama's foreign policy guy. And it seems like even Tommy Vitor is like, all right, we got to cut it out.
It's bad. He lost.
We got to cut it out.
Boys.
When you lose the fucking pod johns, dude, what are you doing?
You're in a lot of trouble.
Your battle is over. You've lost. You are losing the propaganda war. You have killed too many children at that point, okay? You've killed far too many children. You have done far too many war crimes. Think about it. These guys literally worked in the Obama administration. An urgent message to residents of Gaza telling them to relocate from north to south, delivered in English after Israel cut off Gaza's telecommunications and internet networks. Just a completely cynical PR move for Western audiences. It's done. It's done. And John Favreau reposted the All In with Chris Hayes segment where he actually called for a ceasefire. You know? So think about that. Tommy's podcast co-host Jews and has been calling out Israel well before all this happened. I know, but I'm saying like these guys, okay, being Jewish has nothing to do with this, okay? Your proximity to like the American State Department interest is infinitely more important than you being Jewish or genteel, okay? It's not. It's utterly irrelevant. Maybe from the normie sphere, if you like went to Jewish school and camp and birthright and whatever, the likelihood that you were propagandized towards having one kind of position is entirely, I mean, it's there's a likelihood potentially there, but ultimately, you know, it has nothing to do with like a monolithic Jewish understanding that like all Jews defend Israel or some shit. Anyway, so, right?
I agree with you. I think it's fraught in conversation. I mean, I think you're walking an impossible line, I think, a lot of the time. Like, I think everything you're saying is correct. Obviously, I have a ton of people in my family, you know, like, and relatives and friends who have some of them have more complicated feelings about this. My feelings are not complicated, and I heard you talking about this earlier. I don't think it's complicated in terms of what needs to be done.
I got a lot of people fucking...
Yell louder?
Yeah.
Yelling
I want
at
you
me?
to yell louder.
I'm sorry.
They want you to yell that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. That's what they want. They want you to yell. Here, I'll do it now.
Oh, you're going to make me louder. I'm soft-spoken. I'm sorry.
Israel's propaganda campaign failed to consider Snapchat maps. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it too. I don't even know if I can show this. This is like probably really gruesome, but I thought you meant Alex Press, not Lolo Lamau. I didn't know his first name. They know you as Lolo.
That's fine.
Lol overruled.
Lolo.
Anyway, what were we talking about? Sorry, we're talking about how all Jewish people do not
that's right.
unconditionally support Israel, but
And
you
it's
have
anti-Semitic to draw that, you know,
100%.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Oh my God, I wrote Mike Pence. You fucking asshole. Why didn't you just tell me in person? You fucking dick. I didn't even know. I did not even notice that. Oh God, it's over. It's over. No, I didn't.
Wait, can I give you the thing that I brought?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you bring me?
Okay. Wait, before I bring it.
What's up?
So let me explain what it is.
Okay.
So basically, I was at a flea market in the city, and I saw this guy with these amazing like jackets and shirts.
Uh-huh.
I was like, hey, he's a Colombian guy, immigrant, and he makes them himself. He has a company. It's called Casa Grace, and it's like a small. He lives in Astoria. He makes these jackets, and I was like, I think you would like this, so I'm telling him about you and what you do. And so literally this week, he made this jacket for you.
Oh shit.
And
Okay.
he got the sizing from a picture of you on Instagram in a Carhartt jacket.
Okay.
And he took the sizing from that jacket and cut it. So I don't know if it's going to fit you right, but I have it.
All right, let's see.
And it's made from like quilts from like the 1800s.
What?
So it's like smallpox quilt that I'm bringing to you.
Okay.
And
all right.
it's got a vintage kimono on the inside.
I love that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just hold on. Ready?
I don't even know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm like physically ready for this. But I guess I am. Casa Grace quilts. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. All right. It's heavy.
I know.
It's so heavy. Fuck.
So he made this whole thing by hand this week.
Am I gonna get smallpox?
No, maybe. Didn't you have your shots?
So I had shingles. So this is the inside.
Yeah. So it's a kimono.
The inside is a kimono, and then the outside is quilts.
Yeah.
You said?
Yeah.
It fits. It's perfect.
Let's go.
God damn.
Yeah, it's sick.
Thank you. Oh, this is fire. Thank you so much. Yeah, it fits perfectly. Usually my
looks
arms.
sick. It looks
Usually
sick,
I
dude,
love that
yes.
it's like long, because usually my arms are too short on all the jackets that I wear. But in this one, it's perfect.
It looks sick, man.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Thank you. And shouts out to Casa Grace Quilts for the wonderful work of art.
Shoot him a follow, guys. It's so Sandro, he's a Colombian immigrant. He makes these clothes by himself.
Who's this
that's
fucking
me.
guy? This fucking dude. What the hell?
So I hooked him up. He didn't pay me for this. I just really like his stuff, and it's really cool, and it is a little expensive.
It
But
looks like a weighted blanket for our autistic streamer. Okay, well, it is heavy, but
yeah.
I like it. It's very comfy too. It's not like the outside material made me feel like it was gonna be not so nice to
Yeah.
it might be like kind of itchy, but it's not. It's perfect.
I think it suits you.
Yeah. These are from the 18th century, you said?
Yeah. So he said, well, yeah.
It's
quilts
crazy.
from like the 1800s.
These are racist as fuck. Like I got the power of white supremacy on this. You know what I mean? It's nuts. Yeah, ancient racism. I love it. Okay.
All right,
Where were we?
Get that picture of me out of here.
Is that your foot?
I don't want to see. I don't
Oh,
want
no,
to see.
it's fine.
I'm playing footsie with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Get that pic out of here. I don't want to see my face.
No. Is it handsome? You look handsome. Okay.
Turn that off.
All right. After a rough meeting with Netanyahu, the hostage families officially endorsed swapping all hostages for all Palestinian prisoners, unprecedented. Shortly after Netanyahu made a statement for the nation and deigned to take questions from the press for the first time, by the way, since the war. Can you believe the cowardice? He did not rule out an all-for-all deal, but immediately after the presser, massive air raids began again. I think this is something I've mentioned before. I've been mentioning this since like October 7. Once you come to the recognition that the Israeli government cares more about ethnic cleansing of Palestinians than they care about the security of Israelis even, then you start to understand why they take actions in the way that they do, both in their internal conduct, in the maintenance of an apartheid regime, which understandably is a security threat to Israelis, which, the fucking Shin Bet also openly told the Likud-backed Netanyahu government, and they were called woke at the time. But it also is very apparent in the fact that instead of going into the southern towns where Palestinian militants had taken control over police precincts and entire southern towns, instead of dealing with the internal security, the first thing that the IAF did was start bombing Gaza while Palestinian forces were still inside of the fucking boundaries of Israel proper, inside of the boundaries of the border wall. So that should show you that they never gave a shit. They don't give a shit about Israeli citizens. They obviously don't give a shit about Palestinians. We know that already. But they don't even give a shit about Israeli civilians. They only care about taking up more land. They only care about seizing as much land as possible. Honestly, I think Israel trying to prevent Elon from doing what he wants will just make him want to do it more. Yeah. Elon Musk actually came out with a fucking fat W, which I will openly admit, an incredibly rare, but
What do you do?
he said that he wants to send the internationally recognized aid organization Starlink in Gaza.
Yeah.
Now,
Is that going to work?
well, Israel said no immediately. So no. So the way that this works for those of you who don't know, is that you have to have terminals on the ground so that they can beam the Starlink satellite internet to, right? And in order for that to happen, then through the humanitarian aid convoys that are going in through the Rafah border, Israel has to allow Starlink terminals to be sent in to the Gaza Strip. Of course, Israel's not going to allow that.
I'm not handing him a W on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not
because
yet.
I think
Until
he's
I
full
see
of
it.
shit.
Until I
mean,
see it.
like, he's talked shit all the time. He's always going to do ABC. Does Starlink even work? He's like, I'm sending Starlink over here, and it just blows
I think
up
it
a
does.
building.
No, it does. It definitely does.
Oh, it works? All right.
Yeah, it's been really helpful for Ukrainians as far as I understand it. So it definitely
God
works. It definitely works. It certainly works in Ukraine. It could work very well in Gaza as well. It is actually one of the best products that Elon Musk has ever presented, really.
Damn, get a room.
What?
Get a room.
Dude, I mean, I got to keep it a $150. I even talked about, like, our own CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, added Elon Musk and was like, hey, I would like to see Starlink, like, collaborate with Twitch. And I saw that, and as much as I want to make fun of him for, like, publicly and openly trying to link up with Elon, which is kind of lame, like, you're a CEO yourself under Amazon, you know what I mean? I do think that a Starlink collaboration with Twitch would be beneficial for Twitch streamers and streaming in general. Compared to flatten them all, I guess saying you want to supply them Starlink is an OKW. Yes, 100%. It's like it's not even a question. Elon Musk offering Gaza Starlink is a fat W. And even if it's simply for PR purposes for himself, it's still a fucking fat W. Because think about it. Who does PR that recognizes the humanity and even the humanitarian aid of Palestinians? Nobody.
Sure.
Like, no one in actual proximity to power, nobody that has, like, literal defense contracts right now with the American government is going to go out of their way to be like, we should help the fucking Palestinians a little bit. So the fact that he is actually doing this, I think, to me shows that he sees value in it in as far as PR goes. Like, he sees value in even saying that, which
You think is an indication of
God, dude, suck his butt more, Haas Law. I mean, I fucking despise him. I do.
So you think it's an indication of a tide change?
I think so. Yes, I think that.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they're saying the fact that, like, someone like Elon Musk who is a defense contractor for the American government could say that.
So before you turned the stream on, you were kissing. You had a picture of Elon Musk and you were just kissing.
Well, I saw the tweet and I was like, he deserves it. He deserves these kissy poos. You're on the wrong side of history when you were trying to prevent Elon Musk from doing something beneficial. Yeah, like, literally. Elon Musk yesterday was talking to a dude.
You're gonna get me banned on Twitter. I'm gonna get banned as soon as I walk.
If I don't get fucking banned on Twitter, you won't get banned. I literally had his, like, wife on the broadcast and I shit on Tesla. And I know his ass watched that fucking stream. So, like, it's fine. Well, not wife, but baby mama, technically. So,
fellow pasta lover.
Yeah. Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that even if it's for PR purposes with, like, no real interest of, like, actually following through on that, the fact that he would come out and make a PR statement that is, like, ostensibly on the side of Palestinians is wild. And it is a genuine tide shift. Okay?
I feel you. And I think you're right, but I'm never going to hand it to that man as long as I live.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's just yesterday, he literally said the melting of the Robert E. Lee statue in Charlottesville.
Oh, God.
That was at the center of the Unite the Right rally in 2016 was actually yet another indication that they are trying to exterminate white people in America. He literally replied to some fucking fascist, anti-Semitic weirdo who was like, yeah, they're trying to kill us. They're trying to kill us all white folk. And then the guy replied to Elon going, yeah, you of all people know better than anybody else what happens when you capitulate to these forces. Like
when they take your diamond mine away?
When they take your apartheid state away. Like, that's what he's saying. He's saying, like, South African apartheid was really good is what he was saying to Elon Musk. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think Elon's doing a PR stunt. He's not going to help anyone, no shot. I agree with you, but I'm saying the fact that he's doing a PR stunt on the direction of Palestinians being considered humans when the overwhelming majority consensus in media and those in fucking actual those with actual proximity to power has been unconditional support to Israel. That means something.
Point is, this isn't tit for tat. There is a massive imbalance when it comes to the two sides' weaponry and capabilities. While most of the rockets aimed toward Israeli citizens this week were intercepted, Israel's airstrikes were not. They hit their targets, including a house in a refugee camp, a building housing the Associated Press and Al Jazeera, and this 13-story office and apartment building. And while Israel insisted that there were military targets in that building and that they destroyed it as humanely as possible, even warning people to evacuate beforehand, for the record, destroying a civilian residence sure seems like a war crime, regardless of whether you send a courtesy heads-up text. And when dozens of people have seen their homes or livelihoods destroyed, it doesn't really help that the Israeli military posted this triumphant meme showing the explosion and the rubble labelled before and after. Look what we did. People lived there before and now they can't. You get it, right? And obviously, in general, you should probably never meme a war crime. But if you absolutely have to, at least go with something less boring than the before-after template. Maybe use the Drake meme or the disaster girl. There's a building coming down, so checkmark already there. And it's...
I mean, they do that all the time. They literally, they looked at this and were like, bet.
Well, they're doing did you see the stuff of
Harry Potter memes? Yeah, or they were like.
They had Hitler on one of them.
No, that was, I don't think that was real. That was fake.
Oh,
Come on, dog.
No, I got fake news.
They didn't go that fucking far.
But the Voldemort
No, I know.
one.
Someone made a meme like making fun of the Voldemort meme with Hitler crying.
Oh, shit.
No, only
dude,
Bibi
I
Netanyahu. Only
Oh
Bibi,
my God,
only
fake news.
only Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu actually unironically said that in the past.
Guys, I fell for fake
Holocaust
news. I'm sorry.
revisionist Benjamin Netanyahu famously said that the Palestinian Grand Mufti is the one who told Hitler to exterminate the Jews, like that Hitler was not actually planning on exterminating the Jews and he was simply going to resettle them, okay? And then he talked to some fucking random ass British mandate Palestine mufti that the fucking British had put into that position of power and was like, oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, this is actually a much better idea for the Jews. That's what that's what Benjamin Netanyahu fucking said. You looked at me when I did that accent, you looked at me like it was too convincing. I saw a little fear in your eyes there. I'm sorry.
I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Which was insane. Like, that's like, he handed it to Hitler, okay? Fucking least racist Philadelphia man, okay? Yeah, the big mistake, letting someone from Philadelphia run your fucking country. Sorry. Anyway.
I
Please
forget that he's from Philly.
Yeah, I never do.
Represent. Go Birds.
Look at this response. If you're only tuning in now, hi. This is a good opportunity to mention, we've said this countless times over the 2 weeks, including dropping paper pamphlets across Gaza, Arabic social media, international media, phone calls to residents of Gaza, and more. You can see 2 examples from today. It's like, dude, this is ethnic displacement pamphlets. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is genocide. You can't uwuify genocide. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's so freakish. It's so grotesque. It's so fucking gross. Anyway. Yeah, ooh, small bean genocide, dude. That's what they're doing. Hi. What is this? Lolo's takes on these very, very real images. Well, you know what's funny?
Those are real.
No, those images. No, they are real. No, these images are real. I don't know why they. No, this is a real image from an article from like, I think like 2007 or something. Okay, these are You know what's funny about this? These images are real. It's just they somehow took real images and then turned it into like AI. I don't even know how the fuck they upscaled it with AI. No, the original article that these images are featured in are real. Did you know that? I bet you didn't fucking know that. I don't know why they yassified it. Yeah. I don't know why they did that. Here, does anyone have the original article? It's such a fucking stupid thing. Yeah, I bet you didn't fucking know that. It's like a real article from 2014, I think. Yes. That's the funniest part about it, is that it's like this. These motherfuckers, even when they want to put up propaganda that's like real information, they still fuck it up somehow. I don't know why. It's just like they're like, no. We gotta make it so that that it's somehow still unbelievable. Oh, here, you found it. There you go. Here it is. Yeah. It's from a August 2014 article. Hamas leaders partying in luxury Qatar while poor Gaza people are forced to die for them. Like, they're real images. Muslim infidel servants of Satan, murder, rape, molestation, sodomy, domination, the commandments of Islam. Wow. It seems like this guy's got a normal take. Anyway, it's wild though that like even when they have like real verified intel, they still fucking do this like random stupid shit to make it seem like it's fake. So
maybe they just had AI technology back then. You ever consider that?
No, I have not. It was AI from 2014. Yeah.
You gotta wake up. You gotta open up your third eye.
Okay. Let's talk about. Let's get to Benjamin Netanyahu. Here, he had some more genocidal takes today. I'm gonna go pee while
That's
this.
not like him.
Israel.
Yeah, it's so. He must be going through it right now. That's why I think he doesn't feel too good. It seems.
People of Israel. Last night, additional ground forces from Israel entered Gaza at the gates of the complex of evil, the hall of evil. And the goals of this war are very clear: to completely eliminate the military capabilities of Hamas and to bring back the captives home. We decided on expanding the ground operations unanimously, both in the War Cabinet and in our Political and Security Cabinet. We did this in a very educated manner, taking into all the considerations out of responsibility to guarantee the fate of this country and the safety of our troops. The troops that are fighting in enemy territory right now know that the people, as well as the leadership of this country, are behind them. Over the past few days, I met with the troops in their bases, both in the south and in the north, and we have a wonderful army. We have exceptional soldiers, real heroes, both Jews and non-Jews, secular and religious, from the left wing, from the right wing. They are all united and filled with a combat spirit that I've never seen before. They are willing to fight full force against an enemy that there is no other enemy as cruel as it is. They want to retaliate for the horrific acts that these people conducted against our children, parents, sisters, brothers, and friends. They are committed to completely eliminate this evil from the world for our existence, and let me add, for the benefit of all of humanity. The entire people and all of Israeli leadership, we all embrace them and believe them. You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are.
Yeah, when you start talking about Holy Bible and like God being on your side while simultaneously doing an ethnic cleansing, you've really kicked it up into high gear, okay? Really doing a great job here, man. Really normal stuff, really cool. Dog, what is he talking about? For the record, this is Hebrew. So it's not for you. This is like Sky News is translating it, but it's important to understand like the Israeli government's communications that are English are always going to be for the Western world. And there's a massive amount of this kind of communication. There are entire ministries dedicated to doing that. Okay? But the fact that this is Hebrew means that this is specifically for the Israeli audience, okay? It's for the Israeli audience. So that's why his rhetoric is going to be less tempered, as a matter of fact. There will be certain things that he doesn't even bring up.
Are fighting, are brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the Six-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero troops, they have one supreme main goal: to completely defeat the murderous enemy and to guarantee our existence in this country. We've always said, never again. Never again.
That shit is so evil.
Is
dude.
now.
That's
And
maybe the most.
Using
the never again shit.
weaponizing the Holocaust to like engage in ethnic cleansing against a population that had literally nothing to do with the Holocaust.
No, it's completely fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and
interesting.
you could.
And today-
you could also frame it. I mean, now the way that I look at it is for Zionists at least, and people who use that, I look at it as saying they meant never again. No matter, like, we're never gonna let anything happen to Jews. We're not actually gonna prevent a catastrophe like the Holocaust from happening.
Well, that's, I mean, for Netanyahu, absolutely. And for ultra Zionists, hardliners, certainly. But like, there's a reason why almost all of the Holocaust historians, even Zionist Holocaust historians, have like come out and spoken out against Israel's apartheid regime for the most part, because like people that actually do study this and have drawn lessons out of this understand what never again actually means in comparison to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, who is like foolishly and cynically weaponizing and invoking the Holocaust to continue his ethnic cleansing campaign. It's really fucking gross. I'm gonna grab something here real quick. Hold on. I need my nicotine gum.
Fixed? You got so much here.
Yeah, I do.
That's so bad for you.
What could turn the West against Israel? Nothing.
Jesus Christ.
It's like
Did
asking.
they airdrop this? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I buy a lot of it.
met with the families of the captives, the hostages, bereaved parents, and my heart is broken. And I reiterated and said to them that at every stage until this point and from now on, we will exhaust every opportunity to bring back our abducted brothers and sisters to the warm embrace of their families. Their abduction is a crime against humanity. Anybody who dares accuse our troops of conducting war crimes are people who are completely hypocritical, liars, who don't have an inkling of morality. Then the IDF is the most.
Yeah, that's why he's like, if you're in Israel and say those things, you'll go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Ofer Kassif, a Knesset member who I had on the broadcast, a communist Knesset member who was suspended, not even in Israel right now, was silenced. There are not only Palestinians living in Israel that have been incarcerated for their like for something as simple as liking a Instagram post that the forces at the time have decided is bad, okay? But also Jewish members inside of Israel also, Jewish people inside of Israel also are now under increasing scrutiny if they say anything against the war efforts. Meanwhile, Bibists are on the ground engaging in the ripping of the posters themselves because they consider the hostages and their families to get in the way of the ultimate goal of Benjamin Netanyahu, which is the annexation of at least northern Gaza as far as we understand it. It's pretty crazy stuff happening here.
moral and ethical military in the world. It is doing everything it can in order to prevent harming those who are uninvolved. And once again, I call upon those who are non-combatants in the Gaza Strip to go further south. Now, the cynicism of our enemy knows no boundaries. It is conducting war crimes as it uses the residents of Gaza as human shields and hospitals as headquarters.
Did you see that? Did you see that video? You saw the video, right?
Which one?
The 3D rendering. Like,
I did, yeah. From the people that brought you, we certainly didn't bomb this hospital, even though we bombed it the Saturday prior and told everyone to evacuate. Comes, here's the next hospital that we're most likely going to bomb, and here is why. I love that. He's like, I love that simultaneously they're like, we don't bomb hospitals. We would never bomb a hospital, even though we've bombed plenty of hospitals and literally ambulances and other healthcare staff over and over again. According to the World Health Organization, healthcare incidents, which include like threatening phone calls even to a hospital being logged as a singular healthcare incident, all of which are war crimes, by the way. Israel has done this. Last time I checked it was like 480 times in the last siege, like this since October 7. Those numbers are obviously very, the reason why those numbers are massive is because they log each individual instance of like even a phone call to a hospital staff to evacuate to be a threat. So ultimately, these guys are definitely interested in bombing hospitals, and we'll see what happens to Al Shifa. I'm genuinely terrified because there's apparently 60,000 people that are displaced right now inside of the Al Shifa hospital. The idea that like the Hamas headquarters are underneath the Al Shifa hospital in a tunnel structure is a very old school theory, okay? And yes, there are complex tunnel systems under Gaza. This is, something that we all know about. I've talked about it a lot. 300 miles of tunnels underneath Gaza. The problem is you can't fucking bomb a hospital to get to the tunnels. It's fucking ridiculous, okay? And anyone who tries to tell you that that is a justification for it is out of their fucking mind, okay? Just like you can't nuke Tel Aviv because there are IDF stations in the middle of civilian populations, you can't do the same to Gaza either, okay? It makes no goddamn sense. Fucking ridiculous.
For their terrorism activities, and many people in the world now very well understand what we have argued all these years. Israel is fighting not only its own war, but rather this is the war of humanity in its entirety, the human fight against barbarism. Our allies in the Western world and our partners in the Arab world all understand today that if Israel doesn't win, they will be next in this conquest tour of this axis of evil. Since the beginning of the campaign, we've managed to formulate extensive international support, which includes leaders from the U.S. and Europe, led by Biden, the Prime Minister of Britain, the Chancellor of Germany.
Yeah, the notion that, Hamas is it constitutes a threat to not only Israelis, but also to like Americans and people in the Western world is ridiculous. It's like no different than people saying like, yeah, I went to Afghanistan to protect your free speech, brother. It's like, what are you fucking saying?
They're
like,
going to target the Cracker Barrels.
Yeah. They're going to come after
precious resources.
Yeah, they're going to come after our jalapeno poppers, dude. That's what Hamas is coming. That's what Hamas is coming after.
The leaders of the Netherlands, Cyprus, France, and many, many others. Many of them came here at the time of war.
The fact that most Hamas leaders are killed in bombings inside their homes really supports the claim that their headquarters are under hospitals and schools. Ben-Gvir also said this person is being sarcastic. Ben-Gvir also said he ordered police to shoot protesters inside of Israel proper, meaning, of course, Arabs. Yes. They did. Settlers shot at Jewish defenders of Palestinians living in Occupy West Bank. They are an unstoppable force, dude. These guys are freaks. They are out of their fucking minds, okay? They're literally terrorists. I mean, they are. They are the legal designation for West Bank settlements, and what they are doing in the West Bank is settler terrorism, okay? This is not simply like an ethical way of immigrating into a region. This is an occupying force that has the standing army, the standing military that is at gunpoint displacing people and committing pogroms. And that has been the norm. That's always been the norm. For 56 years, especially so. Obviously, for 75 years, if you include the Nakba. But that policy has never changed. That's why it's so fucking frustrating when people try to say, like, oh, Palestinians, like, Hamas is the responsible party here. It's like, no, you just don't know anything about the history. You don't understand anything about the history of Palestinians. Okay?
Well, you would if you read.
But if you read this book.
You read this book.
Yeah, the 100-Year War on Palestine.
It's a great book.
Yeah.
Plug.
Are you gonna watch the Gaza Explained? Yeah, I'm gonna get. I am going to get. Oh, by the way, pour one out for our fallen soldier, former Vice President Michael Pence. Michael McDonald Pence suspends his 2024 presidential campaign. We are gonna watch together the Vox video that came out. Apparently, Gaza, explained. Now, I don't know what kind of liberal spice they're gonna hit on this, because sometimes they're actually pretty good on their coverage. Other times, not so much. So, let's take a look at this. I don't know how bloody this is going to be, by the way, chat.
We are putting a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas. It's all closed. We're fighting animals and are acting accordingly.
That was the defense minister of Israel, responding to the deadly attack on October 7th by Hamas, a militant group based in Gaza. Hamas launched rockets, killed over 1,400 civilians, and kidnapped close to 200 people. Within days, Israel bombarded the Gaza Strip, killing several thousand, wiping out entire families, and striking ambulances, border crossings, and residential buildings. At the same time, Israel told over 1 million civilians to leave their homes and
militant, not terrorist. I mean, that's the correct description. So
move south, warning them of an escalation of violence.
Right off the bat, that is, it doesn't have the political designation right there. So it's you know, it's an honest assessment of the situation, I would say.
In the north. But Israel is bombarding the south too, leaving Palestinians trapped.
For as long as this conflict has existed, movement in and out of the Gaza Strip has been, to one degree or another, restricted. The Prime Minister of the Israeli occupation, Benjamin Netanyahu, he knows very well that people are not able to leave.
Yeah, it's a concentration camp, an open-air prison, if you want to call it that. I know a lot of people will say, well,
the Gaza Strip.
Prison implies that they did something wrong, but, like, not really, right? I brought him here specifically so he can fucking tell you that, no, open-air prison is an apt designation because not every single person has done something egregious and they're in prison for that reason.
And nobody should be in prison.
Yeah. Oh, okay, well, I don't know about all that. Even though I am wearing my crime is not a crime shirt today.
I do love that shirt. I want one of those.
This is, you know, I wore this for you.
Thank you. God bless.
Is the smaller of the two Palestinian territories occupied by Israel since 1967.
My great uncle's a paramedic, and from his experience in the 2006 Lebanon War, IDF really likes to go out of their way to bomb or shoot ambulances. Yes, they do. They like to go out of their way to do horrifying war crimes all the fucking time. Like, if you read enough about IDF military operations, which I feel kind of weird even calling them IDF or calling these military operations, you realize that their retaliation always is like a pit bull, you know, like the common meme of pit bulls is that they just like they have lockjaw, they don't let go. It's kind of like that. I know that I had a pit bull before you yell at me. I love pit bulls, okay, but it is very
vicious creatures.
They're very lovable, but
vicious.
But it's basically like it's always by design as horrifying as you can imagine. Like whether we're talking about Sabra and Shatila, the massacres there, where the IDF forces allowed the phalangist Christian nationalist psychopathic terror militias to go in and like actually cut babies out of the stomachs of pregnant women. And allow them to slaughter Palestinians across the board, which happened in Lebanon, by the way. It wasn't even in fucking Israel proper, at a refugee camp, as they shut off all of the corridors where people could fucking escape, or their endless bombing campaigns. or anything that they've done so far. Once you get a better assessment of like their operations, you understand that this siege on Gaza is not new. It's the same old policy. It's just they slowly but surely increase the fucking brutality every time.
This sliver of land, only 25 miles long and 7.5 miles wide, is home to over 2 million Palestinians, making it one of the most densely populated areas in the world. For the last 16 years, residents here have been living under a harsh blockade that allows Israel to control the flow of electricity, fuel, food, water, and medical supplies, so they can dictate when Palestinians receive essentials and when they're denied.
A process in which they called putting the Palestinians on a diet to make sure that they're docile. This is something that Israeli officials have openly stated. They control the Palestinian diet and have said they call it they call it putting the Palestinians on a diet. They calorie count. Not only that, but the sieges that have occurred time and time again since 2005 have been considered by Israeli officials to be mowing the lawn. So the cutting the tall trees, or if you're familiar with like any kind of ethnic cleansing campaign in the contemporary history, you've heard all this terminology. You've heard all of these statements from people that inevitably have to answer questions in the fucking in the Hague.
Don't Palestinians also have access to like 1/10 or 1/8 the amount of water that Israelis have access to, or something like that?
They have aquifers. I mean, 97% of their water is toxic, and the only way that they can actually have water is by either paying Israel for the water or by operating desalination plants. And Israel has a desalination plant, and Palestinians have a couple desalination plants that have been bombed that they cannot rebuild. Part of the reason why they can't rebuild it is because when they rebuild it, Israel will bomb it, and also because they can't get fucking concrete into Gaza. It's illegal. Cement is illegal in Gaza. Why? Because Israel says, well, they're going to build tunnel systems. Well, they've already fucking built the tunnel systems.
They might build hospitals that they have to bomb.
Yeah.
That control is rooted in violence and destruction that goes back decades. Before the establishment of Israel, Gaza was part of what became known as historic Palestine under Ottoman rule and later under British occupation.
It was so good under Ottoman rule. Let's be fucking real, dude. Bring it back.
In 1947, as the British prepared to leave, they left the fate of Palestine up to a newly formed United Nations, who voted to...
Every single crime, every single historic crime over the course of the past 500 years of history, 400 years of history, you can always fucking go back and point the finger of blame at the British and you will be right, okay? The more you read about history, the more you read about global affairs, the more you recognize that these fucking assholes they had their finger tilting the scales. They had their finger on the scales every single fucking time, whether through direct involvement or indirect involvement. And America is simply a continuation of that imperialist mentality.
Divide Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. Soon, Zionist forces and militias began to forcibly expel hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their land to establish the state of Israel.
They're not getting too deep into this, but if you want to understand the Nakba, I would say Deir Yassin is like one of the most horrifying massacres that there are still survivors from on both sides, both the Zionist brigades and also the Palestinians that escaped, that have recounted the horrifying experiences like brutal rapes, people getting thrown in wells, people getting thrown in ovens, and things of that nature. And the brutality of Deir Yassin basically caused this massive effect through word of mouth in every single Palestinian village from the river to the sea that made it easier for the Zionist brigades to then turn around and forcibly expel people from other villages. And the number in the Nakba was, of course, 700,000 Palestinians who left with their home keys and the deeds of their houses in their fucking pockets, thinking that they would be able to return, which they were never able to. This is a major point of contention. You see this? Oh no, Josh Androsky, fucking. Oh no, he resigned from his post Friday after. Wait, what did he say?
He was tweeting at
friend of the show, Josh.
Yeah, well, true. He was tweeting at the TrueAnon account, and he made a
what did
Auschwitz
he say
joke
about
a
Amy
bad
Schumer?
Auschwitz joke.
Oh, he did. He made a bad.
Well,
he
it
made
was
a
bad, as
joke.
in, like it wasn't really that funny.
Oh, really?
And also probably extremely tone deaf considering the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm disavowing Josh Androsky, that vicious, rabid anti-Semite.
He got fired for making a joke that wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Shit, wait, I don't have any beef with this person. I'm sorry.
No, Josh is the man. He's he is very involved in Los Angeles politics.
Yeah, he's Jewish also.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, Josh Androsky is Jewish. For those of you who don't know. Do I condemn Josh? Oh, absolutely. It was a TrueAnon thread. Yeah. Yeah. I like that.
He was replying to racial Jake.
Here's the audacity that I personally love watching. Like, oftentimes, like white Christian Zionists, they get so far ahead of themselves in their endless defense of Israel that they like literally start saying that like Jewish people are bad Jews, you know what I mean? Like, where they're like, please, can you condemn your Jewish friends right now for their gross crimes of anti-Semitism? I'm like, I'm Muslim, you're Christian, you're asking me to yell at a fucking Jewish guy for the crime of being anti-Semitic from your perspective. Like, neither of us have a say in this conversation as hard as you know, what he has to say. What the fuck's going on? It's the same principle behind like Germans literally fucking arresting Jewish Palestinian protesters. It's like, I've seen this play out before. You guys are getting a little too horny right now.
Well, that's one of my gripes with German people generally is, besides the Holocaust, is like modern Germans. They feel really bad about the Holocaust, I guess. But then they want to like police Jewish people on like making, you know, edgy
like the SDP
stuff, you know
chick,
I mean?
like the SDP lady who is fucking a Christian German woman who was like criticizing Bernie Sanders for his like what I would consider a tepid response to the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, and she was like, "This is a bridge too far, sir."
I just don't. It's kind of funny.
I say SDP, sorry, SPD.
It's kind of funny that you'd be like, we're the most sorry that we did the Holocaust, so you actually should feel bad because we're really sorry that we did it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like the fucking psychotic like German Antifa that like dumped pork fat in a German bakery that was like housing immigrants or something, and like allowing some Muslim immigrants to hold like a seminar or something, and they were like, yeah, we're doing this, like we're fucking we're doing this for the Jews. And it's like, what are you doing, brother? You know, that's first of all, that shit ain't kosher either. Okay, it's like we have only one to some Germans this is hard. I get it. It's hard not to like hit the fucking Holocaust button, it seems, for some of you, but you gotta dial it back, brother. You're getting a little too comfortable, okay? Calm down. What the fuck?
It is enticing for them though.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. This is what I know. This is all I know. What do you mean? It's my culture. It's my culture.
I'm getting fired for sure.
Lol is incorrect, by the way. Germans are not ashamed anymore. AFD, and I keep saying it's not an overcorrection, it's genocide Butler. It's called Anti-Deutsche. It's a phenomenon that makes me want to... Oh, yeah, we have some German leftists in the chat as well. But
I'm sorry. I don't hate all German people. I love your Lederhosen.
Who?
Lederhosen?
Lederhosen? Oh, okay.
I've never been to Germany.
Really?
I want to go to Berghain. You know Berghain?
Yeah.
You want to go?
Bro, what do you... I've been to Berlin a bunch. Have
you been to Berghain?
I have not been to Berghain, no.
Let's go.
I have been... I've been to Germany a lot, and I'll tell you, it's very Turkish. So, especially Berlin.
Germany is Turkish coded?
It's the largest Turkish diaspora outside of Turkey.
Really?
Yeah.
You know there's a lot of Turkish people in Worcester, Massachusetts.
I did not know that.
Just a
why
fun
do you
fact.
know? Why do you know that?
Because that's where I went to college.
Oh, Berghain is super overrated in my opinion. They're very stuck up and purist there. Yeah,
Okay, sorry. I've never been. They're
there-
blaming me.
Well, anyway, there's for me, I don't personally. I don't like Germany. I feel like Germany is very bland. I'm sorry, it's not my favorite. Like I've been there a lot, and I know a little bit of German, but I don't even need to speak it in order to get around in Germany because literally everyone's Turkish. So it's kind of dope. However, I do find it to be quite bland. I don't like brutalist architecture either, which is my most anti-Soviet opinion, I would say.
Yeah.
Do you like brutalist architecture?
I fuck with brutalism sometimes.
Okay. I mean, you can have it. Vienna and Prague are way cooler cities. Yes, Vienna is beautiful. I like I was about to say Österreich. I think Vienna is much I mean, I don't know. I like Vienna. Vienna is cool. Red Vienna, baby. A lot of public housing there.
So we're going to Berghain. Okay, cool. Sick.
Anyway, yeah. Disgusting trash take. I'll tell you this as a man currently in a Soviet bloc apartment building, not a single problem ever. I just don't like the aesthetics of brutalism and brutalist architecture all that much.
You like the
what?
Like a ranch kind of
not
like
necessarily.
sliding doors, one
not
of those
necessarily
open concept houses like Chet and what are they from the they make the houses down in Austin, Texas. You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to insult you, but I'm doing a bad job.
McMansions? Not really. I mean, I think that I think London is beautiful. I mean, nothing beats. I would say I love the Netherlands. I love Amsterdam. Probably one of my favorite cities in Europe in general. I love Spain. Barcelona is incredible. You know what I mean? There are a lot of I have a lot of armchair urbanist takes. Okay, that many of the
you just don't like big public housing projects that provide stability and housing for large groups of people.
No, I do like it. I do like it. I don't like the aesthetics of it. I love the principle of it. I just don't like the aesthetics of it. That much is clear. I mean, I've hyped Red Vienna quite a bit here. It's like one of my major points of contention with American housing is in our understanding of the housing market here is that we do not have any social housing. I do not give a fuck if all matter of housing in America was brutalist and ugly and boring, but at least it was adequate for eliminating the problem of homelessness in this country. I would be perfectly fine and perfectly happy with that, So yeah. Anyway, what the fuck were we? Oh, we were doing the Gaza video. I can't believe we just got derailed so aggressively.
I'm so sorry.
2 minutes and
It's
50
my
seconds in. This is literally all your fault.
Internally displaced Palestinians fled to this narrow stretch of land that would later become known as the Gaza Strip.
So these refugees became refugees because they were pushed out of their
Internal
towns and
refugees,
villages.
yes.
Some of them literally live a mile away from what used to be their towns and villages.
Many others were forced to flee to neighboring Arab countries. Overwhelmed by refugees, these countries immediately declared war against the new state of Israel to support Palestinian Arabs. They eventually lost to Israel, but Jordan ended up occupying the West Bank, and Egypt occupied Gaza City and nearby.
This is also very important to understand. You want to give?
I think I know. No, it's not a hot take.
Well, give us
I
your
think
historic
that this is an
perspective.
important aspect of Israeli propaganda inside the history of Israel, which was this is also often sold as this thing that Israel was this weak and feeble power that had no support, and all of these big, bad, scary Arab states, came in and lost this war. But the reality was that they had tremendous support, and actually President Johnson was briefed on this, and so was McNamara. And McNamara told Johnson that they would get fucking washed, that Israel would wash Egypt and all these countries when they I'm
proud of you.
I'm just saying.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
No, so I'm saying this is an important aspect of it, though, because this is often touted in part of the history and of legitimizing the Zionist project is this idea that they were valiantly defending themselves against this encroachment, but that really wasn't the case.
Yes.
It's an important. Yeah. Okay. Now you go.
Another aspect.
There.
Another aspect of this also is the reality that under no circumstance was this like the will of the Palestinian people being represented adequately in almost the entirety of the history, in every single circumstance. Whenever there was supposed to be some kind of deal making happening, especially leading up to the 90s, like all the way up until the 90s, most of these conversations were happening without Palestinians actually having a seat at the table. The PLO, just like Hamas now, was considered under similar circumstances a terrorist organization that was not allowed to be a part, to play a part in the conversations whatsoever. Their leadership was also, of course, assassinated regularly. So that's something that you have to understand here, is that while there was a voice for Palestinians that literally, regardless of what Israel claims in their propaganda, was 100% conciliatory, 100,000% conciliatory to the unjustifiable demands that this occupying force was making, okay, that their voices were regularly never heard.
Towns along these ceasefire lines. Then, in 1967, another war broke out. Amid Palestinian resistance and fearing threats from neighboring Arab countries, Israel launched a full-scale attack on Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. In just 6 days, Israel captured the Gaza Strip and the Sinai.
This was also a preemptive attack, and every single person involved in it, from military officials and also Israeli officials and even American officials, have said that Egypt had no way of engaging in like full-scale war with Israel. The preemptive attack was seen as this preemptive self-defense attack that completely wiped out the Jordanian and Egyptian air forces that were like just, you know, not even in a defensive posture. They were just like sitting on their fucking airfields, not realizing that there was going to be an air raid. They wiped it out. 90% of the Air Force was wiped out, and Israel maintained its air superiority ever since. And but this is seen as like the most important, I would say, military conquest, because it's like against state actors in the region. And it's like, I guess it's kind of like Israel's World War II. You know how like America uses World War II to justify all of the other military conquests that they engage in? This is kind of like that, where they're like, we had to do it, and we fucking won, and we showed everybody our military might, our superiority in the region. And that's and you know, going forward, it's an important part of Israeli myth making, I would say.
Yeah, and I think also like what was wrapped up inside of this process at the same time, which you kind of mentioned before, was through every stage of this process, Palestinian voices were not really heard or prioritized or put out there in any way, and a lot of the state actors, you know, especially in Jordan, like the king in Jordan had all these interests to kind of absorb, you know, part of the land into Jordan, and was always undermining the interests of Palestinians who didn't want to actually be part of like that government, who didn't, you know, the leadership there didn't like him.
The Jordanian occupation killed more Palestinians than the Israeli one did at the time for its duration. Like they, instead of fighting against like Israeli forces, they routinely squashed any kind of Palestinian uprising. And not only that, but also, I mean, this example is quite similar to even the Palestinian Authority. There's a reason why in contemporary Palestinian politics, people despise the Palestinian Authority, because it's seen as a part of the Israeli security apparatus, because the Palestinian Authority collaborates with the IDF and gives up the names and places and allows Israel to conduct raids, for example, in occupied West Bank and places like Jenin. They are not seen as being on the side of Palestinians, but instead being on the side of Israel. And that is also by design. Israel had every opportunity throughout this process to allow the nation-state development, a just Palestinian nation-state developing with their collaborative project with the Palestinian Authority under Fatah, the secular regime that literally was anti-Hamas and fought against Hamas quite brutally, as a matter of fact. But they chose to not do that because they wanted to utilize the two-state argument as a way to continue engaging in land grabs, as I've talked about quite a lot. B'Tselem shows it by way of showing you the maps and how that occupation worsened and the permit regime, the permit tyranny worsened over the course of 50 plus years.
From Egypt, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from Syria. This was the beginning of the Israeli occupation in Gaza that continues today. Israel took control of all movement from and to the Gaza Strip by land, air, and sea. It placed troops along this line and inside the Gaza Strip, and allowed Palestinians to travel between the Gaza Strip, Israel, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. But just a few months after the war, even though Palestinians now lived under Israeli control, they began to be referred to as non-citizens or foreign residents in official Israeli documents.
You inherit this status from your parents and grandparents, being stateless, unrecognized, with no rights. And, this impacts your life.
This was also when Israel started to build settlements for Jewish Israelis inside of Gaza. To Palestinians, this meant even more land being taken away from them.
And they were 100% right. So settlements inside of Palestinian territory that Israel occupied in Gaza and the West Bank was a deliberate design of the Zionist state. They did this specifically in identical terms, in identical circumstances, both in Gaza and also in the West Bank. They created settlements that they defended with the IDF, with the occupying force, that partitioned off, or at least tried to partition off areas where there was, a lot of Palestinians living there. Now, it was much more difficult to do so in Gaza because Gaza was so dense to begin with, was so densely populated due to all of the internal refugees living in Gaza. But they very successfully did this in the West Bank over the course of 56, almost 60 years.
And they were being closed in. Israel did not allow Palestinians here to operate their own seaport or airport. Within the Gaza Strip, Israel developed key industries like agriculture to cater to Israeli and West Bank markets, taking advantage of Gaza's cheap labor market and paying Palestinians very little. These economic challenges led to the rise of a prominent Islamic social charity, Mujama al-Islamiyah. At the time, this charity, partially funded by Israel, built schools, mosques, clinics, and provided more food for Palestinians in Gaza. But tension simmered. Israel feared a growing resistance movement, and in response, soldiers often frisked, arrested.
This is really fucking good. I'm surprised at how incredibly well done it is. That down to like the inception of Hamas and how it became a violent resistance movement
and
as well.
Detained residents. In 1987, that tension reached a breaking point after an Israeli truck crashed into a civilian car, killing 4 Palestinians.
Yep.
Palestinians immediately responded with protests, strikes, and boycotts against occupation. It would become known as the First Uprising, or Intifada. And that same year, Mujama al-Islamiyah transformed into a militant group, Hamas.
Hamas was a group that came about during the first Palestinian uprising and was not really a part of institutional politics for some time.
They weren't in charge of Gaza yet, but they wanted to liberate Palestinian territories from Israel's control and considered Israel an illegitimate state. After the first year of the Intifada, during which over 140...
Remember, the first Intifada was fought with strikes and stone throwing. In which case, the Israeli government, of course, always and forever responded with disproportionate force, opening up live ammunition fire upon these protesters. So that is really important to understand, because the second Intifada was a lot more brutal. And then the response from Israel, of course, was also a lot more brutal. But one thing that they haven't mentioned here that we talked about was the policy of bone breaking. Okay? 1/3 of the people protesting, that were severely wounded in these protests were children. I think like an insane amount of children. And when I say children, I don't mean like under the age of 18. I mean literally 5-year-olds, okay?
40 Palestinians in Gaza were killed. Hamas and other militant groups began to attack Israelis
Like
more directly.
babies.
Then the Intifada grew more violent in 1991, which is also when Israel introduced a permit system that greatly restricted Gaza residents' ability to work, travel through Israel, or access the West Bank and East Jerusalem. By the end of the first Intifada, Israeli forces had killed over 1,000 Palestinians, and Palestinian militants had killed over 100 Israelis throughout Israel and the occupied territories. The uprising ended after the internationally brokered Oslo Peace Accords between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization,
Friend of the
or
show,
the
Bill Clinton.
PLO.
Yeah. Big friend of the show. Good guy. Never done anything wrong. There's a lot more, I would say there's a lot more American involvement in the entire process here, all the way from Camp David to Oslo to every other step of the way. But that's, I feel like, too long to explain in a 15-minute explainer. So that's, it's chill, I would say. But America was involved every step of the way in this process, for those of you who do not know. And of course, our fucking leaders are stupid as hell, so they didn't know shit. And they also rarely ever factored in the Palestinian position in their dealings, and very much the competing interests on the American side, which had, of course, all of the influence, always revolved around, Christian, Jewish, Zionists that had a security interest and wanted to maintain a security commitment to like Israel maintaining its occupation. And then on the other side, you had people who were, again, Christian for the most part, that had trade interests in the Gulf states. So at no part was the Palestinian humanity represented in any of these conversations. It's important to recognize that so you understand why the deal making never really featured like any of the genuine goals that the Palestinians had.
This was a liberation movement with an armed wing that fought for Palestinian rights for decades. The PLO agreed to disarm and recognize Israel's right to exist, but Hamas, which had very little political support at the time, strongly opposed it. The deal also created a new governing body, the Palestinian Authority, or PA, which allowed political parties and elections in the Gaza Strip. The PA was granted some autonomy within small areas, but Israel still controlled the territories.
By the way, I want to mention something here. At no point do these guys have a fucking standing military, okay? And the standing military is the occupying force, the Israeli occupying force. That's number one. And number two, they're still under brutal occupation, under brutal occupation where Israel still controls whether or not they even have elections. So if you, this is really important to understand because, as Nelson Mandela said time and time again when he was imprisoned by the South African authorities, they told him, we'll let you out of prison if you denounce violence and also Marxism, socialism, communism. And to which he always responded with, how can you negotiate with me when I'm enslaved by you, when I'm in chains? You need to let me out of prison for me to actually tell you anything, to be able to freely speak to you. And the same principle still stands for Palestinians. How can they have real elections if those elections are done under Israel's own censure program, Israel's own occupation? Okay?
Sorry, go ahead.
What's up? What were you going to say?
No, I would just also recommend people check out the speech that Mandela gave at the Rivonia trial. It's a really good speech. It was before he was sentenced, and I think it's worth reading. It's about the ANC and.
I mean, you're a public defender. You understand this better than anybody else. Like you can't have fair and free elections under occupation when you're literally imprisoned. You can't have. You are still in the custody of the state at that point. Like,
Yes.
You don't have any freedom. You don't have freedom of speech. You have a totally different set of standards where your humanity is robbed from you.
You're under duress.
Yeah, you're under duress. There's no way. You can't consent to sex, for example, which is why it is under almost every single circumstance considered sexual assault. You have no way of consenting to engage in labor that is meaningful, that you personally want to engage with. And that's why it's still considered slave labor, and the wages reflect that reality. These are all very real circumstances for those who are incarcerated. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because, you know, the entirety of the Gaza Strip and West Bank is basically incarcerated. You can't engage in contracts at that point. You can't have fair and free elections at that point if Israel controls all matter of media, and also on top of that controls whether or not you can even have elections to begin with.
I think also not to mention the psychological toll of having an occupying force there that will kill you, that does kill your friends, family, loved ones regularly.
Yeah.
You're in a constant state of being in danger, which is a reality for all the people there.
Mandela also said, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." And he was right. Also, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now, and we're going to continue on with this video because you need to go soon, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm just holding on to Alex here, not letting him leave.
And the flow through these crossings. The Oslo Agreement also promised Palestinians some level of autonomy and a path to statehood in 5 years. But that never happened.
Yeah.
Instead,
Nope.
what followed was more Israeli settlements on Palestinian land. And a year later, following an attack by an Israeli settler in the West Bank and a series of bombings by Palestinian militants, including Hamas, Israel's prime minister called for the construction of a fence around the Gaza Strip. Gaza now had a physical barrier between it and the outside world.
We'll do on Bam
These
Request when he
moves
comes
made
back.
Palestinians trust the Israeli government and peace negotiations even less, and it would lead to a second uprising. On September 28, 2000, Israeli politician Ariel Sharon visited Al-Aqsa Mosque, a Muslim holy site in Jerusalem that's largely inaccessible to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
Like Ariel Sharon is like is also again a very
war criminal,
a very important, very pivotal politician who was the guy responsible for Sabra and Shatila, the massacre that I talked about earlier in Lebanon. Okay, so much so that he was actually taken away from power by the Israeli authorities, even though he still, of course, maintained his prominent position. So, like, understand that Yitzhak Rabin, for example, who was assassinated, okay, who was fucking assassinated because he wasn't right-wing enough for the Freaks in Likud, and also the Jewish Power Party, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, was the guy responsible in the first Intifada for, like, the bone-breaking policy, like break their hands, break their bones. Like, none of these guys were good guys, okay? They are not good guys by any standard.
And his name's Ariel, which is a girl's name.
Fucking got him, dude.
Go!
Let's go. I mean, you said it, not me. He's anti-Semitic. I disavow his anti-Semitism. Okay? Also, your name is Alex.
That could go any kind of way.
That's what I mean.
Gender is a construct.
Okay. Biden spoke at Sharon's funeral as though he's a respectful politician. I mean, Biden has eulogized many people. So, he's an equal opportunity eulogizer where he went and did a eulogy for white supremacists too. All right.
This visit sparked widespread protests and violent clashes, resulting in Israeli forces killing 4 Palestinian children the next day. And Palestinian militants carried out suicide bombings. Back in the Gaza Strip, Palestinians broke down much of this barrier. The Israeli government soon built it back up and heavily militarized it with more troops and observation posts. They further canceled travel and work permits, restricting movement through this crossing even more, and eventually destroyed Gaza's only major airport and its under-construction seaport. By the end of the Second Intifada in 2005, Palestinian militants had killed over 900 Israelis, and Israeli forces killed over 3,000 Palestinians. The Second Intifada gradually came to an end as Israel dismantled all Jewish Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip and withdrew the ground troops. Then
they not only dismantled the settlements in the Gaza Strip, but there were 10,000 Israelis, like 10,000 Jewish settlers living in the Gaza Strip. They did not want to leave, okay? And they were forcibly removed by the IDF. And the reason for that is obviously clear, because then they started their sieges over and over again. So understand that like this wasn't done, even though Israel presents this as like this fucking olive branch. Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm not reading your chat, okay? Here, there you go. Here, I got it. Democratic mindset of supporting the actions of Israel, Gaza, Iran, Iraq, etc. is a crime. We all have sacrificed too many tax dollars and war reserves to support this stuff. Got it, dude. Thank you. Thank you for your brilliant fucking analysis in the situation. Okay? That's it? That's what you really, really wanted me to read? I read it, okay? Thank you for your $20 chat. Jesus Christ.
Don't be mean.
I mean, it's just like... motherfuckers are out here being like me, and then the thing that I want to hear, the thing that they want me to hear is like something that is just like fruitless.
Don't be mean to my sweet chatters.
Okay. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Fuck. Okay. Whatever. But yeah, there's a lot that gets lost in this conversation that is important to understand how horrifying the conditions are. Even though this, while it's a short and sweet way to describe everything, it directly counters all matter of propaganda that you've probably heard that tries to desperately justify the current brutal occupying force that Israel is. But yes, the settlers did not want to leave.
Another internationally brokered agreement gave the PA control of this crossing with Egypt on the Gaza side and allowed trucks and convoys to flow between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. But Israel didn't let that happen. At the time of the first legislative election after the Second Intifada, Fatah, a party backed by the PA and PLO that had negotiated with Israel, was in power. But many Palestinians saw Fatah and its approach as ineffective. Hamas, which was now a political party...
The reason why Palestinians saw Fatah and its approach as ineffective was because Israel made it ineffective, okay? Because any kind of conciliatory action with Israel literally led to nothing, not even a fucking olive branch, nothing whatsoever. Just more occupation, more partitions in the West Bank, more settlements popping up in the West Bank that specifically and surgically cut through. So there was no contiguity in the West Bank for the Palestinians living there. It was just a loss of land and a more brutal occupation that removed all matter of fucking free travel from Palestinians that created the permanent tyranny to begin with. So 1,000%. The reason why Palestinians were like, what the fuck are we doing? We try to like deal with you guys and we disarmed ourselves. We try to deal with you guys. And then you took our resistance and you personally neutered them and then basically turned it into a part of your security apparatus. Okay? This is very important to understand. And this was by design, okay? This was deliberate. Not like deliberate in the sense that Netanyahu considered Hamas to be the most important way of thwarting any kind of Palestinian national movement, but it was by design in the sense that all matter of violence in the West Bank and all matter of continued occupation and the apartheid regime tightening its fucking grip on the necks of Palestinians and utilizing the conciliatory, collaborative Palestinian Authority as a way to do that would inevitably push people directly into the hands of a more violent means of emancipation, no matter how impossible it is to go up against one of the most militarized states with a fucking nuke. Okay? That was deliberate. Okay? That was deliberate. That is by design. They purposely, knowingly radicalized Palestinians. They had every opportunity to not do that. They had every opportunity to show Palestinians like, look, we are going to allow the Palestinian Authority to be a force for good, be a force for peace. In every single instance, in every single circumstance, the Palestinian Authority tried. Okay, they tried to meet Israel's increasingly worse demands over and over again, and it didn't matter.
in addition to being a militant group, won most of the seats in 2006.
People voted for Hamas as a way to express their disapproval of the ongoing status quo, which was that the peace process had failed and they had had two uprisings and no state was in sight.
In response to an armed militant party winning, Israel banned laborers from leaving Gaza for work. Then when militants captured an Israeli soldier, Israel carried out airstrikes in Gaza and tightened its control on the sea, limiting fishing capabilities to only 6 miles. Politically within Gaza, Hamas had won the election, but the PA was still the governing body, with Fatah under its wing. A conflict broke out between Hamas and Fatah, and Hamas seized power of the entire...
This is not a conflict. This was a coup. It was a coup because Fatah and the Palestinian Authority were collaborating with the American government. The election itself was only allowed to happen, to take place, because George W. Bush wanted the election to take place against the best interest of Fatah, which told the American government, we are not ready for an election at all. Okay? It wasn't even an Israeli coup. It was an American coup. This is not speculation. This is just really what happened, okay? Hamas won this election because in most circumstances there were multiple secular parties, multiple parties that were conciliatory to the Israeli position, that wanted to continue on with a two-state solution that allowed Israel to basically keep maintaining their occupation and the violent grip that they had on the Palestinian people, okay? And Hamas was like, no, fuck that. Hamas also ran an anti-corruption campaign. Now, it's not even, and of course, the votes were split in many different elections amongst multiple secular people running for that same position against one Hamas guy, usually. And they won by a slim margin. However, in the exit polls, which were conducted after, it was very clear that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians who still, even though they voted for Hamas, wanted a ceasefire and wanted to continue pushing for a peaceful solution. Okay? This is 2006. After the elections went in the direction that America had not foreseen it would go in the direction of, they then tried to do a coup d'etat. They tried to facilitate a coup d'etat with the Palestinian Authority, with Fatah party members, and they failed, which led to Hamas seizing control of the entirety of the Gaza Strip. And there's never been really anything ever since. There's never been any political movement ever since.
Entire strip in 2007. This is when Israel put Gaza under the official blockade that continues today, tightening Israel's grip over Gaza even more, trapping over 2 million Palestinians inside. This time, Israel closed the main crossing for commercial goods, made travel even more restrictive, banned exports from Gaza, and imposed restrictions on the import of essential items such as fuel, medicine, and food. They even used mathematical formulas to determine the necessary caloric intake for people in Gaza to control how much food they would allow in.
Basically, we live a slow death in Gaza, even before major escalations. People cannot travel freely. We have Israeli drones hovering around 24/7. There is always stress.
Over the next several years, reoccurring conflicts and airstrikes made the already devastating impacts of this blockade worse. Israeli airstrikes destroyed vital infrastructure, such as water and power plants. Repairs were delayed by the blockade, which impacted the delivery of construction materials. And for each militant attack on Israelis, Israel killed far more Palestinians in retaliation.
Operation Cast Lead, 2008-2009, 1,398 Palestinians were murdered, 14 Israelis. Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, 167 Palestinians to 4 Israelis. Operation Protective Edge in 2014, 2,202 Palestinians to 72 Israelis. May 2021 conflict, 256 Palestinians, 13 Israelis. This doesn't even feature the 2018 March to Return, the peaceful March to Return that had no Israelis murdered, and every single Palestinian was shot at by IDF snipers that the IDF openly stated was accounted for. Every single bullet was accounted for. 10,000, I believe, were wounded. I mean, this is the violence is asymmetrical because one is a militarized state with a standing army and also nukes. The other one is a militia group that does not have access to even humanitarian aid without Israel's know-how, and at that point is trying to do is getting any kind of support from regional actors as they can, any kind of military support that they can get from regional actors.
Yeah, I just also want to add one of the reasons that I thought it was important I went to the first demonstration that had occurred a few weeks ago in New York City. That was like the demonstration that a lot of politicians came out and condemned, and they were saying these things about what had occurred at this demonstration because it was on the Sunday of that weekend. And, you know, besides because I was standing or expressing my solidarity with the Palestinian people, part of it was knowing that this was going to happen. What's happening right now, because of this history, because every time there was some kind of incursion in the past or clash, I know that it's always constantly met with, 100 or 1,000 times the force by the IDF. And it was so apparent that that was going to happen. And I was honestly pretty disappointed and hurt, honestly, by some of the reaction to that. Do you know what I mean? Like, because being there at actually that protest, which had there were hundreds of people there, and people that friends of mine, people who are Palestinian, and the expression of that protest was not what was, I thought, an expression of anguish, knowing what was about to occur, knowing what was coming. And fear for their family and their loved ones. I don't know. Like, it was...
And what had taken place before that moment? Because, like, while Americans, the American media, Western media, and American politicians desperately try to make it seem like October 7 happened in a vacuum, like, October 7 was a violent retaliation to the ongoing occupation, the ongoing apartheid state, okay? It's ridiculous to act like these guys are just, like, they came out of nowhere, you know? And that kind of thinking is obviously productive if you want to, if you know that Israel is going to engage in more ethnic cleansing and you want to defend it, okay? But it's unproductive for the security interests of Israelis to begin with. And that's precisely why there are actual Israeli Zionists themselves who also recognize that the brutality in the West Bank was quite literally causing or was going to cause an incredible security risk.
At times, Israel would slightly lift restrictions, but it was never close to matching the humanitarian needs of Palestinians in Gaza. According to a UN report from 2022, this 16-year blockade had made 78% of the water in Gaza undrinkable, left 62% of Palestinians in Gaza in need of food assistance, living with rolling power cuts that last on average 11 hours per day.
That is our normal life. We would have 8 hours of electricity, 12 hours of electricity. It changes depending on the situation and the availability of fuel. We are completely dependent on Israel.
This is what many Palestinians and international law calls collective punishment.
Collective punishment is when cancer patients cannot travel because they get denied. And collective punishment means also that Palestinians cannot have their own hospitals and they cannot treat their patients. Collective punishment means the people of Gaza now are punished for the most recent escalation.
When we look at the crime of genocide, which is, the intentional destruction of a whole people in part or in whole, we are seeing elements of that crime being committed and carried out in the Gaza Strip right now.
There's equating between Hamas and all Palestinians. And this is not the first time that we're going to see people in Gaza and civilians in Gaza, half of whom are children, pay the price for Hamas or anything else.
Israeli and U.S. leaders have emphasized that Israel has the right to defend itself by wiping out Hamas completely. But the majority of casualties in the Gaza Strip aren't Hamas fighters, they're civilians.
It's an interesting question to consider whether or not things would have been different if Hamas didn't exist. But The thing is, Hamas didn't exist until the late 80s.
And things certainly were not different.
But the occupation of the Palestinian territories has been since 1967. And the original Palestinian displacement was 1948. And Hamas didn't really emerge until much later than that. I think that anybody who follows Israeli and Palestinian politics, like with some level of honesty, knew that if what happened hadn't happened, something else was going to happen because the status quo was unsustainable.
The world has to recognize this suffering even before we have escalations. The reason we have escalations is because people cannot find any hope.
No one wanted to get to this point. The tragedy of it all, in my mind, I think besides the loss of human life, is that it was preventable, easily.
All of this that you watched is the reason why I find it fucking ridiculous when people go, oh, religious differences. It's so obvious. It's like, this is a religious war. It's like, no, it's not, dude. What are you, fucking stupid? It has nothing to do with religion at all, okay? Religion is simply a rallying call, but ultimately it has nothing to do with the conflict in and of itself. Ridiculous, okay? That's why I also say the greatest way to rid Hamas of any kind of influence it may have is by doing the exact opposite of what Israel has done in perpetuity. Genuinely treat Palestinians with fucking dignity. Offer them assurances. Stop stealing their fucking land. Give them their land back. Offer them a right to return. But of course, the moment where we start talking about that, immediately people start hitting me with blood and soil arguments that like, well, the Palestinians, they're going to come back and then they're going to outrank us. They're going to have more people and we can't have that. We can't have more Palestinians than Israelis because then they'll do genocide. They'll do genocide back to us. So that's why we have to keep maintaining genocide in this way that we're doing. And that's just like, I don't know how to deal with that because that's a fucking racist ass argument that the idea is that like Palestinians are going to wipe out all Jewish people from these lands if they can participate in the democratic process is insane. It's an insane idea. You cannot justify ongoing ethnic cleansing because of possible hypothetical ethnic cleansing that may occur down the line that you have no basis for stating will happen. You know, right? What do you think historically?
I think it's heavy shit, man.
Read a lot. You read a lot about this issue. I want to hear your perspective.
I think that, you know, I see it in terms of the work that I do every day, which is that the people who I represent are dehumanized, are treated as scum, and are presumed to be monsters. And the truth is, like, obviously they're not that, but they've also been failed by a system that, you know, creates a situation where they're in these horrible situations. And I think it's the same. People are fighting for their humanity. They're fighting to be seen as human, and they deserve, you know, dignity and respect and a life, like, which is what all people deserve. And sorry, it just makes me upset.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's this like fundamental disconnect I feel, and I realized it. Sorry, I don't want to be overly sentimental. I represented this person one time who had been in jail for like 40 years, and so they had been through the system for a long time. And I'm just trying to connect it to this, and I don't normally let my clients speak in court because it's not good for them. You know, they'll say something and they'll incriminate themselves. But we were trying to get him out of custody and he really wanted to say something. So he asked the judge if he could speak, and he gave this very inspiring speech, and he talked about his life, and how he lived on the street, but that he at least when he was on the street, he was free. He wasn't incarcerated. And what I realized in that moment, was it was such a foreign concept to me, like that someone could live this life, the majority of their life incarcerated, and just a horrible, tortured life, but still feel like, wow, being out on the street and looking up at the sky, like that's free to me. And I realized that the disconnect that existed, that disconnect and my lack of understanding of that allowed that world, like that disconnection allowed his world to persist in that way. And so I feel that our disconnection, the American disconnection to the plight of the Palestinian people, allows this to continue.
Yesterday,
so
someone who
recognizing the humanity that is implicit in their existence is required of us. And I think, yeah, so to what you're saying, yeah, I think it's gross. But I also don't think it's true, and I have more faith in people. I think people just want to be treated like human beings.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for going on and on, but...
No, not at all. No, this is very important to hear. Volibear Zelansky says, I think it's a very relevant quote for the replacement theory as concerns. The cruelties of property and privilege are always more ferocious than the revenges of poverty and oppression. For the one aims at perpetuating resented injustice, the other is merely a momentary passion soon appeased. And the greatest way to appease that momentary passion, that violent retribution, the revenge fantasies that may or may not exist, is by allowing them to succeed in their ultimate goal, which is emancipation. There has never been a time where this kind of violent retribution has literally occurred. It has not happened. It's not. Like, it didn't happen in Nazi Germany even. There is no reason that people would behave in the same exact ways that they are currently being subjected to.
I'm just not that cynical. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have more faith in humanity. Also, I think it belies a guilty conscience because you know what you're doing is fucking evil.
Yes, exactly. That's why,
You know
like,
what
whenever
you're
people
doing is
say
fucking evil.
from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Like, when people say that, and then those who want to defend Israel go, that's genocidal rhetoric. That's genocidal rhetoric. I can tell that's genocidal rhetoric. It's like, no, that's projection.
Right.
That's fucking projection.
Right.
Like, emancipation for Palestinians and a recognition of their humanity does not mean like every Jewish person living in Israel proper will be forcibly ethnically cleansed.
Yeah.
You just live in that violent universe right now, so that's all you know, and you've developed these paranoid delusions.
I don't try to, and I would never try to speak to the entire Jewish experience. It's impossible. It's so diverse. It represents so many different people and points of view. But I will say, I think there is a thread in the modern Jewish experience, and especially in the American Jewish experience, which is that Jews have been hated for a long time, which is true. They've been historically chased out of places. That's my heritage. Pogroms in Russia, chased out of here and over there. My dad, when he was young, he grew up in Scarsdale. He got the shit beat out of him because he was Jewish. That stuff is real. It's real. But that doesn't entitle you to, first of all, I think, be so cynical in your outlook on the world that there's someone waiting behind you, behind every corner for you. And I think you also have to recognize your own privilege when you're a fucking American living in the United States, living a perfectly stable and fine life. And I think it also calls upon you to recognize when things are being done in your name that are horrid and evil, fundamentally evil. And like, we need to stand up for against those things, you know?
Yeah.
And it's been something that I've been dealing with in my life with people, trying to bring them along to just make them see that more and to act out less out of fear and more out of love, honestly.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It is very indecent to claim that Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is representative of all Jews around the world and like represents their interests. It is inherently anti-Semitic to tie all Jews to the Zionist project, when Jewish people have historically been at the forefront of social justice and even very outspoken against the Israeli government's atrocious policies against Palestinians. So it's ridiculous, obviously, but it's really hard to get that point across, especially in America when the media deliberately refuses to talk about it on those terms and will purposely avoid all relevant, important thinkers, writers, scholars that do come from that Jewish tradition that speak out against these things, but they're fucking blacklisted. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
also because those words and ideas are a fundamental threat to the Zionist project. That's why, which is what's happening now. And I think you're seeing that. I think you're seeing people wake up a little bit and realize, and I'm hopeful, and like I feel, I'm like in the comfort of your $100 million mansion.
You're being housed by HasanAbi, dude. Watch out.
I will never lose hope as long as there's a single Palestinian. Like I have hope for the Palestinian people.
Yeah. There was another thing I wanted to say about this. It's like Amy Schumer going fucking insane mode on the timeline over this is like has been so crazy where I feel like that. Oh, the thing I was gonna say is at no point in the history of the United States of America have Jews ever had a serious threat from Muslims in America. Okay? And vice versa. I would go so far as to say that Muslims at no point have had a serious threat from Jews in America. It has always been, and will probably continue to be, white supremacists. So the idea that like you see actual white supremacists out there, like Republican right-wingers who go along with George Soros conspiracies, or Republican right-wingers who do the great replacement narratives here and claim that like Jews control the media or whatever, turn around and be like, but we have unconditional support to Israel and therefore fuck all of these people that are criticizing Israel. They're the real anti-Semites, is a real deflection from the scary anti-Semitism that has harmed Jewish people in this country. Okay? It was Christchurch in New Zealand was shot up by a white supremacist neo-Nazi. The synagogue in Pittsburgh was shot up by a white supremacist neo-Nazi. Okay? It wasn't a Muslim that shot up it was not a Muslim that shot up the Quebec mosque. Terrorism happened in the hands of another white supremacist radicalized by the likes of even Ben Shapiro. But in that circumstance, it wasn't radicalized because Ben Shapiro was like, radicalizing against Islam from a Jewish perspective. It was a white supremacist perspective that radicalized them. That's it. It always and forever will be white supremacy that is the major problem. And I think weirdly enough, I think a lot of Jewish Americans that get swept up in Zionist propaganda forget that reality, where the real danger always will be white supremacists in this country for the very real danger that anti-Semitism presents. You know? Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. I want to keep you. You got a dip, right?
I got a dip. I'll be back later, though.
Yeah. All right. We're going to thank you, Alex, for...
Thanks, homie.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, I like that jacket though.
It's a sick jacket.
The smallpox will kick in soon enough.
I'm already sick, so might as well.
Do you like it?
I love it.
I think it's sick.
I love it. I think it's awesome. Thank you. This is really nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Alex will be coming on in a little bit.
Tape measure. I want to measure your head later.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
I really did look,
dude. Classic.
No, it's not craniology.
Yeah,
it's not
he's doing phrenology.
It's not craniology.
He's doing phrenology, dude.
It's not.
I knew you were an anti-Semitic
Jew
from the start.
I was gonna buy the calipers, but then I'm like, I can't bring the fucking
dude.
calipers.
That'd be pretty funny. You're about to get fucking fired, dog.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I just was curious about how big your head was.
Yeah. Okay. I abhor this, okay? Stop trying to measure my head. It's a normal head. It's a normal size head. It's perfectly fine, okay? Get out of here. I'm gonna call you from the protest. I want you to be my on the ground reporter. All right.
Who I think in good faith was coming into my
Here, this is a really good counter to the whole like great replacement narratives that some people that defend Israel engage with.
Comments to learn. Ask the question, okay, Israel's an apartheid state. What do we do? Like, how do we make it right? And I said, well, first give all Palestinians full citizenship, full voting rights, and restore their freedom of movement across the entire country, and restore the land that was taken from them over the last 75 years, give it back. And then they replied, okay, but if we do that, how do we ensure we keep Israelis safe from Palestinians? I think that's the exact wrong question to ask. And let me tell you a story from US history to explain why. So contrary to many people's popular beliefs, before and during the Civil War, abolition was not a popular point of view, even in the North. The centrist liberal position in the North was that slavery was wrong and abhorrent, sure, but it was absolutely necessary. Because if you suddenly just like freed all the black people, oh my God, what would happen? It would be so scary, right? These people who've been treated so violently as slaves, if you even saw them as people, would just be let loose on the country? Like, what would keep them from just killing all the white people and causing total mayhem? Lincoln himself was not an abolitionist. He only passed the Emancipation Proclamation because he saw it as strategically necessary. He had to bring the Southern economy to a grinding halt, and by freeing slaves, in the same time, he could recruit many of those slaves to serve in the Northern Army. This was considered so extreme. The idea of arming black people, freed slaves, was totally terrifying to many in the North. And some of the border states even had political movements to try to leave the Union over it. And they believed their fears were totally justified because there was a ton of violence from slaves towards slave owners. This is a very suppressed history, but there were over 250 slave uprisings involving 10 or more slaves attacking slave owners during the antebellum period. And there were countless more cases of individual slaves, you know, killing a slave owner and then running off into the night. Like, I don't think we have good numbers on how many there were, but there was definitely like a lot of precedents of slave on slave owner violence. And this was part of the justification for why we can't free slaves. They're just so violent. But Lincoln took his gamble. He passed this outrageous Emancipation Proclamation law, and it was in fact essential for...
Hasan, your take is insane and inaccurate. Ben Shapiro definitely uses a Jewish background to justify and indoctrinate hate towards Muslims. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, okay? That is ridiculous to say. Ben Shapiro does not defend Judaism when he also is like advocating against abortion, which is totally permissible in the Jewish religion. So no, Ben is not doing that, okay? Ridiculous to claim that. No part of the robust, multi-ethnic, long Jewish culture has ever been inherently anti-Muslim, and the same would go for Arabs and Muslims against anti-Semitism in general. Okay, this is a invention that this is a relatively modern invention. The anti-Semitism born out of the post-colonial Arab nationalism, specifically as it pertains to the Jewish state being developed as a Jewish state, specifically the Zionist movement advertising itself as a Jewish state for all Jews around the world, is the beginning phase of anti-Semitic sentiment. Not that it is justified. I don't think it is, for the record. Not.
For winning the war. But after the war was over, the fear in white people's imagination of black violence did not go away. But it was not black people who formed a paramilitary army to terrorize another race. That was the Ku Klux Klan. It was not black people forming lynch mobs, killing people by the thousands in a spectator sport. So when you say, if we free Palestinians, if we free Palestine, who's going to keep Israelis safe? Do you see that you're using the same logic as liberals in the Civil War era saying, if we free slaves, who's going to keep white people safe? It's the wrong question to ask.
Yeah, it's an inherently racist one because, sorry, Zionist nationalism, especially in its modern inception, or especially it's like, especially how it is experienced now and how it's dished out now, is an inherently supremacist ideology. It's inherently a fascist supremacist ideology. Okay? That's it.
History teaches us we should be much more concerned if we free Palestinians, who's going to keep them safe from stochastic terrorism from Israelis? Who's going to keep Palestinians safe from Israeli police forces that have been brutalizing them for generations? And we know from looking at South Africa that you can end legal apartheid and not make a dent in economic apartheid.
Yep.
And so just restoring the land that was taken over the last 75 years will not be enough to upend this economic apartheid. especially knowing that many of these Palestinian families made their living through agriculture before Israel came and kicked them off their land. And Israel has unfortunately irreparably destroyed much of this land. The major crop out of Palestine was olives. Olive trees can live for hundreds of years, and Israel regularly bulldozes or cuts down hundreds of year-old groves of olive trees to try to break Palestinian spirit so they'll have no reason to return to the land and no way of making a living if they do. And through land and water mismanagement, Israel has desertified much of the country over the last 75 years. Polluted water sources, overused water, drying up aquifers. For a really good look at how devastating Israel has been to the ecology of Palestine, check out Raja Shahada's Palestinian Walks. So another question asked is, if Palestine is freed, if all Palestinians are given full equal civil rights, and their land is restored to them, how are we going to keep them safe from Israeli hatred and violence? And how are we going to ensure that they have economic security?
What do you say to the strawman that Palestine was an early country before 1948 and had no Arab leader? I laugh at the notion of people thinking that there were established state formations in a pre-colonial setting. The idea of nation states is a relatively new phenomena in the long history of world affairs. So, yes, Palestinians, much like many other ethnic groups living in different territories, did not have an established nation state. You are correct on that, except that much is literally true for pretty much every single fucking group, not just Native Americans. I'm talking like there's no concept at that point. There was never a concept. They were robbed of the opportunity at a time when other post-colonial movements were occurring. Okay? So restore the empires? Yeah. Well, yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Anyway. Ironically, this is the same argument that has me on the fence about a two-state solution versus a one-state. I don't think Israelis would ever do a one-state in good faith. I don't think Palestinians deserve a civil rights struggle. Palestinians going through a civil rights struggle would literally be better right now than their current conditions. That is the unfortunate reality. And also, it doesn't have to be that way, So there it is.
If we look at the history of apartheid in South Africa and the freeing of slaves in the United States, we realize these are much more pertinent questions to ask than how are we going to protect the colonizers from the colonized people once they are freed.
I've been watching you all day, but I'm sick. We haven't gotten any updates on the butchering occurring in Gaza at the moment, or is it still complete radio silence? There have been patches, like there have been some dispatches from Gaza as Israel expands its ground operations.
Right now, as we come on the air, Israeli.
There have been some dispatches from inside of Gaza, but it's very, very limited, unfortunately.
Defense forces releasing this video you see of tanks in the Gaza territory, saying troops are still on the ground as they widen their assault aimed at eliminating Hamas.
And that's as Israel starts its new phase of its operation, releasing video of what it says are airstrikes on Hamas commanders and those underground tunnels. The Gaza skyline lighting up overnight with internet and phone service largely cut off. Israel also taking a hit, a Hamas rocket striking an apartment complex in Tel Aviv. We're going to start our team coverage here in the region and beyond. This morning, Ian Pannell is there near the Gaza border. Ian, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gio. You can hear the sound of the tanks, the sound of mortars and fighter jets overnight. It really does look like we're entering a new phase in this conflict. Israel is not calling it an incursion at the moment, but its forces crossed over the border into Gaza last night, and they're there on the ground fighting right now.
This morning, Israeli forces inside Gaza announcing they're expanding ground operations. The IDF releasing this video saying it shows their forces operating across the border. Overnight, Israeli fighter jets launching what it says was the heaviest bombardments since Hamas attacked Israel, killing over 1,400 people. The IDF claiming it hit 150 targets, killing 2 senior Hamas commanders and fighters and destroying underground tunnels. Hamas claiming Israeli troops were ambushed in 3 areas and sustained casualties, but the IDF denying it's had any losses. I spoke to Mark Regev this morning, an advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Is that what expansion means?
I think expansion means just beefing up the pressure on Hamas on all fronts.
And in all ways.
In all ways.
It sounds not only a difficult undertaking, but a very long undertaking.
It could be long, and it many challenges. But we have a model, and the model is defeating ISIS in Syria and Iraq.
With communications cut in Gaza, there are fewer images emerging of the situation on the ground. Aid agencies like UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders and the Palestinian Red Crescent saying they've lost contact with their teams. And as the military activity intensifies, the people of Gaza painting a bleak picture of life under siege amid reports of thousands of civilian casualties. Jason Shawa is one of hundreds of Palestinian Americans trapped in Gaza, hunkered down with his wife and 2 small children.
Keep waking up in a...
You never want to hear our model of conquest is the United States model. You never want to hear that.
Panic, in a frenzy. They have nightmares, and moms and dads are having a hell of a time trying to keep them calm at night. It's just horrible. I mean, what else can I say?
Despite the increased bombardment, Hamas still able to launch rocket attacks on Israel. The latest strikes hitting an apartment complex in Tel Aviv. And the escalating conflict reaching the floor of the United Nations. The General Assembly adopting a resolution.
It actually blows my mind the amount of coverage that they offer to how many Palestinians have been murdered versus the one rocket that hit an apartment complex. Like, it actually is unimaginable to me. Like, all matter of civilian casualties, no matter if they're wounded or not, which 4 people were wounded in that situation, is important. However, it's like looking at someone stubbing their fucking toe and then going on a mass killing spree and then giving equal coverage to both. It's crazy. It feels like I'm going insane.
Calling for an immediate, durable and sustained humanitarian truce between Israeli forces and Hamas militants in Gaza. But Israel responding, this is a black day for the UN, which has finally lost all relevance or legitimacy. While military operations expand, the families of the more than 200 hostages holding a vigil, calling on Israeli leaders to talk to them immediately.
How does a land operation help to get hostages out?
Hamas isn't going to suddenly become a humanitarian organization and decide, to do the right thing.
Well, the hostages are leverage for them.
And so we believe the correct way to get the hostages out is just to keep beefing up the pressure on Hamas.
Militarily.
Militarily and politically, diplomatically.
They're literally killing hostages. They're killing hostages.
With their allies.
A number of ways they're trying to beef up the pressure, but what we're hearing here is mainly that military pressure. The sound of intense activity being launched into Gaza. As we said in that report, very limited communications, but we do know from a couple of voices inside Gaza that it's been an incredibly difficult, dangerous and stressful night.
Incredibly difficult, no doubt about it, Ian. And what do we know about those 229 hostages? Because there's a real concern here about how they can get to safety if this ground invasion or operation intensifies. We know Qatari officials, they've been negotiating with Hamas, but having Israeli forces on the ground may really change things, right?
Yes, it's undoubtedly going to be far more challenging for any negotiations that are underway to try and get those hostages out. You're right, Qatar's involved, Israel's involved, America is involved, and Egypt as well. So a number of countries trying to put pressure on Hamas. Now, interestingly, what Mark Regev said there, and also what I heard from the defense minister yesterday, Gallant, was that they believe that the only way you can apply the right kind of pressure is by this kind of military action. But as we heard from the hostages, they're the families of the hostages, they're deeply upset. They feel that they want to hear from the Israeli government. We're now
insane that their solution to the hostage crisis is, instead of negotiating, blowing up the hostages. That's literally what they're doing. They're like, no, sorry, we have to kill the hostage. We have to kill the hostage taker so bad that your hostages are going to die.
Now being told that Defense Minister Gallant will meet with the families of the hostages tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem, straight to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. And Paul, just quickly, first of all, as we shift phases according to Israel's military, your assessment of what we were just listening to.
Well, I think that note of urgency was very, very marked, wasn't it, Matthew? This was, I think, the sternest, strongest, most perhaps impassioned warning from the Israelis that we have seen so far. And I think it's also the first time that they have said that when this is over, you can go back. This is obviously addressing the fears that many, many Palestinians.
Yeah, but it's not real. Like, acting as though there is no historical context here for that would lead Palestinians into not believing that statement is so insane. Also, go back to what? Rubble? That's the other thing. Hamas said basically bring it on. Were they just talking a big game, or do they have an actual plan to play? I don't know. I don't know what their plan was beyond what they've said so far. Of course, they understand that there was going to be brutal retaliation, I'm certain. But I think the major goal, if you ask their leadership, even from the jump, before the military operation, before the militant operation on October 7th, that escalated into a tremendous amount of slaughter and brutality, and that their goal was to grab as many hostages as possible and engage in a prisoner swap and possibly open up a port in Gaza. Now, of course, that's laughable. That was never going to fucking happen. I think the secondary interest there was striking at a time when, like, America's political influence in the region is waning and they're stretched too thin, and they have regional superpowers that, or regional leaders that would most likely also take advantage of the situation to cripple Israel's influence and prominence in the region at a time when, like, they had completely written off Palestinians from any kind of conversations. They'd already stepped beyond Palestinians and were dealing with the Gulf nation states directly. I think that the Trump administration greatly accelerated this, for the record, greatly accelerated this by putting the embassy in Jerusalem, by implementing the Abraham Accords that wrote out Palestinians from the equation. They did it to halt Arab normalization. I think that the Arab normalization concept is also silly. Like, it wasn't going to be normalization. It was simply going to be a fake pretext. Like, oh, the leadership in these Gulf states, they agree that, they want to normalize relations with Israel. But if you think that the Arab populations were ever on board with that without emancipation for Palestinians, you don't understand the actual story at all. You are looking at it from a very Western lens where you don't understand the complicated relationship within Arab governance, especially in Gulf states, and the way that they fucking see their own governments. This is very different. The way that the Arab world, sees Israel's actions against Palestinians, and the way that the Gulf nation states have been interested in cutting deals with America and Israel is entirely different. It was just making public deep security military ties that have existed in private between many Sunni states and Israel for over a decade. Thank you. Exactly. Elint News is 100% correct on this. Exactly. Like, if you don't recognize that Saudi Arabia has already in private been a major ally to Israel against their common enemy, Iran, and vice versa, I don't know what to tell you. This is not new. This has been going on before. This was happening before these Abraham Accords already. The Abraham Accords were only there to solidify that. So that being made public and being done publicly was very offensive, understandably, to the Palestinian people. But I see this rhetoric all the time from liberals, like, I guess, well-intentioned liberals who don't fully comprehend the situation, that look at that and go, oh, they did this to, like, ruin the Abraham Accords. Like, they did this to ruin the normalization agreements that Israel was, like, doing with Gulf nation states. It's like, yeah, that wasn't going to change the major amounts of protests on the fucking ground ever. Okay? The Arab world sees the harm that America has done to it. Okay? They see it. It's impossible not to. It's impossible to be blind to that. Okay? This is not like the top of the hour when you're subscribed and you just fucking forget that it even exists at the top of every hour, and you just move on, you know? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Feel me? God, why am I so fucking sick, dude? God, I hate it. Not COVID, though. Hey, I got tested. You could only be blind to it as a Westerner, someone completely detached from it. No, I mean, like, thinking that the Abraham Accords or normalization agreements with Gulf states that kickstarted under Donald Trump with Jared Kushner at the helm was actually a really good deal for everybody involved and would not have led to serious complications is an opinion you can only have if you're completely oblivious to the dynamic that Arab people have with their own government, okay? So it's additionally hilarious when I see liberals put that agenda forward because Biden continued along with it because they're just like their only interest in this situation is just team sports, domestic team sports. Oh well, when my guy does it, it's good. Not realizing that it is a continuation of the Trump era policy. Now that was one of the reasons you asked me why. What is Hamas's game plan here, and I don't know. I don't know what they legitimately thought. I suspect that they thought that they would get more security assurances from both Hezbollah and also from Iran and some Syrian forces as well, that they would be able to open up a 3-front war as soon as Israel started its ground operations. But that has not happened. I think maybe they mistakenly thought that because Israel doesn't, even though Israel doesn't care about Palestinians, maybe they care about Israelis and foreign nationals, and they'll come to the table and bargain with them for a prisoner release, as they have done before. But one, Hezbollah has not come through, neither has Iran. And two, Israel did not even remotely consider the safety and security of the hostages and immediately started its relentless bombing campaign. Yeah. I think that the only thing I think of is that, yeah, they definitely had big stakes on hostages when you keep in mind that Gilad Shalit led to a 1 to 1,000 prisoner swap, I think. Maybe that's why they thought, like, with those numbers, they could get, like, most Palestinians released, maybe even assurances on, like, building a fucking port or something, which, I mean, when I think about it, I think it's a miscalculation from the top. It's a miscalculation from the jump because it worked absolutely in favor of the already far-right Israeli government. For Itamar Ben-Gvir, this was an opportunity to continue doing more pogroms in the West Bank and continue arming the settlers in the West Bank with weapons and helmets, and even arm Israelis in Israel proper, from what I understand as well. That's something that's also being considered. And for Netanyahu, it was a perfect opportunity to, knowing full well that your career is over, knowing full well that your legacy is going to end, and this is the final chapter. Benjamin Netanyahu has used this as an opportunity, in my opinion, to engage in an ethnic cleansing campaign and eradicate northern Gaza, reduce it to rubble, and possibly even annex it. Now, that take is not pure speculation. It's a bit of an educated guess, I guess. The educated guess coming from right-wing think tanks that are connected to Benjamin Netanyahu personally, that have talked about the annexation, permanent annexation of the northern part of Gaza. The idea behind the Iranian-operated acts of resistance is that they are each meant to come to one another's defense, and ultimately most are run by Iran. What I would say is that they have not fully come to Hamas's defense right now, but they may do in the future. We have seen elements of this within the Houthis. So, yes, I think that the conversation that is not being discussed here, I think, with respect to America's involvement in the region, is the American conversations happening with Iran behind the scenes. This, I think, it gets left out of much of the analysis. It's an important part of this conversation. I think that the Biden camp behind the scenes not very loudly, was already engaging in not necessarily normalizing relations with Iran, but clearly engaging in some level of like good faith negotiations with Iran. That's why you saw the $6 billion prisoner swap deal happen. I mean, that was huge. That was a huge fucking deal. They opened up $6 billion of Iranian funds that South Korea had paid for Iranian oil that they were slated to get through Doha. And I think that that is probably part of it. Part of the reason why Iran has not joined the battle. Yeah, here. This is Jewish extremists surrounded Palestinians in a dorm in the Israeli town of Netanya, chanted death to Arabs, and have now reportedly set fire to the dorm, is what they're saying is happening. A report from there that the right-winger rioters and Tory Corps set the dormitory building on fire. Here it is. Fear of God when dozens of Arab students are hiding inside. Hundreds of Jewish far-right activists try to break into the dormitories of Netanya College, shouting death to the Arabs, and are guarded by the police who do nothing to evacuate them. They heard that there were Arabs there and simply came to raid the place. It is happening right now and getting worse every minute. Hey, dude, so you know it's not a fire, but it's a flare that's been put out? Yeah. Israeli Arab students are hiding inside the Netanya College. These are Palestinian citizens of Israel, by the way. And also, I think maybe even, I don't know, when they say Israeli Arab, do they also mean like Arab Jews? This is not Gaza, chat. Like, no, this is Israel proper. Israeli Arabs are either Jews or Christians. So Arabs in Israel aren't safe either. So, no, this distinction is important. There are Palestinian citizens of Israel who are Christian and Muslim, and in some instances Jewish as well, okay? But most of them are Muslim and Christian. They are Palestinian citizens of Israel, 23% of the population, okay? And then on top of that, there are Jewish Arabs who came from other Muslim countries. That's different though. They are Mizrahi Jews. They have full rights. Palestinian citizens of Israel are second-class citizens. They do not have the same full rights that the Jewish Arab Israeli citizens have. The Mizrahi Jews, or I think what is it also called, like Sephardic, they're not considered Arab because they're Jewish. They're not considered Arab. They're considered something different. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like Sephardic are from the Iberian Peninsula. Do atheists not exist in Israel? Well, that's a really funny talking point, because actually a lot of the Israelis living in Israel proper are not like religious by any means. I mean, there are certainly a lot of religious Jews, but they're secular. So it's more complicated than just simply looking at it on religious boundaries. Yeah, like a big chunk of the population in Israel are secular. The use of Arab sounds like some whiteness is a concept shit. It is. It is. That's why they need round-the-clock identification. To be specific, within the 1.9 million strong Israeli Arab community, many of the Palestinian Arabs who are Druze and Christian, who are in the minority, are often treated in a very different manner to the Palestinian Sunni Arabs, I think. Yeah, but even then, not like it's not like the Christians are treated very well either. They're just treated less bad, because like, especially depending on where you go. Like a lot of the settlers, for example, don't necessarily love Christians either. They very openly will, do horrible shit to Christians as well. Like it's especially if we're thinking about the West Bank, right? There are Palestinian Christians that live in the West Bank. There are Christian tourists that go into the West Bank. Christians literally get spit on. Like Itamar Ben-Gvir straight up fucking defended the hate crime of spitting on Christians by saying it's a fucking tradition. Like this happened a couple months ago. So it's not like, yeah, those motherfuckers are crazy. They don't give a shit. Dog, what are you going to say about round-the-clock surveillance and whiteness? The use of Arab sounds like the whiteness is a concept shit. Yeah, no, it is a fascist ideology. And what I was going to say is that is precisely the reason why you need round-the-clock surveillance on who is considered to be in the in-group, white or Jewish in this circumstance, and who is not, because you can't really tell. There's not a good way to tell because everybody fucking looks the same. There are white Palestinians and a shit ton of brown Arab Jews in Israel. So that's part of the reason why you need to have a very strict permit regime in areas where Palestinians live. That's racist? No, the fuck it's not. Shut up. It's not racist at all. If you put forward a lineup of Palestinians and Israelis who are Jewish versus Palestinians who are Muslim and Christian, if you put them in a fucking lineup, you would never be able to tell who's who. There's no shot. It's just not. That distinction, even in Arabs can tell. No, they can't. You're wrong about that because there's a fuck ton of Arab Jews. What are you talking about? That's so stupid. It's such a stupid thing to say. They're all Semitic people in general. And I'm not using that. I'm not even using... I promise Arabs can't tell. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's so dumb to be like, no, I can fucking tell, dude. I can sense someone is Jewish. Okay, brother, sure. Anyone that says they can always tell is fucking delusional. Okay? So, not only that, but the fucking IDF can't even tell half the time. So there's that too. Anyway, Chat being unironically racist while calling you racist. Yeah, exactly. And the reality is it goes even deeper than that, okay? In apartheid South Africa, for example, you couldn't always tell who was non-white either, okay? That's why they had the pencil test. That's why they still needed passports, because there were people who were born out of miscegenation. So, like, they had to do additional really horrifying and dehumanizing tests to ensure that there was, like, oh, God forbid, anyone who with, like, a little bit of swarthiness in them that you know, frequent spaces for white people only. Very racist. The pencil test is a test where in South Africa, in apartheid, they would take a pencil and stick it in your hair. If it stuck in your hair and it didn't, if it fell, that meant you were white enough. Okay? But if they couldn't tell if you had some blackness in you, they would stick the pencil, and if it stuck in your head, then you were considered non-white and not allowed to go to certain places. Have you talked about the Jewish expulsion from Arab nations? Just curious, it's been a talking point people I know have been constantly mentioning, relatively new around here. Yes, I've talked about the Jewish expulsion from Arab nations. This was truly profoundly beneficial for Israel's interests in general, but it was still horrifying regardless. None of which justifies the current nation state of Israel behaving in the way that they are. Yeah. I'll ask you this question. As far as I understand, I think what's his face? Was it Arafat who said that they would they would commit to reparations for Jewish people that want to leave and go back to Morocco, and like nobody fucking took it up because why the fuck would they? They love Israel. What do you mean? Like, no, not all of the pogroms were a consequence of the Nakba. No, pogroms that happened in Arab nations were done in Arab nationalist uprisings in their own post-colonial efforts. However, they continued after the Nakba, and anti-Semitism was certainly much more prominent as a consequence of the Nakba in the Arab world, in the Muslim world in general. Anyway, where is the fucking video that I wanted to watch? How racism was invented in the Middle Ages. This isn't necessarily what I want to watch. This seems like a cool video, though. But there was also the one... Where was it? There was the... Hey, Hassan, did you watch the YouTube video, travelingisrael.com, Free Palestine, no thanks? He was talking about the conflict and claiming he's saying facts and challenges anyone to prove him wrong. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did watch that with a famed Palestine historian. We watched that video. together and responded to it. It's right here. This pro-Israel video is insane, featuring Zachary Foster. We went through it piece by piece. If you want to go watch it, it's an hour and 45 minutes long, but it's, I think, very informative, very instructive. Wasn't there some attacks on Jews planned by the Israeli government to accelerate the return to Israel? Yes. Israeli historian uncovered documents from Mossad that showed that Mossad was interested. Mossad had conducted bombing campaigns in Iraq against the Jews to scare them into leaving, to accelerate them leaving Iraq and coming to Israel as a safe haven. But that doesn't mean that there weren't pogroms separate from that. It was Avi Shlaim. Yeah, it was Avi Shlaim, the Israeli-British historian who uncovered it. He also wrote The Iron Wall, Israel in the Arab World. Anyway, wrote a bunch of decent books. Fuck. I watched this video of regular Israeli opinions on Palestinians. It's scary how they just say openly that they want them dead. Yeah, I mean, we've watched this a long time ago about like how what the Israeli perspective is on here.
We're here in Zion Square in Jerusalem, which the government has actually declared to rename Tolerant Square. And we're just going to ask everyday Israelis what they think about the situation.
This is from 6 years ago. I've watched
You're
this before
American. Where are
on
you
the
from
broadcast.
and why did you come here?
I'm from New York, and I came here with my family when I was younger to make Aliyah because it was always my parents' dream to come to Israel because we're religious.
So, are you American?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Why? When did you move here and why?
She said, why are you here?
Moved here 11 years ago. My family moved here because this is the country of the Jewish people and the future of the Jewish people, and we want to be here.
How old are you guys?
18.
We're 18 years old. Now we are here in Israel taking a leadership course, and we're going to the army for a few months to see how life's here. And then we hope to bring back some of this knowledge to our youth movements.
So you're like an internship with the army?
It's about 2 months, and they show you everything about the army.
Israel is a great place. It's a nice place. You should come and visit. I love Israel, and I feel safe here.
All that misconceptions are not true. Like, there's not people with knives every day, and there's not people exploding.
Palestinians?
Yeah. No, but pretty much the life here is really good.
For people living here, it's just normal to see people in the army walking around with guns, and you feel completely safe and protected.
I feel like we know who the threat is, and it's not coming from anyone random.
Oh, here. Well, let's watch the everyday. I covered this in May 15th of 2021, and the video has 800,000 views if you want to see it. These Israelis sound like fascist is the name of the video from back then. I've been at this for a very long time. I've been covering this stuff for a very, very long time, okay?
Random, as opposed to in the rest of the world that could be anyone. Here we know who our enemy is, and we know that they are out to get us.
Who is the enemy?
Who's the enemy? That's a very good question. I don't think it's specifically any nation. I think it's the people that are so interested in being politically correct that they won't actually go after the people that are trying to cover things up.
I think that the Islam is it's a very bad disease, not just for Israel, for all around the world. We can see it.
If you ask them that same question about Judaism, that would be understandably anti-Semitic. But of course, the double standard is what I mean.
They think
And you keep saying one state solution. Bro, you are so stupid, okay? If you think that there is any way, a one state solution is quite literally the only way forward, okay? A two-state solution is impossible because you know what? They're in fucking Jerusalem right now. And half of those guys also then live in the West Bank. And the guys that live in the West Bank are way more fucking aggressive than even these guys, okay? The guys that live in the West Bank side or directly in the West Bank are settler terrorists that have infinitely more violent perspectives. Now, that's something you have to remember. There's no two-state solution without taking that 470,000 fucking population of violent settler colonialists and taking them out of there forcibly and putting them inside of Israel proper. They will never stop. They will literally terrorize their own government. They will blow up their own fucking government with the guns that the government gave them. Yeah. And also, how the fuck is there going to be a two-state solution when Gaza and the West Bank are separated? Like, what are people supposed to do? The two-state solution is what is happening right now. This is what you get with a two-state solution. Nothing. What stops them from trying to settle and expand even a one-state solution? Equal rights. Equal representation. Fuck you mean? Equal rights, equal representation, having a fucking military apparatus that works at your behest as well, like, instead of against you. Ridiculous. There's equal political power in that structure. That's what Israelis that want to... That's what Israelis that want to thwart a Palestinian nation state from developing, that's what they fear the most. No, I didn't get a phone call. My food is here. That's what they fear the most. Netanyahu hates that concept. How many times have chatters come in here to ask you why the West supports Israel? Yeah, I don't know.
They all have to be Islam. If you're not Islam, they will kill you.
This is so funny from this fucking asshole sitting in the middle of Jerusalem saying that when there's fucking Christian Palestinians too. The untenable idea that keeps being thrown up as a solution for that is to create some highway between Gaza and the West Bank, underground and covered with sensors, CCTV, again, not tenable. Yeah, you know who came up with that fucking idea originally? Jared goddamn Kushner. That's another, like, I'm losing my fucking mind. I mean, I don't know if someone else came up with it before him, but he was the one who seriously presented that, if you guys remember. That, and then, like, he was going to offer, like, additional land in a fucking non-arable, like, no agricultural production happening there, and, like, fucking on the border of Egypt without actually touching the border of Egypt. He wanted to create, like, this peninsula of, like, tech. He wanted to make a tech hub. Does anyone have the fucking link? Does anyone have the, does anyone have the photo? It's a really funny one.
A lot of Americans don't really understand what Israel's like. We hear a lot of things in the news.
I feel like you just ate and you're getting food already. Yeah, I ate your mom, dude. No, I had a fucking half of a sandwich from yesterday, and I ordered chicken for myself and while I was waiting for it because I was hungry.
A lot of people are sympathizing with the Palestinian plight.
Oh, here it is.
Can you talk about what it's like to kind of live in this situation?
This is the brilliant plan, dude. The Vision for Peace conceptual map. Okay, are you ready for this? They have these. First of all, none of this touches the Egyptian boundary. There's only one lane into this, like, area, okay? And then another area right here. It's supposed to be, like, future state of Palestine. There's a West Bank Gaza tunnel that they would build, okay? The Gaza would have port access at Ashdod and Haifa. Palestinians would. And, yeah, this is the already partitioned out West Bank. Those two areas near Egypt are supposed to be tech company towns. Yeah, I know. Hey, I really appreciate your efforts. I'm your new fan from Jordan. Hell yeah. Also, a lot of the Islamophobia in Israel is normal. Everyday people stems from separation when the only image of Palestinians you see on TV is villainizing them. Yeah, exactly. The way that Israelis see Palestinians is like the way that in apartheid South Africa, white people saw black people, or in a way that Americans saw black people in the Reconstruction period. Just like violent barbarians that are subhuman, that only want to do violence and crimes to those who they recognize have oppressed them.
Situation.
First of all, it's very hard. I'm in an organization. It's called Lahava. It's against the Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Did you say the organization?
Yeah, that's anti-miscegenation.
Did what again?
The organization is the thing of it is that Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Shouldn't marry Arabs. Why do you feel strongly about that?
Because Jews is a special nation that God gave it to the Jews, and we don't want Jews to get mixed up together with a different nation.
I think Israelis have to take over, and they have to kick them away. It will be much better not to kill them, just to go back to Arab countries.
you can't deal with these people. There's no need to try. There's no need to talk to them. What we can do is when they do enough harm, we retaliate. That's war, and that's the situation that any Jew who lives in Israel has to deal with.
יש לך משהו להגיד, אומרת
על מה?
גם ככה ערבים, מקסימום.
אוקיי. בסדר בעברית? פשוט מאוד. צריך להיכנס לשטחים, וכל מחבל שעושה פיגוע צריך להרוג אותו. צריך להרוג את המחבלים, ואז הם יפחדו ולא יעשו לנו בעיות, והכל יהיה בסדר. הם יהיו בכפרים שלהם, אנחנו נחיה פה, לא צריך להיות ביחד, והכל בסדר.
I think also that every Arab that doing a terrorism attack, we have to kill him, and not because he's an Arab, because he's a terrorist. I think you should also kick out the family, because it all begins with chinuch. How you say it?
Education.
It's like how you say.
The kids does, you know, it's families.
I'm think that we need to... איך אומרים לאיש לערבים? כן, תגידי לי את המילה הזאת.
How do we say, like, incredibly fascist shit? How do we say this? Fuck. I don't have the command over the English language enough to tell you how fucking Hitlerian my perspective is.
I don't know how to translate really well.
I think we should give them a country. If you're doing any problem, you just go in there to give them a country, and then it's going to be a war between countries, you know? If they're going to throw rockets, we're going to throw one big one and done.
I don't think there's any answer to it. Really? There's only one way, like, I would carpet bomb them.
You would carpet bomb them?
It's the only way you could deal with it. Like, or try to stop them a different way. It never worked.
You mean all Arabs or Gaza or?
I believe that they, like, I hope to believe they're not, but I do think they are, because I don't trust them. You can't trust them, and that's the only way I believe.
Guys, he's the most tolerant one of the bunch.
Believe that the only way is just to stop it completely.
I think that we're miserable. The Arabs make a פיגועים, and we need to kill Arabs. No.
Okay.
We'll talk about this later.
All right, cool. Well,
Listen, like their Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment does not justify anti-Semitism. Okay, it doesn't. It's still a ridiculous and silly and hateful ideology. Okay, just so you understand. Not that people are doing it in the chat, but something to remember.
There is also Jewish civilians that hate Arabs. Yeah, I'm not saying, but we have also people that like the Arabs and everything, like Smolanim.
I think another thing that the Jews should have rights to hate them. I think we have the right to hate them. I don't see a reason why not. I wouldn't trust any of them.
To better understand this mentality, I also talked to Ronnie Barkin, a Jewish Israeli citizen who grew up in the country and is now an ardent critic of the notion of a Jewish state.
Like anyone growing up in Israel, I went through the whole indoctrination mechanism. And we're being trained to be soldiers from kindergarten, literally from kindergarten. The moment I realized I managed to sort of overcome that indoctrination, then everything became very clear, because the situation is crystal clear. One of the main successes of Israeli propaganda is to convince the world that the situation is complicated. But it's far from being complicated. It's probably the least complicated conflict in the world today.
Yep.
And it's all about basically those who have the power, those who oppress and subjugate and tread over the indigenous people of the land who have been oppressed and subjugated and expelled from their land. And this is what it's about. The situation here is not very different other than the way it is perceived in the world and among Israelis.
Yeah, and anyone who's well read on the situation that doesn't immediately want to take on the side of Israel will openly tell you that it's not very complicated. But the side that is doing the oppression and those who want to defend that side are like, oh, it's so complicated. It's not.
Society themselves, they like to perceive themselves as being something else, as being, liberal and progressive and all of that. And I also thought of myself as such until I realized that actually, this is not the case. The case is very clear, and I'm not on the right side of history, and that's when, you know, the moment I managed to overcome this type of brainwashing, then the rest was very easy. So this was all about creating a place which is for one select group and only that. It's not only.
By the way, once you eliminate that mystery, you can go in the other direction as well. Like the liberal notion that like this is simply something that has to happen because Arabs are backwards and scary is what prevents a lot of people from recognizing that it's inherently a fascist ideology. However, some people do actually demystify the horrifying nature of an apartheid structure and then become even more ardent supporters of it, like the Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world, who are like, no, this is sick. Like, it's time to do more fucking death. Like, you know?
The fact that they wanted to take over, to usurp the land and the resources and all of that, it's also about this exclusive nature of the place, that this is ours and only ours. And even any Palestinian being born in Israel, even if they're Israeli citizens, is already regarded as some sort of a threat to the state. Mm-hmm. The need to segregate, the need to separate and not to interact with Palestinians is part of Israeli identity. So we have to understand that Israeli identity depends on denying Palestinian identity and denying either the existence of Palestinians altogether or at the very least denying their identity, their culture, and so on. And also, right after the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, right after the Palestinians were expelled from their homes and became refugees, the very next thing that happened was that there was a concerted effort of mass looting of books and other cultural artifacts from Palestinian homes, which was led by the National Library in Israel. So it's for a reason that when we say existence is resistance for Palestinians, this is true. Just by very existing on their land, this is an act of resistance in itself. Even more so when they actually claim their rights, claim their identity, do cultural work, or like produce Palestinian culture, that is an act of war.
After learning a lot in Jewish history and Israel,
is saying something that I don't even talk about quite that much, but a lot of the Israeli food and things that like they present is not specifically from is not coming from the very diverse Jewish background from all different parts of the world, but instead taking a lot of the Palestinian traditional foods and presenting it as like Israeli food. I mean, hummus is a great fucking example. Like you think motherfuckers in Poland were eating hummus, dog? You think German motherfuckers were eating hummus? Like, no. Now, of course, there isn't. That doesn't mean that there weren't like Arab Jews that were eating it for sure, right? Falafel, hummus. Anyway. Yeah, Zatar.
History. I've like seen that people make
But those Arab Jews ate it because they're Arab, not because they're Jewish. Yes.
a big deal about a lot of different areas. But if you look back, like correct me if I'm wrong, if you look back at the history, the areas, these places are like really rightfully ours. Like if it was any other country that would have conquered these places or taken over these places, nobody would make a big deal. It's just because it's Israel and there's anti-Semitism and everything.
They kicked us about 2,000 years ago, and we came back. We have Jerusalem. We built every stone here. Every stone, 3,000 years ago. Over here,
This all is 3,000 years ago.
this is the city of David. 2,500 years ago. All history of the Jewish people, and the Islam doesn't have history at all in this country.
It's always like myth making that the second half immediately has to be like insanely Islamophobic. That is the most delusional nonsense, dude. Okay? To say that Islam has had no impact in that region is so fucking insane. I don't know. I mean, it's just straight up fucking Islamophobic.
I I think that they should actually look at a history book and look at the progression of history and who occupied Israel, go further back. So if it could be that the Palestinians occupied Israel, that's true, but who occupied that before that? And if you keep going back to the times of like the Bible, you'll see that it was indeed the Jews that did occupy.
Palestinian, where are the Palestinian people during 4,000 years under the Ottoman? Answer me.
Well, I'm the journalist here, so I don't...
And how God punished is the sins by other people. He said, he sent the Nazis, he sent, and now he sent Palestinian.
Okay.
But it's really rightfully ours if you look at
He goes, okay.
and like the wars, and we didn't even start a lot of the wars, and we conquered these places rightfully, like it's ours.
We brought.
We didn't start any of these wars. We conquered these places rightfully. It's ours.
The settlements in by Gaza, you know, all the Gush Katif strip.
Gave Gaza back.
Well, we gave part of Israel. It's not that it's not Gaza. It's we do things.
I mean, it's crazy that like this lady that you just saw with like a very clear fucking like Soho, New York ass accent is like, we conquered these places. It's ours. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're literally an American, okay? Say you conquered Manhattan, okay? Even that's ridiculous, but at least you have more of a statement there. You know what I mean? You have more history there, at least. In Manhattan, you have a longer history.
For peace. I think that the Jews came here, they took this land, and this is our land now, and I don't think there should be here no Arabs. Like Arabs, they want, we gave them Gaza, they should go live there quietly. If they want, they should go back to Iraq, I don't know, to wherever they want. But this is a place that God gave it to the Jews. And
it's so funny because this little 14-year-old Fortnite shithead is most likely an Arab Jew. Okay? Like, it's such a funny thing for him to say, especially like incredibly high likelihood that he's an Arab Jew, right? And he's like, yeah, go back to the Palestinians that lived here for fucking hundreds of years. Go back to Iraq or something. And it's like, bro, what are you saying? The fuck are you saying?
we don't want the Arabs to be here.
And before they accuse anyone of occupying, they should actually look back and look at history.
So you wouldn't call any of this occupied territory?
No, I think that whatever deals were made and wars were fought, they took the land, and that's the way things work.
At least she's saying they.
I mean, would you call America occupied by Americans because the British used to rule?
The people who kicked the Jews out of Israel were the Arabs. 1,400 years later, we come back. Now, I'm not saying that we can blame the people living here for...
But you are saying that. And also, what the fuck? Bro, what is this nonsense, bro? The Arabs did that? What the fuck? That's not even real. What do you mean?
What happened, but you gotta accept that that's some kind of divine justice, that their great-great-great-great-grandfathers kicked my great-great-great-grandfather out of here, and then we come back, and all of a sudden they're like, well, no, we don't want it, it's not fair. They took the land from us.
He's kind of base. He's saying the Romans are Arab. Like, which, you know, I mean, they're brown enough. He said, why is Sanji in Jerusalem? Don't say that. Sanji would never do that.
Not the Romans, and not the Persians, and not the Byzantines. It was Arabs who took this land from Jews. And so, yeah, we came back and we took what was rightfully ours.
Besides the fact that before the Jews came to here in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was like a barren land. Like, because the Jews came here, it started to, like, flourish or whatever, and become... actually, like, people started planting things and making settlements in all these places. If the Jews never came here, then it'd be in the same place it was, like, 200 years ago, or not where it is.
This is perhaps one of the grossest fucking takes, because it's like, it's the Jewish supremacist attitude where it's like Arabs like to blow up shit and live in sewage, Jews like to build, right? That's what Ben Shapiro said. It's insanely racist, and it's also completely false. Okay? The areas that Jewish people were allowed to occupy originally in their immigration campaign, led by British mandate, was not exactly habitable land. There was not a lot of agricultural opportunities there for the Jews. And not only that, but also the major cities, like these beautiful fucking cities, dude. If you look at half of the goddamn cities that Jewish people now live in Israel proper, those were massive cities, like hubs with ports and culture and movie theaters and awesome amenities that Palestinian Arabs lived in, that they were fucking forced out of their homes inside of. Like the idea that Jewish people built everything here is completely false. It's so fucked up. It's so gross. If you actually saw the markets, the nightlife, the shops, the bazaars, the fucking movie theaters, the art, these communities were vibrant and they were beautiful. It's disgusting to just like act as though they did not exist. It's really fucked up. Half of the buildings in Jaffa and Haifa, exactly. Half of those fucking buildings, more than half of those, every single building in those fucking cities are much older than the people living in them now, okay? They've been around for a significantly longer time. That's disgusting. They love denying the history and culture of Palestine, then they have the fucking nerve to take the cuisine and music and style. They steal the embroidery too, yeah.
Is today. And so the Jews came here and they started making it better for also the Arabs. And
I mean, think about it this way. First of all, gross. Again, super gross. Think about it this way. Think about what they did after the ethnic displacement campaign in Nakba. They burned down some of these villages, the Arab villages, and burned the olive trees that existed, these olive orchards that existed everywhere, okay? And planted pine trees that were not even that were not even like region specific. It's not even good for the area. Non-native trees were planted specifically so that it had a more European look. That, for me at least, is very symbolic. I feel like it shows exactly what the early Zionist movement was all about. Pineapple in Europe, huh? Pine trees, not pineapple. I don't know if you know this, but pines and pineapple are different things. They wanted to remove the Arabic culture. In areas that they did not completely destroy, they gave new names, Hebrew-sounding names, to old Arab historic landmarks. It feels like there's a lot of hatred and resentment there in the inception of the Israeli nation state. And it's really interesting to think about because like these are people that did not do anything to the Jewish people as a whole, or, the Zionists even. Like they didn't do nothing, dude. They were just there.
And they only start to be an issue because the Arabs started to make it more of an issue.
How many people think like you? What is the state of the left wing within Israeli society?
So the people who think like me are a negligible few. And I would argue that there is no left in Israel and never ever existed. What you have are those self-proclaimed leftists, liberal Zionists, who basically speak the language of peace and human rights and so on in order to sugarcoat their racism and supremacy. And they speak a very different language than the acting government, for example, because the acting government is clearly a right-wing government. They are shameless about their racist attitudes and so on. They say this is ours and only ours. Many of them are decent enough to say, yes, there was the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and that's a good thing. The problem is that we haven't finished the job, that there are still Palestinians left in Palestine. With the other type of Zionists, with the so-called left in Israel, we cannot even agree about the basic facts. But for them, in order to feel that they are both Zionist and moral at the same time, they have to keep lying to themselves all the time, every moment of every day. So they have perfected this whole discourse of lies in order to lie to themselves and also in order to lie to the international community, in order to justify their existence here in that.
I think the occupation does have a role, a big role and important. I don't think there should be no occupation at all, but in the occupation, things needs to be more human.
Do you get called a leftist a lot?
Yeah, and I am a leftist.
Is leftist a slur sometimes?
Yes, it is. It is not a good way to be called in Israel.
Israel doesn't want to compromise on security. They have to do a blockade. They have to kind of cut this.
Like, come on, dog. This dude is literally like, my boy, you're an accountant that worked for PricewaterhouseCoopers for like 15 years in Manhattan. What the fuck are you doing right now? Like, what's going on? Like, he's just like over there being like, Israel's right to defend itself unconditionally. It's like, dude, what is going on?
Tough. It's, it's ridiculous what people have to go through there, but it's also ridiculous what we have to do to keep ourselves safe.
We don't want to fight with them. But if they ask for it, they will get it. And we're much stronger, much stronger. We behave very gently and morally, very gently with them.
It could get a lot worse, is what you're saying.
If the Russians was here, 2 days, they will kill all of them. If the American will be here, they will kill them 2 days. They don't care.
I like the idea that, like, in his mind, he's saying, like, they're significantly more moral in their ethnic cleansing campaign than Americans. Like, who's letting you do the ethnic cleansing, dog? Americans. Like, what do you mean? You're doing it with the American weapons and the American go-ahead anyway. They just outsourced it to you.
About human rights, they don't care about nothing.
Israel's holding back.
Very, very.
But it's war, and civilians get killed in war, and it's a horrible, on their side, less on our side, but at the same time, we put money into protecting ourselves.
Well, look, the refugees, it's their situation.
Yeah, dude, Palestine wanted a fucking Iron Dome, and Israel totally allowed it to happen, but then they were like, haha, instead of an Iron Dome and bomb shelters, we're going to spend this money on evil. Yeah. I like the idea that Israel's like, yeah, we spend our money on missiles. Okay. But then you fucking turn around and get mad at Hamas for doing the same thing. Israeli missiles, that's good. Defensive. Paid for by the United States of America. Palestinian missiles, bad. Wrong. Iranian. Fails 15% of the time. Does not have the 90% interception success rate that the Iron Dome has. It doesn't cost $4 billion a year. Israeli missiles, defensive, good. Palestinian missiles, offensive, very bad. Kills real humans. Israeli missiles doesn't kill humans, kills Palestinians.
Is horrible, but no other nation in the world gets the refugee status that Palestinians do. The Palestinians, third-generation people, are still considered refugees.
You know what's really funny about that? That's how bad like the Israeli devastation has been. And yet, instead of having that be a moment for self-reflection from this fucking goober, he just continues on saying like, well, the Palestinian Arab is a unique type of, inferior being. Different than the other inferior beings that have been made refugees due to not being powerful.
Refugees. I had friends that were...
Dude, privileged refugee literally is an oxymoronic statement. It's like saying privileged slave, okay? It's literally like saying the American slave had a profound amount of privilege. After all, sometimes there would be less whippings on Thursdays. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean, privileged refugee? What are you saying? How does one become a refugee? How? How does one stay a refugee? Violence, man. It's the same shit as slavery. It's violence. It's subjugation.
Canadian, they went on their passports. They wanted to see what the refugee camps were. They wanted to see what it was all about. They came back. They said it's nothing what I imagined it.
Better than they imagined? Or?
They said people were driving around with nice cars. People had nice houses, villas, things like that. They thought people were being oppressed, like living in tents. It's like they probably were, like maybe 10, 15.
Damn. Yeah. Dude, Palestinian refugee camps are sick. First of all, let me tell you something. If Palestinian refugee camps were sick, Israel would take it over, okay? Sorry, that's just the fucking truth. That's how you know that shit ain't sick, dog, okay? They'd be like, oh, this is mine now. This is my fucking camp. Sorry. This is mint. I forgot. There's a 8,000-year-old coin I found in your camp. It's actually also, turns out this is also Israel. Fuck, my bad, bro. Okay? And for the Jordanians out there who think that their days are perfectly solid, your days are number 2, bitch. Okay? Remember, Transjordan, motherfucker. Remember, one day, Lebanon and Jordan might also be part of, Israel proper. Who knows? But yeah, the idea that refugees are living in fucking mint, Palestinian refugees are doing great, is of course insanely stupid. Luxury car comment sounds like Reaganite welfare comment. Yeah, this is like the same thing that racists say on Fox News when they see fucking refugees coming in, like migrants coming in. Thank you for calling me a bitch. You're welcome. Some motherfucker in Jordan just took that personally and is like, that's really fucked up, dude. Actually, you called me a bitch. Yeah. It's a universal racist lie.
15, 20 years ago, like in the past.
For them, in order for them to be Zionist and moral, in order for them to have a Jewish and democratic state, they needed, first of all and foremost, to create a Jewish majority by force, by driving away the indigenous people from their land. And this is how the state was founded. And immediately afterwards, they created a whole legal system that will make sure that those who have been expelled will never be allowed back, and those who remained on their land, because not everyone was expelled, will never be equal citizens. Unfortunately, what we hear on mainstream media, this so-called discourse or so-called debate between the right and the left is about that. It's about, do we want a large Israel, which is Arab-free, or do we want a small Israel, which is Arab-free? This is the debate that's taking place.
Last question. There's this whole international movement of leftists and activists who want to boycott Israel for human rights violations. Being here, seeing that, and what do you just think about that?
I think the BDS movement, the leaders of the BDS movement, or everyone that thinks that Israel is bad.
This is what the camps look like in Lebanon?
Palestinian refugees trapped in a 1 square kilometer walled camp in Lebanon. But Ain al-Helwe also shelters armed factions that have repeatedly battled for control and power. The latest truce has been holding for more.
Damn, bro. These guys are fucking popping, dude. God damn. Seems like they're living in luxury, brother. You got fucking, first of all, think about how sick it is when someone blows up a storefront, because that's like air conditioning. You know what I mean? Now you have bullet holes. Again, that's good, clean air that you can get. And yeah, look, she's got a fake Chanel bag.
More than a week, but there's no guarantee the fighting has ended for good. Repairs and reconstruction to an estimated 400 homes and businesses, as well as facilities run by the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, have not begun in earnest. Staff aren't able to reach half of the camp to assess the damage, particularly a school complex, which was one of the front lines during the recent violence.
Reason for that is it is still too insecure. We have armed fighters, including around our installations, inside our installations apparently as well. One school complex, which reportedly has been violated, hosts over 3,000 children. It is very unlikely that these children will be able to go back to the school when the school starts in October.
UN assistance is vital for Palestinians who are denied Lebanese government services. But the agency has been struggling with a budget crisis for years.
The agency as a whole does not have a view on its income beyond September. So any additional costs that are incurred through the hostilities in Ain al-Helwa and any damage and humanitarian support will have to be found in addition to the money that we already need to run our regular services.
The latest outbreak of violence was the deadliest in years. It involved the mainstream Fatah movement and a group calling itself the Muslim Youth. People in the camp are in many ways held hostage to the divisions within the Palestinian leadership. There's criticism of a long-standing agreement that...
Look, they even have political infighting. I mean, truly a sign of robust democracy. Up! Chat! Look at that. That's a mercy, baby. Yeah, that's a merc. And up! Another one. I love the special status Palestinians have been given historically The special status of being able to live in fucking bombed out, hollowed out apartment complexes, never being able to return to your fucking home, dude. It's so sick. I've seen old men and women crying, pulling out from their fucking literal personal briefcases that they brought with them in 1948 to those fucking hollowed out, bombed out apartments where they pull out photos of their homes, the deed to their homes, okay? Keys that they still have, that they've kept with them. Disgusting. In tears, thinking about a life that they had that was just stolen from them overnight. Why is the left filled with so much shit libs that push you must be LGBTQ plus to get support from Western leftists? Isn't that cultural imposition on Palestine? What are you talking about? Anyone that thinks that another person's emancipation is conditional on the fact that they're like ideologically aligned with them is a fucking dumb bitch, okay? They're not real leftists, I guess, or real principled people. I don't know what you are talking about. It's so stupid. It's especially stupid when considering how much anti-LGBT sentiment exists in America. You know what I mean? Duke it out with your own fucking radical elements in your own goddamn country before going, I'm sorry, Palestine. Do you not want to be fucking bombed mercilessly by Israel? Time to suck a cock on camera. Do it. Suck one dick right now. Is that going to stop the fucking gay bombs coming from Israel? Is that what's going to happen? Should we fucking nuke Florida?
Prevents Lebanon's army from imposing law and order inside the camps. But there's
More luxury.
little political will among Lebanon's parties to disarm the factions. Those parties are linked to regional players who use inter-Palestinian tensions to advance their own agendas. Home to tens of thousands of Palestinians, Ain al-Halwi is still very much a war zone, with many fearing it is not a matter of if, but when the next round of fighting will.
Anyway, I'm glad that you guys got to see the lap of luxury.
If they should read up about the topic, the other side, and they should come here and see how everybody's comfortable.
People right now, they're looking at Israel and they're calling it an apartheid state. And Israel is not an apartheid state.
Yeah, no, totally, dude. Thank you, PricewaterhouseCoopers' very own, like, motherfucker named Hank, coming from goddamn Manhattan, like, lived in fucking Lower East Side for most of his fucking life, okay? Like, Israel's not an apartheid state. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you there? Why can you walk there, but Palestinians who lived there for hundreds of fucking years can't? Motherfucker, you got here from Manhattan. Why are you allowed to walk there, but some dude who lived there for 100 years can't?
There's places, I mean, my family from 5 generations ago, they were from Jenin. You can't find one Jew in Jenin right now. I mean, it's totally...
Oh, Jesus Christ. First of all, that is not a Jenin accent, okay? I'm sorry. That's just not a Jenin accent. I don't think this motherfucker is still from Jenin. So that's number one. Number two, I love when Zionists present this argument like, there's not a single Jew in Gaza. It's like, bro, you want to fucking be there? You think that it's sick? It's nice, dude? It's so dumb.
Jew-free. So if you want to think about a racist apartheid state, it seems it's more, in my opinion, coming from their side.
And just a response, I guess, to kind of this international movement, the BDS movement, and also the movement that says settlements are illegal, they're encroaching on Palestinian.
Dude, I do love the idea of like Irish Americans going back to Ireland and forcibly taking land from just Irish people living there, being like, sorry, 700 years ago, my ancestors used to live here and they were indentured servants. This is my house now. You know what I mean? Being like, yeah, this is my house. This is supposed to be, I'm a little Irish, you know? Fucking sick.
Lan, can you respond to that accusation?
I think the response would be two-part. The first part would be very simple. Nobody gives Turkey problems for their settlements in Cyprus. It's an anti-Semitic thing. Maybe they don't know that they...
Yeah, famously. The entire world is like, Northern Cyprus, perfectly fine with us. Everyone famously always says Northern Cyprus is sick and totally valid by the rest of the world's standards. Okay. What a fucking stupid example. It's literally like, it's complicated trade relations for years. Like, it's not even remotely close. You perked up when you heard that? Yeah, because it's so fucking stupid. It's an incredibly stupid take. There's not a single fucking country that recognizes Northern Cyprus. Actually, you know what? Israel might, because, you know, casino operations. Does Israel... Wait, let me see if Israel recognizes Cyprus, actually. Cyprus-Israel relations refers to the bilateral relations between Cyprus and Israel. Israel has an embassy in Nicosia. Northern Cyprus is famously recognized by every UN member state. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any country that... Who recognized Northern Cyprus? In the 1980s and 90s, Cyprus expressed concern over Israel's then close defense relationship with Turkey. Cyprus outwardly backed the Palestinians in the Arab-Israeli conflict and officially recognized Palestine as a de facto state based. Cypriot First Lady Androula Vasilou, wife of President George Vasilou, was declared a persona non grata in Israel when a delegation was leading attempted to meet Yasser Arafat, who was then under house arrest. What is this? The second Israelis are streaming into Cyprus and trying to buy anything in sight. Foreign relations of Northern Cyprus. Northern Cyprus is recognized only by Turkey, a country which facilitates many of its contacts with the international community. By the way, Northern Cyprus is basically just an area for casinos now. Some of the sickest ones. Some of the best Turkish casinos, apparently. I've never been. That's what I've heard. Kick.com ass island. KKTC'yi tanıyan ülkeler listesi. KKTC, Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti. Oh shit. Azerbaijan, Pakistan, Libya, Bangladesh, Gambia, Kosovo, Somalia, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Oman and Yemen. Oman. KKTC'yi tanımayan ülkeler ise 193'tür. Bu ülkeler KKTC'yi hukuken Kıbrıs Cumhuriyeti'nin bir parçası olarak kabul etmektedir. Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti 15 Kasım 1983 tarihinde bağımsızlığını ilan etmiştir. Ancak bu bağımsızlık Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi tarafından tanınmamıştır. It says Northern Cyprus on the 15th of November in 1983 stated or declared themselves as independent. However, this independence movement was not recognized by the UN Security Council, and the UN Security Council's 541 declaration declared the Northern Cyprus Turkish Republic and its independence movement to be declared null and void. Stop speaking an imperialist language and start speaking today's imperialist language. Yeah, I mean, I speak both. But yeah. So I guess technically they do have more countries that recognizes it now. After the Republic of Cyprus became a member of the European Union, the southern part of the island became part of the customs union of the EU. The northern part is excluded from the customs union. In spite of that, the Green Line regulations are intended to ease trade relations between North Cyprus and the EU. Despite the lack of formal diplomatic or legal relationship in practice, a reasonably cooperative working relationship has been built up between the administrative services and the police in both parts of the island. There are 9 border crosses between Northern Cyprus and the Republic of Cyprus. Since May 2004, some tourists have taken flying to Republic of Cyprus, then directly crossing the Green Line to vacation in Northern Cyprus. Oil exploration in the East Mediterranean became a problem between the administrations of the North and South sides since 2000s. That's it. The Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus fully supports Turkey's bid to join the European Union. Yeah, no shit. It'll never happen. Anyway, a funny thing to just like, a funny thing to consider because he just said that.
They hate Jews, but they give us so much trouble. The UN only talks about Israel. What about North Korea? What about...
I've heard this so much. Yeah, dude. What about North Korea? Fuck is North Korea doing? Oh, what can they do? What more can you do to North Korea? What can you do to North Korea that hasn't already been done to Korea in general? You know what I mean? I don't get it. I didn't know there was a North Cyprus until today. I feel cheated on in school. Why the fuck would anybody talk about North Cyprus, dude? Like, he's like, wow, I can't believe the UN is not talking about North Korea. Meanwhile, like, what can happen to North Korea that hasn't happened to it already? What are they going to do? Put more sanctions? The fuck? You can't. It's like, not because it would be a severe human rights violation. There's just no more sanctions to place. You know what I mean?
About Russia. Then the second thing would be to say is that
even from the UN,
completely from the UN. I mean, come on. You're talking about that we're worse than the North Korean dictatorship. Like nobody in the world thinks that. So those people in the UN and all these peace activists. I mean, look.
He also said Russia, which again, same as North Korea. Like, historically speaking, what the Western world did to the USSR and to Russia in general, like the development of Russia as a nation state in the aftermath of dissolution of the USSR is quite literally an incredibly brutal, exploitative, shock doctrine ass strategy of parsing the entire country and selling it off to whichever Western loyalist, like Western banker-backed loyalists, would steal everything. Russia, as it stands currently, is already a fallen nation that is a Western project. What more do you want? You say Jeffrey Sachs, you murderer, but he's kind of like goated at being a Democracy Now! Person now. He's like one of my favorite Democracy Now! Guys after, cutting up the entirety of the fucking USSR. He became woke. Anyway.
She's a woman. She's walking around however she wants here in Israel, right? There's female genital mutilation.
Wait, what? Wait, okay. First of all, kind of weird for you to say that because, listen, brother, your people, my people, we still do the male genital mutilation. Like, what's happening? Like, very weird for us to be having this conversation. Okay, very odd when we're both fucking circed up. We are both quirked up white boys who are circed up white boys. Okay, we're brothers in bond like that. That's number one. Number two, the greatest danger for a Palestinian woman is not like Islamic repression or whatever. It's the IDF. It's bombs. Also, another thing to talk about with respect to genital mutilation is what the Israeli state used to do to Ethiopian Jews. Forcible, not circumcision actually, but forcible sterilization under the guise of giving them vaccines.
In Egypt, not very far from here. Why don't people talk about that?
I think that we should have not more rights. I think we have rights to build more houses for our citizens. And a lot of things that Israel gets criticism for, other countries will never get it.
אני רוצה להגיד פה לראש ממשלה פה בארץ, בישראל, אין מצב שיהיה פה שלום בארץ. אי אפשר לעשות איתם שלום, הם תמיד שונאים אותנו. אם אי אפשר לעשות שלום והמצב ככה לא יכול להישאר, אז צריך לטפל בהם בדרכים אחרות, אין מה לעשות.
It's irrelevant. The views of Israelis about the situation are totally irrelevant to the question of how do we change the situation. Did it matter what white people think about apartheid in South Africa at the time? The question is, how do we end apartheid and how do we end Israeli crimes? Every Israeli official will claim to speak on behalf of the Jewish people and will even demand of Palestinians to recognize Israel's right to be a Jewish state and so on. I don't recognize Israel's right to be a Jewish state because it is not Jewish by religion. It is only Jewish by supremacy. Israel is Jewish just like South Africa was white in the exact same context, with the exact same meaning. And obviously any decent person around the world should oppose that because it is inherently racist and more than that. And it also happens to be very much against international law. So when we talk about Israel as an apartheid state, even though it's not exactly like South Africa, it neatly falls under the legal definition of the crime of apartheid, which is a very serious crime.
Whoa. That's a loaded term, actually. I wanted to go through it, but the International Criminal Court's definition of the crime of apartheid, Article 7 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court defines crimes against humanity as, for the purpose of the statute, crimes against humanity means any of the following acts when committed as a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack, murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, and forcible transfer of population, imprisonment, or other severe deprivation of physical liberty in violation of fundamental rules of international law, torture, rape or sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, persecution against any identifiable group collectively on political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, or religious gender as defined in paragraph 3, or on other grounds that are universally recognized as impermissible under international law, enforced disappearance of persons, the crime of apartheid. Ooh, ding, ding, ding. Later in Article 7, the crime of apartheid is defined as means inhumane acts of a character similar to those referred to in paragraph 1 committed in the context of institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over any other racial group or groups committed with the intention of maintaining that regime. For the purpose of the present convention, the term crime of apartheid, which shall include similar policies and practices of racial segregation, denial to a member or members of a racial group or groups that of the right to life and liberty of person, by the infliction upon the members of a racial group or groups of serious bodily harm or mental harm, by infringement of their freedom or dignity, by subjecting them to torture or to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment.
Would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat?
ADHD kicks in. Yeah, I don't even feel the need to finish it, but by arbitrary arrest or illegal imprisonment of members of racial group or groups, deliberate imposition of a racial group, living conditions, every single part of this is what's going on in Israel, okay? That is the reason why human rights groups consider what is going on in Israel to be an apartheid, even though they are far too late. They're decades late. And the reason why this consideration, this legal consideration, is not given to, or is completely hand-waved away by liberals who want to engage in the soft Zionism, is because the resistance against that apartheid is oftentimes going to be violent, sometimes going to be incredibly fucking brutal. And ultimately, when all is said and done and the apartheid regime falls, no one will consider those acts of violence, those acts of resistance to be completely unjustifiable. The greatest example of this is, of course, what Nelson Mandela and the ANC went through in apartheid South Africa.
Or Castro to be a future president of South Africa.
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. That we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards, our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle. That
terrorist, by the way. Just saying. He was a terrorist. He is a terrorist until 2008. He's on the terror watch list. He's fresh out of prison at this point. Comes to America to push the BDS movement to apply pressure from the American government to end the apartheid in South Africa. After 27 years of being in prison, twice they asked him that they would offer him conditional release as long as those conditions were that he denounced the violence that the ANC, his supporters, were engaging in, and offer assurances that no such violence will exist in the future. Twice he said no, and sat and ate the rest of the fucking prison sentence. Twice.
That is the position.
Having said that, I think I would be dishonest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality. It suggests that what these people do in their own countries, what a Gaddafi does in Libya, what a Castro does in Cuba, is totally irrelevant.
Yeah, famously, post Gaddafi, Libya has been mint, dude. Shit's been so sick. Post Saddam, Iraq on the up and up, okay? Post Gaddafi, Libya, so sweet. Fucking nice, okay? Fucking sick. Luckily, you can make an exception for Cuba because it has been devoid of U.S. influence beyond the major blockade. Notice how the one fucking country where they didn't actually succeed in assassinating its political leader after a socialist revolution is doing infinitely better than the other countries where they did do that. That's crazy, man. It's not like Cuba is this fucking incredible, natural resource rich. I mean, there's some natural resource, but like, it's not like it's fucking oil rich, 600 plus attempts on Castro's life. Anyway, Gaddafi was a fucking psycho in many different respects. Okay, don't misunderstand me. The same with Saddam. But in both of those instances, it was, these countries are better off while they were in charge under brutal regimes than they are now. He was the president of Africa. Yeah, Gaddafi, the president of Africa. Yes, Gaddafi's politics are incomprehensible.
Even in terms of the issue of human rights, as long as they support the cause of the ANC. I hope that is not what Mr. Mandela meant, and I would hope that he would clarify that issue further.
Mr. Mandela. And at the same time, want me to be involved in the internal affairs of Libya and Cuba. I refuse to do that. As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination.
Bro, the gall of an American right-winger telling a political prisoner who's still on the terrorist watch list at this point, who just came out of a 27-year prison sentence, okay, and is still begging Americans to keep applying pressure on the apartheid South African regime to end it, to be like, hey, why don't you condemn the people that you consider your fucking political allies? Can you denounce Cuba, please? I can't listen to your you describe, just abject cruelty in ways that are so deep and personal to me as an American that I understand to be, at least theoretically, unimaginably wrong, right? The apartheid is a more devastating legal structure than even the Jim Crow South, okay? Basically a complete codification. We here in America at this point understand that was unacceptable. So we know apartheid South Africa is completely unjustifiable. So while you're here telling me your brave struggle against that unjustifiable regime, I will ask you to tell me what you think about Cuba. And if you don't give me a good answer, maybe you should be subjugated and continue to live under an apartheid structure. I don't know. Asking one terrorist to, I guess it's 90s. It was PLO still considered a terror organization at that point? Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it still is. Palestine Liberation Organization, founded in 1964. United States considers PLO the umbrella organization that includes several constituent groups holding different views on terrorism. At the same time, U.S. policy accepts the elements of the PLO have advocated, carried out, or accepted responsibility for acts of terrorism. PLO chairman Arafat publicly renounced terrorism in December 1988 on behalf of the PLO. The United States considers all PLO groups, including the Al-Fatah Force, Hawari Group, PLF, PLFP, to be bound. Al-Fatah Force 17, Hawari Group, PLF, and the PFLP, Popular Front for Liberation Palestine, are bound by Arafat's renunciation of terrorism. The U.S. PLO dialogue was suspended after the PLO failed to condemn the 30th of May 1990 PLF attack on Israeli beaches. PLF head Abu Abbas left the PLO Executive Committee in September 1991, and his seat was filled by another PLF member.
I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally.
Fake, bro. Fake. Fake friend. Damn.
We have stood quite openly and firmly for the...
It's not a rare L, chat. This is a normal position to have. It's 1990. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yes, the emphasis is legally, okay? At this point, there's people still consider the viability of a two-state solution to be serious, okay? And not only that, but also on top of that, like, it is everything from this point on is almost entirely Israel's fault. I mean, everything before this is Israel's fault too. Let's be real; they are the power players in the region. But not gonna sit there and be like, it's time to cleanse Israel, which wouldn't even be a moral take anyway. It's not. If you misunderstand my position, let me tell you, okay? Anti-Zionism does not mean cleansing the lands of all Jews. Anti-Zionism means ensuring that the Zionist nationalist project is eviscerated and that there can be a single, secular, solitary state with equal rights and representation for all, with a right to return for all Palestinians, with reparations for the Palestinians who have lost their homes, who maybe might not even wish to return, but most will.
The right of that state to exist within secured borders. But, of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others,
and what does river to the sea mean? You know exactly what it fucking means. Everything I just mentioned falls under that umbrella, okay? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free implies that Palestinians will be free to live on that land from the river to the sea. If you look at that and you think, well, that means ethnically cleansing Jews, okay? And then you point to like fucking the 1988 Hamas founding charter, okay? And then you go, well, look, they want to fucking ethnically cleanse Jews from a time when like they literally had no support whatsoever, and assume that this is actually representative of all Palestinians' perspectives when they say from the river to the sea. It's just pure projection. You're saying we need to keep doing ethnic cleansing on our own side so that we can avoid an ethnic cleansing that might happen later down the line.
That we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree.
Damn, nothing has changed.
With that. Those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Mr. Mandela.
It's kind of fucked up that they went to the Jewish kid. Like, camera pans immediately to the one Jewish kid. Come on, dude. Like, they did him a little dirty.
I also explained to Mr. Sigmund and company that in our organization, we have Jews. In fact, Mr. Gaddafi
this is what I talked about.
Did not allow us to open our offices in Libya precisely because we had the courage to say to him, we work with the Jews in our organization. And he didn't allow us to open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are not prepared to be swayed by anybody. We have an independent policy which we assert no matter with whom we discuss. The Jewish leader have any doubts about our stand, I am prepared to address them and to allay their concern, because they are a very important community both in South Africa and, of course, in the States. And I'm prepared to iron out any differences that might exist. But they must know what our stand is. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. And as I have said, we have many Jews, members of the Jewish community in our struggle, and they have occupied very top positions. But that does not mean to say that the enemies of Israel are our enemies. We refuse to take that position. You can call it being political or a moral question, but for anybody who changes his principles depending on whom he is dealing, that is not a man who can lead a nation.
Ruth First was one of many, many Jewish anti-apartheid activists that were martyred by the South African state. Here's a unique take from MSNBC.
Probably seen these images over the past 3 weeks pasted on lampposts and held up at vigils around the world. They're the faces and the names of the more than 200 Israeli hostages taken by Hamas terrorists when they attacked southern Israel and committed a mass atrocity, slaughtering men and women, children, and the elderly. Recently, there have been a number of despicable incidents of people so full of hate of Jews, they've actually ripped these images down as if that could erase the humanity of the people whose images are on them. And for anyone who lived through 9/11, those images bring back memories of the thousands of flyers of the missing put up all over Manhattan.
Wait for it.
In the frantic days after that terrorist attack, where so many family members left grieving. And there was a small group of them that took that grief and turned it into action. They spoke out, asking their country, our country, not to respond to the deaths of their loved ones with more violence. They founded an organization called September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. At that time, in the wake of 9/11, supporting a nonviolent response to al-Qaeda's mass murder was at the very fringes of public opinion. And I remember being struck by the sheer grace, moral witness of those who had personally lost loved ones. I also thought, as many did at the time, that was not how the world works. Terrorists slaughtered Americans. America had to respond with force. But as the war on terror dragged on, thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands of civilians were killed. And radicalization spiraled into ISIS and a new round of brutal wars. As all that happened, the call for peace and nonviolent solutions began to seem not just idealistic, but in retrospect, wise. Now there are Israeli families who've loved...
Like, I mean, Chris Hayes has to be super libbed up. Obviously, I wouldn't use this language when talking about it, but this is the closest you're going to get to one of the main anchors on MSNBC appealing to the humanity, like the humanitarian side, whatever remains of fucking libtards who will then see potentially the humanity of Palestinians. But of course, I wouldn't speak like that because I don't have an MSNBC anchor job. And I never will because I don't speak like that.
Loved ones were murdered and kidnapped by Hamas who have somehow found the same moral grace. In her eulogy, the sister of one victim called on Israel to, quote, not use our deaths and our pain to cause the death and pain of other people or other families. Another victim's son said, do not write my father's name on a military shell. The mother of a victim pleaded, quote, war is not the answer. In my name, I want no vengeance. Reservations about a full-scale ground invasion in Gaza have grown in Israel. Nearly half of Israelis now saying in a recent poll it would be better for the military to hold off, to delay at least. And today,
yeah, flyers are being removed in America by people who are angry and saying it's like propaganda to justify the bombing campaign of Gaza. And it's wrong. It's wrong to do that. It's wrong to remove the flyers. It's even more wrong to fucking constantly talk about the flyers instead of what is currently going on. Flyers, however, that are removed in Israel are being removed by Benjamin Netanyahu's side. They're removing the flyers because they want the bombing campaign to happen and they don't want anybody to think about the hostages.
The United Nations approved a resolution calling for a durable and sustained humanitarian truce. Israel's government, though, as you heard, is vowing to destroy Hamas, saying they simply cannot tolerate the threat on their border. And that is an understandable reaction in the wake of what Hamas did 3 weeks ago. But the costs of a war to destroy Hamas will be enormous. First, there is the human cost to Palestinian lives in Gaza. Already more than 7,000 dead in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry there, which is run by Hamas. American and Israeli says there's reason to doubt those figures, but every single piece of available information from Gaza, from reporters to NGOs to eyewitness accounts, indicates an enormous and unprecedented human toll amidst the bombing. What is unfolding there in Gaza has become the most brutal humanitarian crisis in the world. Innocents, women, children, dying horrible and desperate deaths. And there will be thousands and thousands of more lives lost if this continues. The scope of civilian death already, the bombing combined with a full blockade of basic supplies, is simply not morally defensible. Palestinian children, like Israeli children, both together deserve to grow up and to grow old and to live in peace, security, dignity.
What are images of Palestinians? Why the fuck does everyone on the left ban right to go to the places and come to the wrong same conclusions? Wait, what? Guys, it's idiotic, okay? It's idiotic to fucking tear down the posters. It's immoral to tear down the posters. I've said it many times. I don't want to talk about it any further because it is so utterly unserious to regularly talk about like how all of the people, the hundreds of thousands of people internationally that have fucking taken to the goddamn streets to demand a ceasefire and to demand emancipation for Palestinians are actually defined by the actions of like a collective maybe 1,000 people, okay, is insane, okay? It's insane, and it is propaganda to try to make this conflation, okay? Bro, focusing on how moral it gives just ammo to those dumbasses? No, that's my perspective, and I will say it. But I will also routinely add that the notion that this is the worst, gravest offense implies that you care about the optics and the aesthetics of a situation more than an active, ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? That's it. To those who have this kind of opinion that, like, you gotta fucking tear these posters down or whatever, those are fucking real babies, you know what I mean? It doesn't justify the bombing campaign, but it also doesn't change the reality that they're currently being bombed by Israel. And if you don't think about it from the perspective of morality, then think about it from the perspective of being a fucking patsy. Because when you do that, play in to the propaganda campaign in general. Understand that no matter what happens, those who want to defend Israel's unjustifiable acts would find a different way to smear you. But there's no reason to give additional reasons. Okay? That's it. But ultimately, my position is those who fucking only talk about that, those who only talk about the posters and not of the death toll in Gaza are oftentimes unserious and, dare I say, genocide supporting ghouls, okay? Using that as a deflection and as a driving point of contention, of conversation, when 7,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered with our tax dollars, with our bombs, with our go-ahead, American go-ahead, blood on our hands, not recognizing that and hyper-focusing on that distraction is done by cowardly individuals who don't want to fucking openly admit that Israel is an apartheid state and carrying out an ethnic cleansing campaign with our go-ahead, okay? Especially when considering that the most surreal element of this episode is freeing the hostages, serving as the primary moral narrative of a bombing campaign killing 3,000 children, but the guy in charge of the bombing campaign repeatedly ignoring and doing the opposite of what the hostages' families want. Do you understand? Because Hamas might have a different worldview than all of us in this process, one born out of the violence that they were that they've only known, okay? But they're still self-interested. And they tried to appeal to a more humane side that would be theoretically interested in the preservation of the health and safety and security of Israelis that are currently being held captive, not realizing that the hostage negotiator in this process was way more interested in killing the hostage takers and was willing to kill the hostages to get to the hostage takers as well. Doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in movies. It usually doesn't happen because there's a operating process. There's a standard, an operating protocol that says if you're in a hostage situation, you're supposed to negotiate with the hostage takers. You're not supposed to shoot through the fucking hostages. Now, Israel doesn't do that. They have their own doctrine called the Hannibal Doctrine that literally doesn't do that. They do the exact opposite. They're like, oh, you got a hostage, everyone dies, including the hostages. It's fine. However, when you have 200 civilians that are held hostage, the situation becomes a little bit more dire. You can't really openly advocate to fucking ruthlessly slaughter all of the hostages alongside the Al-Qassam and Islamic Jihad militants that are holding them captive. You can't do that. The Hannibal Doctrine was recently revived. That name is revised. That name is old, by the way. Yeah, the Samson option, isn't it? Isn't that what it's called now? Oh, this was awesome. Do you guys know? Okay. I can't get through these paywalls unlike how you can get through the top of the hour ad break paywall by subscribing for $5 or for free. Archive is not working for me. Oh, no, not Samson option. Sorry. Is Israel saying they're going to nuke everybody if Israel's under threat? No, my bad. What is the... I don't know what it's called now. I think I'm talking about... No, archive today doesn't work. The Hannibal directive is the one that... let me see. Fuck, maybe I can do that. I'm pressing escape a lot. So this was a funny thing that happened where families of the kidnapped Israelis met Netanyahu and found that Netanyahu had fucking hired a fake family to burst into the meeting and say, Prime Minister, do whatever you want. Kill everybody. Kill as many hostages as you want. Fucking got a fake hostage family member to be like, we support you no matter what you say and do. Which is awesome. So that's not even the only thing I was going to talk about, though. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is apparently that there was analysis conducted by Haaretz as well on things that we've talked about already, specifically on the actions of October 7th and the IDF strategy. No, the Dahia doctrine is not what I'm talking about. That is not a hostage situation. That's when you kill... that's when you purposely engage in asymmetrical warfare on a civilian population and kill a shit ton of civilians by bombing everything. Yes, Hannibal directive is to the military doctrine that if hostages are taken, Hannibal directive, I don't know what it's called now, but the Hannibal directive originally, which they say was discontinued, originally was the military doctrine that if hostages are taken, you have to kill every single person, including the hostages, by whichever force necessary. Here it is. The procedural protocol was a controversial procedure used by the Israeli Defense Forces to prevent capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces, introduced in 1986 after a number of abductions of IDF soldiers in Lebanon and subsequent prisoner exchanges. The full text of the directive has never been published, and until 2003, Israel military censorship even forbade any discussion of the subject in the press. The Hannibal directive has at times existed in two different versions. One top secret written version, accessible to only upper echelons of the IDF, and one other oral law version of division commanders in lower levels. In the latter versions, by all means, was often interpreted literally, as in an IDF soldier was better dead than abducted. Get it? By the way, the top of the hour ad break is still happening. I forgot to run it. I'm running it now. Apparently some injuries, burns, shells, and ballistic impacts are similar to tank artillery, and Hamas doesn't have them. I want to fucking read the goddamn article that Haaretz wrote, because the only previous writing on the matter was done by Electronic Intifada, and they're a little bit biased, okay? Not a little bit biased, they're very biased. So I want to hear from a biased source that at least does a lot of objective reporting, and a biased source that favors the Israeli side. And I hear that they covered the same thing. October 7th, Kibbutz Be'eri and other kibbutzim, and the way that they were... this isn't what I'm talking about. This is not it. Anyway. Israel has, with several notable exceptions, adhered to the principle of not negotiating with terrorists, and this is especially in hostage situations. Policy led to some notable successes such as Operation Entebbe, but also tragic loss of human life, as is the Ma'alot massacre. In cases where Israeli soldiers were captured and no military solution was found, Israel was forced to negotiate with the captors about an exchange of prisoners. Large parts of Israeli public opinion would not accept simply abandoning captured soldiers to their fate. According to Haaretz reporter Leibovich Dar, the motivation for the directive was the capture of 2 Israeli soldiers during a Hezbollah ambush in South Lebanon in June 1986. Both soldiers presumably died during the attack, and their bodies were returned to Israel in exchange for Hezbollah in 1996. The directive developers were the 3 top officers of the IDF Northern Command: Yossi Peled, the command's operation officer Colonel Gabi Ashkenazi, and the intelligence officer Colonel Yaakov Amidror. Oh my God, I'm so fucking. I sound like Eran Marad every time I try to read these names. Colonel. This article has not been updated. Oh, Haaretz denied it. I've seen this post in a photo that contains blatant lies about the atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th. It absolutely has no basis in Haaretz reporting, then or since. Oh, God damn it. You guys got hinkled? That's why you kept saying to me that the fucking Haaretz article covered that it was the Hannibal doctrine. Oh, I hate you guys. Oh God, no, you got fucking dinkle-dicked. God damn it, dude, stop. We fucking banned his links in the goddamn chat, and you motherfuckers still come in and repeat shit that you read from his Twitter feed. Oh God, it's so bad. Oh my God, dude. What's next, dude? Is Sean King releasing all the hostages? Is that what we're doing? Pushing Z-ass motherfuckers, dude. How? Yeah, we just got dinkleberried, dude. Fucking dinkled all over me. Oh, so bad. Ditch the click wars. You two are the two biggest anti-Zionist, anti-neocon voices that have a real impact. Yeah, dude. It's not a click war, okay? First of all, he's a HasanAbi head originally, okay? Which is, not exactly great. Secondly, shut the fuck up. Literal former HasanAbi head. My biggest L? Not really. I usually will see the misinformation ahead of time, so I know how to fucking hand wave it whenever people come in here. Like, I know the day he posted like Chinese aircraft carriers are going into the Middle Eastern Sea, I knew that he had posted that because hundreds of people trickled in here to be like, dude, did you see like China is going to go and fucking defend Palestine? And I was like, you guys are not right, okay? If anything, China is entering the fold to defend Israel, okay? Who's the worst former HasanAbi hit, Sneeko or Dinkle? I don't know. Why would China defend Israel? They're a US-backed regional power. I don't know. Maybe you should look into the trade relations that China has with Israel to develop a better understanding of how many weapons purchases happen. China is Israel's #1 arms trading partner. Did you know this? Probably not. You don't know this because you get your news from Dinkelberg. Yes, the interview is a real one, but I thought Haaretz had actually conducted a real investigation into the things that happened and had come out with detailed analysis. But if it's some fucking if it's Dinkel analysis, then no. Like all of this shit is ridiculous. This is real though. The thing that I told you guys about how Netanyahu put a fake family member of the hostages. That part is ridiculous but real. Sounds surreal but is real. The entire article. Maybe it's premature to draw broad conclusions. The first set of compromise core principles, Israel's military doctrine hasn't changed much since the 60s. Israel's most fundamental principle is deterrence and avoidance of conflict. Israel will always prefer a preemptive strike with superior firepower. The posture is offensive and the goal is to control war dynamics. The battlefield theater of operations and lines of engagement must be shifted to the enemy territory due to Israel's small size and home front vulnerabilities. Missiles and rockets changed that concept, but October 7 put it into a tragic test that, with Hamas inflicting carnage and terror inside of Israeli towns and kibbutzim, Israel's military protects the civilians, not the other way around. Security is the most sacred cornerstone of the compact between Israelis and their government. Fail or betray the moral imperative and their entire social contract is questioned. Israel should always strive for as short a confrontation as possible because it has a reserve-based military and suffers from economic pressures and global intervention. Every single thing I've mentioned so far about Israel's setbacks. The prevailing conditional wisdom and statements indicate a lengthy conflict. If Hamas is indeed ISIS-like, let's remember that the war against the Islamic State, a non-territorial, non-state actor, lasted 5 years and included a coalition of over 80 countries. Israel should minimize the possibility of an escalation so it doesn't become militarily and economically stretched while fighting on 2 or 3 fronts, or 6 if you ask Thomas Friedman, who provided a tour of the force on what Israel is facing. 6 fronts? 6 fronts would imply Yemen. That's insane. Thomas Friedman. Anyway, I can't believe it. Anyway, the second set of national security principles are the core foreign policy concepts of successive Netanyahu governments. These concepts have been spectacularly shattered, starting with the notion that Israel can ignore 56 years of occupying the Palestinians, regardless of who's responsible for a lack of a resolution. According to these concepts, the conflict could be managed or shrunk, 2 meaningless terms invented to prove the argument that status quo is sustainable because Israel is a much stronger a political settlement is not viable, there is no partner, and a 2-state solution is no longer feasible or desirable. According to these concepts, the PA could be weakened to the point of dysfunction by strengthening Hamas, a policy Benjamin Netanyahu boasted about publicly. You know what I hate? I hate that these articles all say the same shit that we've been fucking saying non-fucking stop. And I hate that like a lot of people that read Haaretz, which is like what, the third most circulated paper, the Israeli paper of record, the oldest newspaper in Israel, is seen as like left-lib nonsense, as far as I understand, inside of at least Israel. And then also that like when you say the exact same things that is being written in the Haaretz editorial team, like on their op-ed side, when you say that in America, you are met with like ruthless, slanderous takes about how you're anti-Semitic. Every time I say a fact about Haaretz, someone goes, it's not, someone will correct me and go, it's not the oldest. Okay, second oldest. I think it is the oldest, isn't it? Someone told me that it wasn't the paper of record, and we found out it was. Most of the stuff I talk about is things that members of the cabinet have said themselves openly. It was founded in 1918, making it the oldest running newspaper currently in print in Israel. Crazy that the Haaretz article about Israel bombing their own kibbutzim only appeared in Hebrew. First of all, that's not crazy. And secondly, find me the fucking article and translate it, and we'll read it then. Like, what do you mean? We'll translate it. Just send me. The oldest one was discontinued in the 1800s. Okay, shut the fuck up. I hate to be that guy, JK. I'd love to. It's pronounced like kibbutzim. Kibbutzim. Okay. I forgot to finish the fucking Chris Hayes video.
And freedom. Now, you may say, well, the human toll is awful, but it is Hamas's fault. They did this knowing full well what it would bring onto Gazans. I think that's true. They knew what they were doing. And if Hamas wanted to de-escalate, they would immediately...
Yeah, bro, if they didn't know what they were doing, they wouldn't have been able to penetrate the fucking border and kill 1,400 people.
Immediately and unconditionally release the nearly 200 hostages they took. But if you think Hamas wants the spectacle...
Like, that doesn't happen by accident. Of course, they fucking worked really goddamn long and really goddamn hard. No, that's not... Maggie Pie, this is not what I'm talking about, okay? We already listened to this on October 15th when it first came out. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I thought there was extensive analysis on conducted by Haaretz, maybe in Hebrew, that showed at least like that some of the burns and some of the people that died in the kibbutz died due to tank shelling and crossfire. I already listened to the interview on Israeli public radio that was immediately censored. I listened to it when it first came out. We know that already.
The mass death of Palestinians, of children in the rubble, then it is worth asking what will be achieved by giving them that. The deaths of civilians in Gaza buried in rubble are already echoing and will echo throughout the region, further inflaming public opinion, likely drawing in other states and proxies already committed to harming Israel. There's a real possibility of attacks expanding on Israel and on U.S. soldiers who are stationed in the region. Not only that, Israeli soldiers will be facing enormous risk and peril. If a ground invasion is happening now, as we believe it may be beginning, they will be embarking on some of the most dangerous urban warfare imaginable, facing an enemy that has an asymmetrical advantage to inflict maximal cost with minimal resources. And then, what if the campaign is successful? Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant outlined one of the goals of this war as, quote, the creation of a new security regime in the Gaza Strip, the getting rid of Hamas, replacing it with some other entity. What would that look like? Our experience in Afghanistan and Iraq tells us regime change, which is what they are discussing, and again, understandably, is grinding. It is expensive.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Brute forcing this does not happen. Brute forcing it and trying to brute force it has literally led to the situation at hand.
And brutal. It is a vortex from which it is very difficult to escape. In fact, reporting suggests that these concerns, what happens after, what about the day after, are front of mind both in the Pentagon and Israel's own war cabinet. Now, you might say to all of this, as many do, well, what's the alternative? And I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I do know.
I do know. Ceasefire. One state.
No, but the most dangerous reasoning in politics.
Anyway, listen. a lot of the stuff is really stupid. I saw someone be like, oh, well, it's complicated because of like Iran's interests. And it's like, really? That's what's complicated? You know what the fucking best way to completely laser any kind of Iranian influence over Israel would be? By destroying Hamas politically, not militarily, because military action has only led to more support for Hamas. Any kind of real effort will create permanent security measures and absolutely ruin Iran's chances of trying to destabilize Israel by utilizing Hamas. That's it. You have to end the apartheid. But they don't want to do that because they want to ethnically displace all Palestinians.
Policy is something must be done. This is something, therefore it must be done. Yes, this campaign of bombing and maybe ground incursion to Gaza is something. But no, it does not need to be done. And I fear, and many people with way more expertise than me fear, it will usher in far, far worse. And this time, we should listen more closely to those who are calling for peace, who are calling for a ceasefire. And
they're creating Hamas too, like people that live through this will get radicalized really fast. It's funny because that's how Hamas 1 was created. Hamas 1 was literally created because of the violent ways of Israel dealing with Palestinians who were sick and tired of being fucking slaughtered. Anyway, this is the best you're going to get from MSNBC.
To those still in mourning now, calling for no more civilian deaths on either side of the line. You've probably seen these.
So I think the article from a military analyst, Amos Harel, and published on October 20th. Oh, you found it? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, the article's from a military analyst giving his opinion, it seems, and was published on October 20th, trying to find it now. Let's go. You might be hearing analysts compare Israel's assault on Gaza, the U.S.-led coalition assault on Mosul to clear ISIS in 2016, 2017, or Fallujah in 2004. I've been in both of these battles for extended periods of time. I've covered their aftermath. It is true that both the battles of Mosul and Fallujah involved an intense bombing campaign, i.e. blow to pieces, warn civilians to leave, going on the ground. 1. ISIS was in Mosul for 3 years. Hamas has been in Gaza for 30 plus. What Hamas has under Gaza makes what ISIS has under Mosul look like a little mouse maze. 100% true. In Fallujah, civilians were able to flee. Many of them did, and lead up to the battle. It was very much a ton of bombs, artillery, whatever the U.S. had at its disposal. Street-to-street soldiers versus armed militants when the U.S. ground forces went in. Civilian death toll, 500 to 800. In Mosul, civilians were unable to flee. ISIS was literally holding them at gunpoint. Mosul civilian death toll was between 9 to 11,000. Hamas is not holding civilians at gunpoint in Gaza. They are trying to flee in the south to follow Israel's evacuation directive, but the south is also being bombed, so there is no safe space. As I write this, the civilian death toll in Gaza is 7,000 plus. What do you think about Will Stansel? I don't know who the fuck this little twink is, okay? I can just tell the twink energy coming from this fucking name. Please stop giving me like weird social democrat twinks from like, I don't know, Latvia or whatever that made a name for themselves with Ukrainian flags in their bio offering their perspective. I don't know if he's one of those guys or if he's the other kind of twink who's like an American social democrat, armchair urbanist type twink, okay? There's only two types of twinks on Twitter that chirp nonstop. It's the armchair urbanist style that's in America that's like, oh, you guys simply don't understand. Joe Biden has actually brought so much prosperity to America, and you're too fucking stupid to recognize because you're just a dead broke boy, okay? And also, why won't those guys who like basically transitioned into, why won't these guys just understand that like your optics and the way that you're talking about Israel is the reason why America is engaging in genocide, and not because like America loves a good genocide and that Israel aligns with our national security interests in the region for fucking 70 plus years. You know, oh God, the American left is really, really doing a bad job. Stop saying armchair urbanist. It's insulting Alan Fisher. No, I love Alan. You guys know that. Alan is one of the only good ones in the urbanist space. Stencil is actually the economy is great guy. Okay, there you go. You forgot like 9 other flavors of Twitter twinks. Come on. No, those are the only interesting ones. There's one that's like Latvian or some shit who constantly posts about Ukraine and is like a sockdem who thinks I suck. Secretly thinks I'm hot, but thinks I suck as well because like he thinks I want Ukraine to be fucking reduced to rubble. And then the other one I don't even know about, but I don't want to. Nico, I think that's what his name is. Maybe I don't fucking know. Anyway, there's too many twinks to take to take into account here. Okay, I was making fun of Stancil. I can't log on to archive, dude. Look, this is what happens, chat. I don't know why it won't let me. I've been trying. Imagine a genocide too brutal for this guy to participate in. Oh, this is no, guys. I don't think this is what your read on this is wrong. The U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant General James Glynn, dispatched by Pentagon to advise Israel on risks inherent to an invasion of the Gaza Strip, has returned to the U.S. Make no mistake, what is, has, or will unfold in Gaza is purely an Israeli decision. No, you're wrong. I don't think he said that because he thinks it's far too brutal for the Gazans. If you think this fucking animal has any care or consideration for the humanity of Palestinians, you're wrong. The reason why he's washing his hands of the military operation most likely is because the death count on the other direction is going to be devastating. And he doesn't want to be known. He doesn't want to be associated with like a major military fuck up that leads to like, you know, thousands of IDF reservists being fucking blown to bits by IEDs and different kinds of improvised explosive devices and basically just like small arms fire and whatever kind of fucking rockets that they were able to sneak in before the Egyptian tunnels were collapsed. So that is probably the major reason why he's saying I'm washing my hands of this nonsense. Not that I don't know. Not that like he's worried about how many Gazans are going to be killed. You don't become a general in the fucking Marine Corps by thinking about the human casualties, especially if they're Arab or Muslim. Look at his words. He said the plan, make no mistake, what is or has or will unfold in Gaza is purely an Israeli decision. What do you mean? He said, I fear that there will be a lot of just IDF soldiers getting killed by other IDF soldiers or even by the Israeli Air Force. Urban warfare, counterinsurgency in urban environments is incredibly, incredibly difficult, okay? Anyway, I can't read this because there's a fucking subscription that I do not have to Haaretz, and I don't foresee myself purchasing one. According to him, only on Monday night and only after the commanders in the field made difficult decisions, including shelling houses and their occupants in order to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages, did the IDF complete the takeover of the kibbutz. The price was terrible. At least 112 Barry people were killed. Huh. Interesting info on ICC. Wait, what the fuck? On Israel, lawyer who applied genocide convention for Bosnia recommends it for Palestinians. The U.S. government has twice vetoed calls for a ceasefire during the current crisis of the UN Security Council. Boyle is a professor of international law at the University of Illinois College of Law. His books include The Bosnian People Charged Genocide, Palestine, Palestinians and International Law, and World Politics, Human Rights, and International Law. He said today, the U.S. government is clearly preventing the UN Security Council from fulfilling its rightful function in declaring a ceasefire by use of the U.S. veto from like 3 days ago. The U.S. government also corrupted the International Criminal Court, which the Palestinians are signed on to, so the ICC is not helping the Palestinians as it's obliged to do. There is another set of legal mechanisms, however. The provisional government for the state of Palestine or some other party to the Genocide Convention should apply that to Israel. That is what I did for Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Palestinians should immediately institute legal proceedings against Israel before the International Court of Justice in The Hague on the basis of the 1948 Genocide Convention, request an emergency hearing by the court, and obtain an order by the court against Israel to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide against the Palestinians. He also says Israel is not engaging in legitimate self-defense under the UN Charter as it and the U.S. government continuously claim. It is a belligerent occupier under the Fourth Geneva Convention and other relevant legal statutes which Israel falsely claims doesn't apply to it. The U.S. government would seek to squash any order by the ICJ, also called the World Court, at the Security Council. This will require use of the General Assembly's Uniting for Peace Resolution of 1950 in order to have the World Court order turned over to the United Nations General Assembly for enforcement against Israel. The UN General Assembly could also admit Palestine as a full-fledged UN member state. See Boyle's lecture on this, Stopping Zionist Genocide Against the Palestinians. Someone in the chat found it before me. Yeah, I've been trying to get access to it, but I don't have access to it. What the fuck? Why is this 18 plus, dude? What the hell? This Tuesday, Iskapa and the team reconstituted an emergency squad after most of his members died in the battle, have taken on the task of rescuing objects from the houses. There are normal assignments, and then there are sensitive assignments, he says. He adds that there are families who said there was no chance he would find anything in their homes, but he's still looking at even small things, even a pot or an object or a child, some toy. I was in contact with a classmate of mine. I see scenes that are still bleeding. You see where they were dragged and where they were shot. Nobody wants to see it. We're a group of people with a strong soul. I don't think I'm different from everyone else, but for now, it's about me. The other day, MK Simcha Rotman came to visit the kibbutz. Occasionally, they locate body parts or whole bodies in the fields. When we accompanied them with one of the scans, they discovered a BMW in an orange grove. Bullet pierced the doors, and the seat next to the driver was covered in a large blood stain and shards of glass. A small children's guitar was placed behind. Yesterday, they found another body, one of the terrorists. He was wearing a shirt belonging to Azad Din al-Qassam, the military wing of the Hamas, but he looked African, Burrell says. I was told that they found dozens of them near Oz. I have a feeling that this is part of our falling asleep. There are mercenaries here from Africa who have gathered for this attack. In my head, I was constantly waiting for him to come back with more friends, spray us, and finish the story. I had already accepted my fate and realized it would end. That I was already going to die, and nothing matters anymore because I'm already dead, Mabaraka wrote. Fortunately, the terrorists skipped the room where the group was hiding. After 4 hours, soldiers arrived and rescued them. How can you come and fight the children who came to celebrate love? Asked Milo Amnik, who was securing the place. That's it. That's the article. This doesn't say what the other chatter claimed it said. I mean, it barely mentions that, like, when the military came in. Oh, here. His voice broke. Iskapa is the caretaker of the garden Neunik and a member of Barry's standby squad. Luckily for him, on the day of October 7th massacre, he was outside the kibbutz and on occasion his bachelor party. He and other friends set up an HML to coordinate between the residents and the army forces. The recordings received from the besieged residents reminded him of those released from the Yom Kippur War. Panic shouts, "Where is the army?" And in the background, you hear clutches and the RPG. His voice broke when he remembered his partner, who was besieged in MMD at the time. According to him, only on Monday night, and only after commanders in the field had made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their and their occupants in order to eliminate the terrorists without knowing whether the Israelis in those buildings were alive or dead, the IDF-L completed the takeover of the kibbutz. The cost of the Hamas attack was terrible. At least 112 Barry residents were killed. Others were kidnapped. Yesterday, 11 days after the massacre, the bodies of a mother and her son were discovered in one of the destroyed houses. It is believed that more bodies are still lying in the rubble. That's what that's the only part of this article that says that some of the casualties might have been because the IDF shelled the kibbutz. And that's where, like, some of the... But also, there's testimony that... I don't know. I've listened to testimony from the Hamas militants that they apprehended. Except, of course, that is under duress and not reasonable to assume is perfectly valid, especially when you see that, like, most people will say that is conducted specifically to embarrass the Hamas leadership rather than to like actually get any kind of information out of them. If you watch these interviews, these interrogations under torturous circumstances, you'll hear them, like, they'll say stuff like, Hamas is just like ISIS, right? And then the guy goes, yeah, Hamas is just like ISIS. And it's like, okay, dude, I mean, you're kind of giving the fucking game away, dog. Like, how the fuck? Anyway, neither Mosul nor Fallujah was put under a sword of siege by a nation state like Gaza. There was no deliberate cutting off of aid. We did not hear of doctors having to do amputations without anesthesia on kids, children, 50% burns on not being able to get basic painkillers. In the case of Mosul, when an area bombed and or ground forces went in, forcing the armed group out, civilians were able to flee to safe areas, i.e., they were able to leave the battleground behind. In the case of Gaza, civilians cannot leave the battleground. I mean, I guess all he's saying is that it's significantly worse in Gaza than even Fallujah, and than even Mosul under ISIS control or Al-Qaeda control, doesn't matter. In the case of both Fallujah and Mosul, there was a deliberate escape route for fighters to be able to flee. They were able to squirt out until they ended up in more manageable numbers in terrain that was not as familiar to them, not a Gaza option. Neither Fallujah nor Mosul had the hostage dynamic. The 200-plus hostages are feeling every single one of those bombs, and Israel is at grave risk of killing its own. Israel has killed its own. According to the Al-Qassam brigades, Israel's killed approximately 50 hostages as of yesterday. We have no reason to believe that, at least operating on rationality, operating on the principles of self-interest, Hamas or Al-Qassam has no reason to kill their hostages, not on camera, and has every reason to use those hostages to ensure ceasefire, which they've tried to do, which Israel has refused to do. Their leverage. I don't think that they would just kill their leverage for the fun of it. Their only leverage. Their only lifeline, as a matter of fact. So, what is this? Speaking of interrogations, this Edward Said
psychological warfare, obviously, to interrogate them and to discourage other Palestinians from resisting, and to show how a Palestinian was confessing to the most heinous crimes. So since they were all terrorists, this man knew that he had to play the role of a terrorist to the Israeli interrogator. Now, the interesting thing is that when it was presented by the Israelis, it was an instance of terrorism, and here's this man demonstrating a kind of textbook case of terrorism. In Beirut, one of the ways I got this is that a cassette recording of this was made and played over in the evening as a way of entertaining people, how this Palestinian sort of putting on the Israeli interrogator. So, I mean, I'll translate some of the Arabic stuff in it. Israeli broadcaster, your name, captured Palestinian guerrilla. My name is Ahmad Abdul Hamid Abu Sitti. What's your movement name? My movement name is Abu Layl, which in English means father of night. I mean, a rather threatening, kind of horrible sound to it. Tell me, Mr. Abu Layl, to which terrorist organization do you belong? I belong to the Popular Front for the Liberation, in Arabic he says, Jabha al-Sha'biyya al-Tahrir. Then he interrupts himself, he says, I mean, Azdi Takhrib. I mean, terrorization of Palestine. And when did you get involved in a terrorist organization? When I first became aware of terrorism. And what was your mission in South Lebanon? My mission was terrorism. In other words, we would enter villages and just terrorize. يعني منخش على الضياع ومنخرب in Arabic. And whenever there were women and children in particular, we would terrorize. Everything and all we did was terrorism. And did you practice terrorism out of belief in a cause or simply for money? No, just for money. What kind of cause is this anyway? Why, is there still a cause? We sold out a long time ago. Tell me, where do the terrorist organizations get their money? From anyone who has spare money for terrorism. In other words, from the Arab regime. I mean, it's incredible that that the Israeli, well, it goes on. I mean, it's obviously too long, but anyway. What's your opinion of the terrorist Arafat? I swear that he's the greatest terrorist of all.
If you've listened to the interrogation footage, as I have, you will see that it is identical to everything he's talking about. The Israeli regime has been pumping out deranged atrocity propaganda, including confessions, a depraved psyop tactic they have deployed for decades. And for the record, like, the reason why I know about this stuff is because I follow a lot of Israeli accounts that also regularly recognize that these interrogation videos are purely for propaganda purposes to humiliate Hamas rather than to create a consistent narrative that goes along with the things that they've mentioned. Said explains there's clips in the thread below. They're just purely racist genocidal pathology of Israel against Palestinians informs everything they do. Mass killings of Palestinian babies is like drinking water to them. They're not considered human.
He came with me once to this television interview where I was to supposedly debate the Israeli ambassador about, I forget what incident it was. It may have been a Kili Laura or something. And then I found the most extraordinary thing, that not only would he not sit in the same room with me, he wanted to be in a different building so as not to be sort of contaminated. And then when the interviewer said to the national audience, you know, Professor Said and Ambassador Netanyahu refused to speak to each other. The Israeli ambassador won't speak to him, and I interrupted. I said, no, I'm perfectly willing to speak to him, but he wants it. Yeah. So the moderator said, well, I stand corrected. And then he said, Mr. Ambassador, why won't you speak to Professor Said? He said, because he wants to kill me. And and the moderator, without batting an eyelash, said, oh, really? Tell us about it. And then he went on about how Palestinians want to kill the Israelis. And I mean, there wasn't any sense in which the whole thing was totally absurd.
It is not purely for propaganda. These interrogations make their way into academic studies of the psychology of terrorism. Wait, really? people unironically write about them as though they're legit. Anyone that takes any of those interrogations under torture and under duress as valid is fucking delusional and should absolutely have their academic credentials revoked. That is fucking ridiculous, dude. It's literally the same as filming what happens in Guantanamo Bay and then being like, well, there it is. He said it. Why do you think every tactical Gitmo lover talks nonstop about Mossad? Yeah, that's one of the most insane things. I'm studying the psychology of terrorism right now. That is so crazy. God. God, the Western barbarism never ceases to amaze me. Every time I think like, no, these guys wear suits. Like they can't be that depraved. I find a new thing and I'm like, wow, no, I was wrong. They're that fucking stupid. Actually, it's so, yeah, the depravity is so psychotic, dude. Anyway, let's talk about the impact from yesterday.
Which is that if they leave their homes, they're never going to go back to them because the homes won't be there, or somehow they will be driven further, maybe even south into Egypt. So I think that was quite a noticeable addition to his remarks. As for how long this latest operation is going to go on, well, the defense minister has said the operation will continue until further notice, and he has referred to the fact that we have accomplished a phase in the war. So clearly the Israelis feel that they are doing something slightly different now. Whether this is something that is going to continue in the coming days, we don't know, or whether they feel they have somehow accomplished something. We also don't know that.
The attack by Hamas was unprecedented. The response is unprecedented, but also the situation with the hostages unprecedented.
I think this is really interesting, Matthew. The pressure, the sense of pressure on the government is mounting day by day. It's really, really palpable. There's another demonstration going on in Tel Aviv today. As you've already mentioned, the relatives are demanding to meet with the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister. That meeting, we believe, is going to take place later this evening. And if I could just read you from the statement put out by a spokesperson for the hostages and missing families. We are tired of slogans, they say. Our loved ones' time is running out, and they have been held in appalling conditions underground in the dark for 3 weeks, some wounded, and every additional hour could be a death sentence. We expect the Prime Minister and Defence Minister to arrive with clear answers on how to bring the hostages home. Those are really strong words, and I don't think the Prime Minister can ignore that. This sense that both among Israelis but also among a number of foreign governments, including the United States, they really, really want the Israeli government to do whatever it takes to bring hostages home. And there are some people with long experience of dealing with Gaza who say we should be pausing now, we should stop the fighting now to allow an opportunity to get the hostages out. That doesn't mean we won't return to the fight eventually, but just for now, that should be priority number one.
Paul Adams there in Jerusalem, thanks very much. Well, the bombardment in Gaza is continuing. I was just looking out of the corner of my eye, another plume of smoke there, and we've seen that in the intensification of this over the last 24 hours. The scene of the skyline there, you see the clouds of smoke. They have been throughout the course of the last little while as Israel moves phases, and our correspondent telling us just what that was like on the ground. And of course, at the same time, communications cut off, but we were able to finally reach our correspondent Rushdie Abu Alouf in Gaza a little earlier. He used a satellite telephone to communicate with us. Have a listen to this.
It's about 13, 14 hours Gaza's without communication, without internet, and without mobile signal. The Palestinian health minister.
At this point, why would anyone expect Hamas to release any hostages? What are you talking about? Hamas literally said that they would release all hostages today. The fuck? They have released hostages. Of course they would continue to release hostages. They don't want the bombing campaign to happen. They've literally, and this isn't like because they're fucking peace-loving doves, okay? They're not. They are a violent, emancipatory group, okay? They're militants, and they are willing and able to, and have demonstrated that they're capable of using violence. Having said that, however, they also have self-interest. they've released hostages unconditionally to open up the faucet, thinking that maybe there would be some shame and possibly some internal pressure, which exists in Israel, from the families of the remaining hostages to ensure that the Israeli government stops fucking bombing Gaza so they can at least get the fucking hostages out. Okay? So far, according to their numbers, 50 of the hostages have died already by Israeli shelling and Israeli bombing. Throughout this process, Hamas has also stated that, Israel has stated that Hamas is interested in doing a slow conditional release of hostages every single day in an effort to implement some kind of, because for the duration of the hostage release, there has to be a ceasefire, some kind of ceasefire, and that is unacceptable. It's not just the Israeli authorities that have said this on American television. American generals have also commented on this as well. So the Israeli position currently is, yes, we will talk about hostage release, but if the hostage release process is too slow for our liking and it disrupts our bombing campaign and our ground operations, then we're just going to keep bombing. And I said this already, but I think the gravest miscalculation from Hamas was assuming that there would be a multiple front war opening up, and I feel like that has not happened. I feel like that hasn't happened. That has not happened, and I feel like it won't happen. They're also hoping, or were, to put off a ground offensive by releasing very few at a time, or a very long time to try to make the hostage negotiations inhibit a group op.
To just issue a statement saying that about 400 people were killed overnight in the Israeli airstrikes in the north. Israel said that they have expanded their operation, especially in Gaza City and the north. Here in Khan Yunis also there was many airstrikes overnight with about 20 people killed, about 15 targets around this area and around the middle camps. People are really worried since Israel is cutting all the communication. People can't communicate with their relatives, with their friends in Gaza City and the north, and people were really in panic. I saw people in the streets today, less people in the streets than yesterday. People are afraid of the next stage of the operation. They believe that cutting the communication, this is the first time ever since Hamas took over Gaza, and 4 wars before. We haven't seen Israel completely cutting the communication with Gaza. The humanitarian situation is also getting worse and worse with Israel not allowing food and medicine. I have seen people struggling to find water. Here in the hospital, people are struggling to find fuel to run the generator and work in the hospital. The medical crews are struggling. The ambulance services is almost shut down since the morning. They say we don't know where to go and how to communicate with the people. After an airstrike, they wait for any news from the people on the ground, and then they move quickly to the scene and back with casualties here in the hospital. So it's a real catastrophic situation.
Our correspondent there.
We don't have any new numbers, do we? Chat.
Well, Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud joins us from Khan Yunis now, and after the heaviest night of bombing since this war began, can you just bring us up to date with the situation as it stands there now? What's the damage been over the last few hours or so?
Yes, Tom. Well, within the past 30 minutes or so, 3 different airstrikes in different locations of the city of Khan Yunis, including residential homes and residential buildings. And the third one just a few minutes ago within the vicinity of a school, UNRWA school, with so many people taking it as a shelter. We don't have an immediate reports about what are the situation near the school, but ambulance and paramedics and civil defense personnel just rushed to the school, given how crowded it is. And there is expectation that there's a large number of casualties. But as of last night, the horror of the massive and mass bombardment of the northern part in Gaza City.
Wow. Breaking health ministry in Hamas run Gaza says the death toll is past 8,000. Sorry, I just It's actually 11 billion. That's sick, man. And this guy makes 50% of the number, the Pallywood shit. Look, dude, these guys are fucking so gross. And I hope, I'm not a very religious person, but this is the one moment where I hope I'm wrong and there is a fucking hell and there is a heaven, because these motherfuckers are going to hell. I'm down to fucking go there as long as these motherfuckers are going there with me. I would drag these scumbags to hell down with myself, alongside myself, for the sake of them burning there in eternal damnation, for the fucking gross and horrifying genocide denial that they engage in, every single one of them. Okay? Like, look how many people are going along with this, like, oh, it's Hamas propaganda. You're enemy combatants. I'd avoid getting in the conflict. This shit is so fucking gross, dude. I will never forgive the Brandon administration for openly doing that. Hell is not eternal. That's so Christian bullshit, but I agree with you. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I hope it's like the Christian hell then, and it's eternal.
And the intentional cut of communication network, leaving people without connection with their relatives and loved ones, in addition to international organization managing volunteers and team members on the ground, have lost communication with them, making it difficult to coordinate any of the activities or arrangement going on the ground. The attacks left hundreds of buildings, mainly residential buildings, and entire residential blocks turned into ruins, and with hundreds of people being killed and injured. Only this morning, at about 9 o'clock, we were able to confirm a number of family members. 42 members of one family were killed as a direct result of the attacks at Shata refugee camp. And as you can see right now, the ambulance, the paramedics are rushing casualties who were injured in the past few minutes attacks near the school and in the Al Kharara area, Al Farra family residential home that was attacked, leaving 2 people killed and multiple injuries. This is the situation so far, and it's only getting worse by the hours. And there's an expectation that by time night, we might see another night as horrific as intense as last night.
Honey, can you just explain what it was like to live through that? Israel said that they had land, air and sea. 100 fighter planes were used in last night's bombardment. Can you just give us an idea of what that was like on the ground, living through that?
Yes, Tom, it's pretty difficult, and there is a sense of tarnished, shattered security among Palestinians here. There is no place safe, which is a practical translation of what one United Nations officials expressed, that there is no safe place in Gaza. What's really scary about this situation, that these bombs are unpredictable. You could be with a group of people or in your home or out in the street just minding your own business, and there is a bomb falling either directly at your vicinity or near you or at the home, and either way you're going to be a victim of these falling bombs. So we are standing here and we are not really 100% sure that we are safe or not doing this, because we haven't heard any confirmation that hospitals are safe, especially after the attack on the Lahli Baptist Hospital. But again, no place is safe in Gaza, whether it's the hospital or in our homes or in the streets. It's a reality that we have to face.
Honey, once again, we really do appreciate all of your time and effort. That's Hani Mahmoud for us in Khan Yunis.
The White House, of course, is keeping a close eye on the developments overnight. ABC's White...
Yeah, they're keeping a close eye because they're like, it's fucking sick. We love what's going on. Also, there's another point of contest here. Not that it's contentious. Israel has used white phosphorus in the past in Gaza. In this instance, in this siege, according to the Human Rights Watch, and in prior sieges as well. But exclusive video obtained by Al Jazeera appears to show the use of incendiary munitions during Israel's most intense bombardment of Gaza to date. It is widely considered a war crime to use it against civilian populations. Here is the video of the suspected incendiary munitions. There it is. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Israel's bombardment of the besieged Gaza Strip risks creating a catastrophe that could last for decades. Wow, that's nice of him to say. Can't wait for the Os and Andes to defend Israel on that. I don't think a lot of Os and Andes will defend Israel on that. I don't think the Os and Andes are as unified on Israel as they are on Ukraine. I think that there are some, but...
White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks joins us now from the North Lawn. Good morning, Mary Alice.
Gio, good morning to you. This moment is a real test for President Biden and the U.S. relationship with Israel. There are, of course, these real concerns about whether this moment will derail any negotiations to get those hostages out and get other U.S. Foreign nationals stuck in Gaza out. There's also that concern that this could cause real blowback, a ripple effect of violence across the region. The U.S. is already on high alert, yesterday striking down a drone believed to be targeting U.S. forces in Iraq. A White House official telling us we will not hesitate to take further action in our own self-defense. Now, President Biden and White House officials have tried to walk a fine line, publicly, privately pushing for a humanitarian pause, telling Israel they are concerned about civilian casualties, about collateral damage, about what exactly Israel's game plan is here. Behind the scenes, pressuring Israel to adopt a more incremental approach. But on the other hand, the White House has not wanted to look like it is dictating what Israel can do, what exactly they should do on the ground. Now, we've asked if the United States thinks that Israel is following the laws of war here. U.S. officials, White House officials have just deflected on that question. They did tell us yesterday that nowhere near enough aid has gotten in. They said that UN officials, international medical teams have to have access to fuel. Now, big picture, the U.S. is, of course, supplying Israel with significant military hardware these last few.
I mean, why don't they just stop that? You know what I mean? That's pretty easy. Oh, they're not letting aid in? Okay, no more bombs. Oh, they're not following the rules of war? Okay, no more bombs. You know? No bombs, no money. Top of the hour ad break? Frustrating you? No more bombs. Just kidding. All you need to do is subscribe in that situation. For $5 or free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. No more ads for you.
Few weeks, weapons, ammunition, replenishment for the Iron Dome. And White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby told reporters yesterday, we are not drawing red lines for Israel.
Well, hey there, GMA.
The UN General Assembly is calling for a humanitarian truce in the besieged territory. The White House said it supported a humanitarian pause to allow critical aid into Gaza, where heavy shelling intensified, as you saw overnight. But National Security Council spokesman John Kirby added the U.S. would not be drawing any red lines for Israel. Natalie Brand has more.
I don't get how we can push them into allowing aid in the Gaza, but not simply stopping altogether. It's that there is no political will in America to do so. By the American elites. There is a political will on the ground. As a matter of fact, I think Biden is taking a hit in the way that he is conducting himself throughout this entire process. I think that, not that it fucking matters, because I think that the most important part of it is the immorality of allowing the continuation of ethnic cleansing with our weapons and with our money. But beyond that, I think that there's a political price to pay here. I think that Joseph Robinette Biden is losing support among Democrats, especially younger Democrats and Democrats in key places like Michigan, you know, Muslim voters of the Democratic Party, for example, by coming across very weak. Like, not even on the morality of the situation. I'm sure there are plenty of people who see it and go, this is disgusting. This is gross. Why the fuck won't you do anything about it? But also, simply from the perspective of like America looking weak to the rest of the world. No, I think weak. Complicit is one thing. I think a lot of people are mad that he's complicit, but I think there's also plenty of people who think he's fucking weak. The fact that he's getting like, that he's old, he looks withered, he went to Israel, looks sleepy as fuck, and then Israel was like, yeah, fuck off. We're going to keep doing genocide. and people see the protests that are happening. People see the news coverage of this shit happening. No matter how much the news can cover it in a one-sided aspect, I think that I think that ultimately it looks like Biden has no control of the situation. It is a somber reminder that he's old as fuck and frail. Biden's weakest aspect is his age. And it leads people into believing that he's demented, he's old, he's too old to lead. And the thing is, he will never be able to cultivate support from the evangelical base because those guys are fully on the Trump train. No one is going to turn around from that base of support and go, hey, man, we actually love you. You're doing a great job, actually, on Israel. We're going to vote for you instead. No, they care way more about, like, I don't know, killing gay children or whatever. So, and making sure that, like, women that even think about getting abortions get fucking executed. So, they are never going to vote for him. And the people that he could at least make an argument as to why he's a good leader for, you know, the younger demographics, for example, and people that maybe see going on in Israel and think like, well, America should at least have a say in this process. Those people are going to, those people are not exactly too fond of Biden's actions, or rather inaction. He looks frail, he looks fragile, he looks old again. But also on top of that, sorry, I was opening the door for Alex back from the protest. I feel as though Biden is wrong. His political calculation is that, according to people close to him, his political calculation is that people are going to forget that he did this. There's too much time between now and the election. And by the time the election cycle comes around, that people will have already forgotten that he did this, that he allowed Israel to do an ethnic cleansing campaign. And I don't know. We'll see. Good. Going with the gun. Put the gun down, Alex. The fuck? This guy is walking around with a gun, dude. Do you see this? Chad, my own home, dude. This guy goes to one Palestinian protest, becomes a militant immediately.
What up?
Becomes a
How's it
radical.
going?
How was it?
It was great. It was great. Good energy.
Yeah?
Great energy. I'd say like 20,000 people. Yeah, it was great. Palestinian youth movement. They did a good job.
Hell yeah. Wait, you said 20,000 people?
I think so.
That's
I'm
awesome.
guesstimating.
Okay.
But it was great. Brother Cornell was there. Brother West.
Brother Cornell West.
Brother Cornell West.
Talking about his favorite guy, Harlan Crow.
Yeah, you know.
He's like, Brother Harlan Crow. He maxed out to my campaign because.
Complicated guy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Also, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true. Well, I don't want to. Well, no, never mind. I'm not gonna.
What were you gonna say?
I'll
mute it.
That exciting?
Okay, that was not exciting.
Okay,
you can
sorry.
Say the rumor.
No, I don't want to say it now. It's more.
The
interesting.
fuck?
No, I don't want to say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
But they already lip read.
They're lip reading.
Yeah. But also, that was like not a good rumor.
Okay,
at all.
sorry. Oh my god.
It's a bad.
It was exciting
rumor.
to me.
He saw
No, don't say it. Don't say
Why?
it. Because it's embarrassing now. Now it's
Why?
embarrassing.
It's fine. He thinks that Jason Segel was there. That's the rumor. That's his big rumor that he brought from the front lines. People just say who? Oh my god! Fucking.
He made the Muppets movie. I love that movie.
Was Jason Segel one of the people that wrote that signed the new Hollywood letter?
I don't know.
First thing that comes up on Google is Jason Segel a Greek?
A Greek.
The fuck? His mother is of English, Scottish, and Irish ancestry, and his father is of Ashkenazi Jewish descent.
Hell yeah, let's go Ashkenazis. Undefeated.
Yeah.
That's my blood.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Wrong Seagal we care about? Yeah, we care about Steven Seagal. Or Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal, you call yourself a fan?
I just wanted to use that as an opportunity to bring his name up.
Sure you did.
I just wanted to use that as an opportunity to bring his name up.
Everybody at the protest was like, Alex, where's Hasan? Where's Hasan? And I had to cover for you.
And you're like, I am very sick.
Yeah, I was like, he
it's not
hates you guys.
Yeah. You should be like, he hates Palestine. Yeah, he is He's anti-Palestinian.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
I was happy to be there.
Ooh, Al Jazeera did this. Have you seen this? Israeli content creators have been taking a part of a new trend. Mocking.
There's so many of them.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's the fucking... I saw this one. Why you gotta bum him out? He was happy? Yeah, I know. Well, that's how we roll around these parts. So fucking annoying. This is antebellum South levels of racism. Oh, 100%.
It's not very good production value either.
Yeah. Accounts covering the suffering in Gaza have been getting taken down. Meanwhile, these guys are going around fucking making fun of the people in Gaza. Well, it's back. Eye on Palestine is back.
Oh, it's bringing my vibes so down right now.
The untold millions of dollars Israel has spent on PR over the years makes a lot more sense when you realize how genuinely awful and unlikable most Israeli citizens are at a purely interpersonal level. Not most Israeli citizens, but ones that do this, absolutely. Like imagine fucking saying, like, get ready with me, doing a get ready with me, making fun, making light of a genocide that your state is carrying out literally miles away. An Israeli woman mocking the thousands of Palestinian mothers whose children were killed in Israeli airstrikes, whose children are still buried under rubble as bombs continue to drop every 15 minutes.
God. Right? Isn't this like the
Pallywood? Yeah,
Pallywood. Okay.
That's the take. You killed the vibes. This boy just saw Jason Segel, and you do this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, she's.
I didn't see him, but somebody told me that.
Yeah, she's not even. Oh, Matthew Perry died, by the way, from an
Am I
apparent.
supposed to be happy about that? R.I.P.
No.
Fly high, King.
From an apparent drowning.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything insensitive about that. I feel that's very sad.
I was not going to.
Okay.
Why
I
did
thought
you?
I thought you were gonna make a joke about it.
Why would I do that?
I don't know,
It's
because you're
fucking gross. I'm not like that.
All right, I'm not saying anything else. All right,
That's fucked up. That's so
I love
fucked
the
up.
movie Fools
You
Rush In.
insinuated it.
No, I didn't.
Seems like you did. Feels like
Putting
you did a
words
little
in
bit.
my mouth.
Yeah.
What do you think about? Wait, can you mute it for 1 second?
What? Okay. Yeah. Why did you want to mute that? You could just say it.
I don't want to.
What? You don't want to fuck
a
up the
secret.
flow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned for you. How many pieces of these did you have while I was gone? Be honest.
fucking
How
know.
many do you have of these?
A lot.
How many did he have?
I don't know. A lot.
How many? This is not good for you.
He
You
was
know, it's
lying
nicotine.
earlier. He did see Jason Segel.
They're
I've
saying
had
a
1,000.
Someone said 1,000.
I've had 1,000, probably.
Is anyone keeping track? You guys need a counter on how many of these he pops.
No, don't, dude. Don't tell the fucking parasocials.
Yeah, pop it. We need a pop. We need a.
The parasocials are gonna go wild with that, dude.
Do it. Do it. You need something to hyper focus on.
Are any of you guys good at this shit anymore? I can't believe we had to use an entire word for Israeli PR protocol, and now it's this shitty. Look how much everyone hates us. That shows how bad they are. What, man? What? I mean, this is the greatest lawyer. You're the worst lawyer. This guy's the greatest human rights lawyer. The one that was like, Palestinians and Hamas are cockroaches and we are the boot. Like,
sorry,
like that guy. He's the greatest lawyer of human rights of all time.
Yeah, he's king. He really gets it.
Yeah, he's like, this isn't a pro-Palestinian rally in London now. It's a pro-Hamas rally. Churchill is probably rolling in his grave.
That's what I'm always concerned about, is making sure that I can honor the legacy of Winston Churchill.
Yeah, who once famously said Palestinians, the Aboriginal people, and Native Americans were dogs that were conquered by the much more civilized forces of good. He literally said that. And that he also said, no, I do not believe in giving land back to the dogs. Straight up on those terms. So, you know, he not exactly a great guy. Did some famines. Yeah, I don't think he would be fond of this anti-ethnic cleansing campaign that's being conducted in his hometown. Anyway, I gather he didn't think highly of the Jews either. I don't know, actually. I'm sure he had some words for Jewish people too, probably. There was this one. Oh, I saw this one. He said, Felix said, it's insane to have a Jewish country and then have then, and that's also one that's producing the absolute worst entertainment the world has ever seen. This is an old Felix bit, though, about Israel.
I stand with Gaza. Hamas didn't hurt even one dolphin in their attack. So Israel, stop bombing with your polluting jets. Why can't you use bicycle? How dare you?
This Jew stands with Hamas. Am I your bestie now?
What's with the Smurf in the background?
Stands with McDonald's.
This Smurf stands with Gargamel.
Oh, okay.
Where is Hilda from Queers for Palestine?
She went to Gaza to show her support. Let's call her.
And she's dead, right? I'm assuming. Like, they killed...
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess...
Can't reach her. She's dead.
Yeah. You know who killed her, though? Not Hamas. Fucking the IDF, okay? That's who fucking killed the Queers for Palestine representative. Like, oh my God. How this is so bad.
So strange.
This was all. Wait, was this? This is all just because of the Greta Thunberg
Because Greta
thing.
Thunberg did the most
Yeah.
anti-Semitic thing you can do.
She had a squishmallow in the back.
She had an autism toy behind her. Yeah. And honestly, I'm glad that she had to step down and apologize for that. It was a real important moment for reflecting.
Her too.
Yeah. That definitely looks normal to onlookers for sure. I think Hosborough strategists really haven't overextended or over leveraged themselves by doing stuff like that. Certainly people that see that go, wow, this is a normal thing to think. I agree. Bullying a 19-year-old autistic teenager who fucking had the audacity to say, we need a ceasefire. I always said how weird is American Jews are the best comedians and Israeli people are the least funny people on earth. I think that's probably because, I don't know, anti-Semitism happening in America probably contributes to it, maybe. Like oppression.
Anti-Semitism makes Jewish people funny?
I think oppression is like part of the reason why art is better, like coming from oppressed groups.
Sure.
Don't you think? Maybe.
I think that's fair. I don't know.
I mean, think about our most formative comics, like in the white space. You got fucking Larry the Cable Guy, and then you have black comedians who are legendary, Jewish comedians who are funny. Well, I guess then we also have Jerry Seinfeld. So,
okay,
who knows? Oppressing people makes people funnier. It's punching up versus punching down. That's it. This is not funny because it's punching down. I think that's what it is. Art is an ideological expression of the class struggle, so yeah. It's why fat people are funny. That's funny. Okay. Jews were kicked out of places a lot, so Jewish communities have come up with trades and crafts and skills that they could take with them. Now, if you're kicked out of France or Germany, commonly, you take your store in your house or whatever, and you have to leave that behind, but you can't take your sense of humor, etc., etc. Larry David sided with Palestine? I don't think he did. At least I saw Cassie David, his daughter, on that letter that was like, President Biden, release the hostages now.
Did he do that?
Who?
Biden.
Yeah, he didn't release the hostages. It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up that Hollywood demanded President Biden immediately make Hamas release the hostages, and then they didn't. They couldn't even mimic a fraction of Sean King's power there, which is really important to think about.
Nobody is doing it like him.
No.
Nobody is doing it like
He's
Sean
facilitating hostage negotiations. He's doing really conditional releases, unconditional releases. Oh, this is why they made Mike Pence step down? Trigger warning.
What happened?
Do you not see it?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
A
Sorry.
grave anti-Semitic act has been committed.
Sorry, I just saw. Oh my God.
Oh.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. This is why he had to step down in shame. Didn't Bradley Cooper sign both the release hostage letter and also the ceasefire now letter? Yeah.
Respect.
I like that, dude.
You got to play both sides.
Yeah, he's playing. I mean, he's like, yeah, Biden released the hostages. I don't understand. What? Like,
he's got to cover all his bases because he's doing that movie.
Go on.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Is that the one where he's doing the prosthetic nose or whatever?
Yes,
Was that Bradley Cooper?
Yeah, that's Bradley
Cooper. Oh my God. That's
I don't want to talk about that.
Oh my God. Leonard Bernstein.
Yeah.
That's oh no. That's why he's doing it. Someone said it's because he's dating Gigi Hadid.
Is he?
Maybe.
Starting
I don't know.
rumors?
Well, they originally said that he was dating Bella Hadid, but I don't think that's true. Meanwhile, Papa Hadid is in my fucking DMs.
Yeah.
Mohammed. Yeah.
You guys are tight?
Or we're boys now,
That's
I think.
cool.
I think. I mean, I wanna have him come on and talk about his experiences. He was a baby during the Nakba. Like literally was born, I think like either right before or right after the Nakba.
So what do you think, ban appeals?
Oh yeah, well, that's what we're gonna do.
Ban appeals.
Also,
I got some
he's-
DMs. People sent me some DMs. About
Also, he
their
said
bans.
Steven Spielberg approved of the nose, by the way. Jesus.
I don't. Didn't the family like worked pretty closely with him though? I feel the family was
I
like.
still think it's pretty funny.
I don't know. I feel like if the family signed off on it, it's like whatever.
Yeah.
It was a big.
Your friend looks like Stoic the Vast from How to Train Your Dragon.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't even
Don't
know.
look it up.
You do have like a very 3D animatable face though.
Oh shit.
So I automatically believe it.
So
What do you have for tonight's festivities? What are you gonna wear?
Oh, I was gonna go as sexy Peter Griffin.
Wait, what the fuck? No, he doesn't look like this guy. They say you look like this guy.
That sailed too close
That's just a guy with the
were only to
red
drop off the
facial
edge of the
hair.
world, never to be seen again.
You do have Disney Pixar face.
Thank you. I think
Like,
that's good. I think that's a
That's a
compliment.
good thing. You got like big eyes, you know?
Ooh.
It's pretty funny. Oh my god, someone said human Shrek. Wait, hold on. What have you've probably gotten this
Yeah, I've
before?
gotten human Shrek, especially when I have a shaved face.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
Shrek Wiki.
Of course, wait.
Are you
don't-
an editor on the Shrek Wiki?
Yeah,
I am.
you don't fuck with Shrek Wiki?
Dude,
What the
of course
fuck?
I do. What
are
the
you
fuck
a
are
part
you
of
talking
the,
about?
Are you part of the fandom or what,
Of
dude?
course I'm a part of the fucking
Yeah.
fandom. I'm
That's
an editor.
That's so funny. Yeah, you do kind of look like human Shrek.
I think that's a compliment. Human Shrek is hot.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I should have gone as human Shrek. No, then I would have to shave.
First of all, this is not Shricky. That's a different Wikipedia for Shrek. This is Wiki Shrek, okay? Figure it out, chat. God.
You
Fucking
guys got to get it in order.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty that you don't know about the different types of Wikipedia pages. Okay. You give Edna from Incredible Energy, though?
All
What
right,
is that?
Is that you?
I don't know what that even
Stop
is.
looking up. That's you.
That this is me. Wow, yeah. Okay. Let's do it. How do we find how do we can one of the mods send me the ban appeals form, please?
Some people sent me DMs though, requesting me directly if I could get them unbanned.
I'm looking at all the last ones from this week and they're that's not what we're gonna do though.
Should I tell Should I tell for that person to come here?
Who?
Chibuki.
I mean, if he wants to smoke.
All right, hold on.
Don't show it to the camera though.
I'm not showing it to the camera.
Okay. We have 681 ban appeal requests. Okay.
What are we doing? Are we doing the ban appeals?
This is all the way from 2022. We're doing ban appeals.
Okay, here we go. I'm excited.
Okay.
Can you play the Law and Order music?
I don't know, but it's not copyright free.
Oh, never mind. Don't. Maybe.
But we can play the theme for. So.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Spiral Speed says, you get what you deserve. Deleted by Nice Bathroom. Nice Bathroom banned him. His response is, my sincerest apologies. I was quoting the Joker from all the Joker emotes in the chat. I'm referencing Hassan's infamous America deserved 9/11 quote. I do not think that those died at Robb Elementary School deserved their fate, and is certainly a sign of systemic dysfunction in America's government, military, and police forces. In short, it was an attempt at satire. I will not be so insensitive in the chat if allowed to rejoin. Thank you and have a good day. What a start. You have to defend every single person unconditionally. This is the court.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Court's in session.
I think it's clear. You know, when we're talking about bans,
context is the Uvalde shooting.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a shooting every day in the United States. Okay, this isn't a unique situation. Unfortunately. It happens every day. And we're talking about a person here who is trying to bring some levity to a serious topic. They're right. We love the Joker. Everybody does. Chat loves the Joker. And referencing, you know, this is an homage to you in a way. Like what you said about 9/11 that I'm not going to repeat.
Wait, what did I say about? Can you say that?
No.
Here, say it while it's zoom.
No, you can't zoom in. So I think, you know, considering taking ownership of a mistake that this person had made, the fact that it was clearly satire,
and it was a year ago,
and it was a long time ago. I think that they've, you know, paid their price. They've done the time. Unban.
All right. Unban appeal accepted.
Wow, this is huge.
All right. Next up, it's Subject XL, who got banned. What is this? 100 gex is the new Mozart. Reddit Andes have too much time. Damn, I agree with all these. But they put themselves high on the scale. Who's the baseline hot guy? Most of them are sub 5'2". If you're ugly, you should kill yourself and re-roll.
Hello. First, I want to say I'm sorry for what I said. It was extremely out of line and uncalled for. But to my defense, I was high as fuck, and Hassan and Murat were talking about the incels. A dumbass chatter, wanted to give my dumbass opinion. Unfortunately, I was so high, I forgot that no one gets my context and skipped over the words incels think, and I'm very sorry, and I'll make sure it never happens again.
All right. I mean, we can do a fast unban here.
All right.
You did it. You did it by just reading it out.
Thank you.
Good job. You did this.
I was humanizing you.
I love playing that after every decision. Okay. Wholesome one. Hassan reacts to himself reacting. Top tier content right here. Smile. For context, I hate those who just put smiles in the chat because it's like so cynical. It's like, Now everyone's doing it. Oh God, I hate it. I knew that it was gonna happen. Nice stream. Smile. Fuck you. So smarmy. So condescending.
They're gonna do it more.
All right, let's hear it.
I think they should do more. Chat. More smiles.
Okay. Go ahead. Read it.
Cop, engineer, analyst, and a streamer walk down a street. Suddenly, they walk next to a shop with a live elephant inside it. The cop instinctively reaches for his gun and asks, "Is the elephant threatening me?" Meanwhile, the engineer asks, "How did they get the elephant inside the shop?" The analyst ponders for a moment and says, "This will definitely drop the sales." The streamer looks puzzled and stares at elephant and finally asks, "What does the elephant think about me?" Sorry for being Andy. You know, I think that what this reminds me of is a lesson, a parable, if you will, much like the parables of Jesus Christ. And I think that this chatter, in a lot of ways, reminds me of
Jesus Christ. This chatter reminds. Okay.
Yes, by not only teaching us a lesson, a valuable lesson about life, about the complexities
Must
of
have
it.
been fucking high off his own supply if he's like Jesus Christ, because I don't have no idea what he's trying to. I mean, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that I was being narcissistic. There's no apology here. This person is not.
He said sorry for being Andy.
No,
Andy.
It's like sorry for being, sorry for saying it like it is what he's basically saying here.
No, he's saying you know what he's saying? It's like it's like an absurdist thing. I think you're reading this wrong. Sorry for being Andy.
This is
like
not an
we're
apology.
all Andys here.
This is not an apology.
Well, I rest my case.
You know what? Unban.
Thank you.
You
God,
did
I love
this.
That. I love that.
You did this. You did that. That's your decision.
I did that. You need to get iced tea on a stream. That's really what you need.
That would be sick.
I think you could. Do you follow him on Twitter?
Sometimes I see his tweets.
Oh my
I don't
God.
think I follow him.
Final level. He's like one of my favorite.
Are you ready for this?
Okay.
This guy says, if you were a pedo, I would still like you.
Okay.
Before that, he says, I think you'd be surprised by the amount of Hispanics that believe this too. Most would be red if not for Trump.
Look, I don't think we need to go back and
they were lucky.
Everything. We don't need to read everything.
They are lucky we still needed some cotton.
Okay.
It's true. I had
we're
waffles.
Talking about something from over a year and a half ago, all right? We're not talking about today. We don't know how this person has changed. We haven't even gotten to the apology yet. You're going into the history books here. You know? It's crazy that you make me do this.
Yeah, very poor judgment to leave this comment. Was trying to be funny. Definitely will not happen again. I love chatting. Would like to do it again. It does not excuse my actions, but I was under the influence.
Your chatters are all fucked up.
I've been sober for 2 months and have a baby on the
Sober,
way.
whoa!
And nothing like this will happen ever again. Thank you.
I mean, what you're gonna ban somebody who got sober, who got straight, who got their life together? Is that what you're saying?
All right, unban. Unban. I'm in a good mood today.
That's because I'm here.
Wait, why didn't it work? Oh, there it is. Okay,
play it again. Play it
again.
again.
There it is. There it is. It went through. What if they pick up the booze again? Anaphase is right.
Hey,
they
gotta have faith.
They fucking.
You guys are meetings in every city.
They fell off the wagon again, or fell on the wagon. What happens when
you fall off the wagon? What are you talking
you
about?
fell off the wagon.
That's like a Jerry Seinfeld bit.
So being
That's
on
a
the wagon
Seinfeld
means that you're not drinking.
Right.
I feel like
this is a Seinfeld bit.
I feel like it's way more fun. Like if I was a wagon wheeler, like I would be fucked up all the time.
You were a wagon wheeler?
If I was back in the day, I'm like, wagoneering.
That's not
what's the word?
Wagoneering?
I don't fucking know. Like I'm the wagon guy.
That's
like I'm
wagoneering sounds like something you'd get arrested for in a park. Like wearing a trench coat.
Driving a wagon. I feel like drinking and driving was way more permissible. With
love
the horses.
drinking and driving. We talk about this every time.
I do love it. I mean, I've fucking literally been arrested for it before. That's how much I love it, dude. I can run for Congress in Florida.
I think my dream one day is to start my own private criminal practice, and then 1-800 DUI King, and like make it like on a highway, like on the Long Island Expressway, like a picture of me.
This is a good target market.
I think it would be sick.
It's a good place. That's like where all the drunk drivers will always remember that while they're
have said
driving.
because now fucking someone's gonna steal it. The DUI King.
Yeah.
Call 1-800 DUI King. Like that would be sick.
It probably exists.
No, it doesn't. Because I feel like I looked.
Emma's right. Some people only pay attention to driving when they're drunk. What's so wrong with that? Remember,
you're more focused.
Remember, guys. Remember. It's not the drunk drivers that are at fault. It's the drunk crashers that are at fault.
So true.
75% of vehicular fatalities occur when the driver is sober. What the fuck?
What do you say to that?
Exactly. Think about that. Oh, it does exist.
What is the police? Yeah, but no, he does look like the DUI King. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you need those glasses.
He's swaggy. I need those glasses. You know what? I'm gonna reach out to this guy. Maybe we can collaborate.
All right,
let's go.
Next up, yo, what the guck, dude? You misunderstood me. If it happened in a Middle Eastern country, not at war, in a civil war, people there would probably feel similar too. It's not a dog whistle chat, goddamn. It's literally just because he's not used to it and it's not the norm.
I don't understand what's happening here.
I don't know either. Let's look at the mock comments. Context.
Oh no.
Wait, what the fuck? There's a video? Damn, Lake McGroove is out of control. He like posted a fucking
The most disgusting thing is like when people try to justify the difference between like it happening in Middle East and then it happening in Ukraine. Like I don't want to fucking keep having this conversation. If it happened in a Middle Eastern country, not at war / in a civil war, there people would probably feel similar to, dude, suck my fucking entire cock.
You know what's funny? I'm so right. Like we are literally currently covering what's going on in Gaza, and people 100% have demonstrated that no, they do not give a fuck about it in the same ways.
Okay, please suck my dick from the back, you dumb motherfucker. I hate you. I despise your fucking point of view. Okay, you are literally saying that these bad, uncivilized Muslims in uncivilized Middle Eastern countries are subjugated because they're bad. You are literally a fucking cranium density skull measuring racist, okay? I hate it. I hate that you like try to literally fucking hide how white supremacist your fucking dumbass attitude is. You are a monkey, okay? You are a fucking baboon. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
I feel bad. I really popped off on this chatter. I'm going to unban him.
Wait, speaking of craniums.
Dude, you are not measuring my skull. Okay.
I just want to measure it.
You used to pop off on chatters during Ukraine. That's true. Okay, unbanned.
Let's go.
All right. Bro, if you feel bad about popping off like that, you might as well do unban all. Okay, well, sometimes I feel like it's too much.
You got that fire in your blood.
Hi, I sent this message 2 weeks ago, but the news here was heavy, so I waited for a better time. My husband loves you, and he introduced me to you. He's been sad for 2 years since you banned him, and he asked me to chat if you could unban him. He regrets doing the meme. His name in chat is Jojanite. What the fuck? What? Okay, let's see what happened here.
Do?
Damn, 7-month subscriber. He said, you weren't even here. You missed the first half of the video. I can't believe you get away with it.
Oh, this person also, I think, DM'd me on Twitter.
Wait, this is the person who DM'd you on Twitter?
I think so.
That's crazy. I mean, it doesn't look that bad.
You gotta unban.
He has 6 mod comments. Oh, he has so many sock accounts. 0 accountability, 0 self-reflection. Instead of taking accountability for being annoying, their actions are always someone else's fault or rogue mods. Another, please unban Jojanite Azan. Unban Jojanite, please. I just did the meme over 2 years ago with my main Jojanite. Also a mod upset. I made a meme on Hotspot and unbanned my... What the fuck? This guy really wants to be unbanned.
So?
All right, what do you have to say for this guy?
I think it speaks for... Look, come on. Look at his resilience here.
Click the Imgur. Okay,
Oh,
this might ruin your case.
All right, well, I'm ready.
Yeah, dude, come on. You get people out of... What is this? A Hotspot mod with a personal vendetta deny my ban appeal. Can you check my ban appeal? My man literally got a wife, like a whole ass wife, dude.
He got his wife, dude. He's a wife guy. He got
Okay,
his
go
wife
ahead.
to come fight for him.
Okay, go ahead. He's a wife guy. I like that. I'm lubed up and ready to go. Come on, defend him.
I mean, it's been 2 years, and he's been reaching out every possible channel to try to right this wrong. You know, I think we have to give him an opportunity to walk in the light. Don't you think? Someone who's this committed. This is one of your most loyal shooters.
Wait, hold on.
The most disgusting thing is like when people try to justify the difference between like it happened.
Okay. You know what? I'm unbanning him.
Let's go.
Proof of wife or no unban?
Proof of wife.
It's so fucking stupid. Y'all are dumb as fuck. Okay. Hey, I'm really sorry. I made a dumb, unfunny joke during a serious convo, and I understand why I got banned for it. I love Hasan and his community, though.
Can you? Yeah, okay.
We just letting everyone out of jail now. Yeah, call me gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom because I'm releasing 75,000.
Newsom, baby.
Yeah, I'm releasing 75,000 convicts tomorrow. Okay. Why I got banned for it? I love Hasan and his community, though. Would hate for it to keep me banished forever. No matter what, I support Hasan. I just miss chat. Wait, what is this? His shit is full of red flags as well. Oh, God, this is a glowy situation. I'm pretty sure it's him. What are the mod comments? I will never unban you. Highland Park parade shooter? What? Oh, he says
this is the Highland Park parade shooter. He's one of your
You can
fans.
see there right now, that is the seal of the state of
Bro,
Illinois.
y'all make fucking jokes like this.
Jubilee, and there's Tammy Duckworth.
You're a 20-month
She is the
subscriber, I'm
junior
banning you.
senator from the state of Illinois.
It's literally you like my own fucking community's like long-term simps make the worst, most awful, most idiotic fucking takes. I'm just letting you know, and I will never unban you. I will never unban you. Become a hater. I don't give a fuck. What?
Damn.
I'm just gonna let you think about it. I'm gonna let you think about what kind of person you want to be.
No, I'm gonna unban him.
All right.
I feel bad.
Wait. Can you look up one?
What?
It's like a person, a user.
Okay, what is the name?
It's Rune McAdoo.
How do I spell it?
Rune.
Wait, how do you spell it?
ROON.
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
MACADOO.
You brought your own criminals? I can't even fetch the account. It's gone.
Oh shit.
Probably not how it was.
Oh wait, let me see if I can find it.
You brought your own defendants? What the fuck's going on?
I have clients. Let me see if I can find it.
War has softened you. I mean, you know.
Oh, it's Mick. It's not Mac. It's MC.
What? Rune MC
ADOO.
All right. Dudes Rock LLC just killed those people. No prison necessary. What do you think about that?
Did he write an apology?
Let's see if I can find it in the mod view. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to get there. Shit. I don't know how to see his user card and his apology in the user card.
All right, well.
We'll probably catch him on the unban request side. Fear not. Okay. Is the person coming?
Hold on.
Probably not.
What do you mean probably not?
Coward. All right.
Wait, what's your address again?
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm just kidding.
I was joking around. You want me to beat them guts up for your birthday, buddy? That's what this person said to me. You want me to beat them guts up for your birthday, buddy? Like, fuck me. That's what he's saying. I was joking around, trying to be funny. I wasn't. It was dumb and disgusting, and I DM'd you on Discord apologizing, but I'm happy to apologize here as well for a stupid thing I said that I thought was funny. Hope you ended up having a good birthday.
Wow. Apology and also wishing you a happy birthday.
This is a weird thing to say, but, all right, fuck it. Unban.
Is that anti-Parker? Thank you.
Honestly, just admit you disagree with the entire concept of having my cock in your mouth. I know it's hard to admit because it's a very pretty cock, but you can do it for sure. I believe in you. What the fuck? That was very immature. I got to say that I initially was very confused at you calling me a rapist because I'm not, but then I realized I would never posted a cock joke like that in a female streamer's chat. What made it okay to post it in a man's chat? I'm not there when you review this shit. Poop. Nagatoro enjoyer. The fuck is Nagatoro? Uh-oh. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro. Nagatoro is an attractive, petite, and short-statured high schooler with long, straight black hair pinned to the right side with a pair of white hair clips. Is Nagatoro appropriate for kids?
You're just making it seem a lot worse than it is.
Nagatoro
Like
is immature, shallow, and inappropriate for younger teens. Through experimentation is considered normal in teenagers. Though experimentation is considered normal in teenagers with high school years, this show seems to be encouraging that exclusively at the expense of character development. What a toxic SJW said. Wait, no, do not fucking unban that motherfucker. They like lolly. Is it lolly? Murad? Yeah. What's good, King? Well, I've been streaming. I'm still streaming. Someone said she's 14. All right, what do we think? Go ahead, defend him. Defend the arbitrary the arbitrary nature of age of consent laws. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Alan.
That's not what's on.
Alex, more like Alan Dershowitz.
That's not what's on trial right now. First of all, Alan Dershowitz never took his underwear off when he got a massage.
What do you want? Oh, you want to order food here? No. I mean, maybe, but not right now. We're doing something. We also don't know how old he is. He's a juicer. He's an XQC fan, which means he's at least mentally very immature.
Oh, they found this is the other guy.
Oh, this is the guy that you wanted to unban.
Yeah, can I read it? Or you want to read it?
No, you read it. No, you read it. No, go ahead.
Mamma mia.
Okay, you have to put emphasis in that.
Mamma mia. No, you read it.
You can do it. You're in New York. This is like second nature, dude.
Like
Mamma mia. Like that. Come on.
Mamma mia!
That's
what a misunderstanding.
There you go, Ginger
we were
Mario.
talking prison abolition with Lolo, and the question was about what to do with the serial killers and pedos. I'm not reading this whole thing in that voice.
Come on.
So, someone brought up a billionaire wage thefts as well, and I said, straight to the death penalty. Prisons are still obsolete. Checkmate. The mods thought I was mocking the serious discussion about... I can't do an accent.
Come on, yes, you were killing it. Come on.
About the serial killers and banned me. But then Hasan made the exact same joke I made 10 seconds later, and everybody laughed. So who's really the bad guy here? God bless.
All right, we're unbanning him. We're definitely unbanning Ron the McAdoo. Oh, that was perfect, dude. Okay.
Thank you.
That was like old school. This community used to have way more fun back in the day. He didn't even fucking write that much. In the past, he said Ryan Grimm sounds exactly like Bill Belichick. Okay, respect. Wait, he's not even banned.
He's not?
Yeah, he's unbanned. Dude, I banned him and unbanned him.
Well, he's back now.
Oh, Fizz unbanned him. Okay. All right. So yeah, the cock thing. Go ahead, defend this guy.
The cock thing. Wait, which cock one is this?
This is the fucking. I really, honestly,
Oh,
just
the
admit you
pretty
disagree
cock.
with the entire concept of having my cock in your mouth.
Yeah. Well,
and
that's obviously
he's a lolly enjoyer.
We don't. First of all, that's a manga that is
okay.
Enjoyed by many people, and a lot of people. A lot of people watch it, children and adults alike.
Okay.
So that has no bearing on his proclivities, his or her.
I think as a
or theirs
character,
proclivities.
I would bring that up as like a judgment of his character.
What about people like people watch kids shows and stuff, and it doesn't have to be all fucked up and weird.
But what if it's like sexualized?
Who's sexualizing them? You? Maybe you're.
I'm not the one on trial, sir.
I'm just saying you're bringing it up. I wasn't even thinking about that.
I didn't even know what it was. I had to read it.
They said it was immature. They apologized. I guess you called them a rapist at some point.
Yeah.
Which wasn't very nice of you. So I think, all things considered, it's a cock joke. Everybody likes a pretty cock.
Unbanned.
That bass line.
That's so good. It's such a powerful bass line.
Really good.
Yeah, calling the judge a pedophile is the Alex Jones defense. Like he's literally
low-key, this judge is a pedophile.
Yeah.
Actually, the guy, I like that lawyer. Not his lawyer. The guy.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's cool.
He's good. He follows me on Twitter. Hell yeah. He probably follows you too.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I'll never forgive him
cool.
for giving the scoop to TYT instead of me though. I'll always remember that.
You should. You want me to harass him via DM?
I mean, I could just do that too. We
I'll
talk.
do it
We
on
used to
your
talk
behalf.
all the time.
I'll do it on your behalf.
Okay, thank you. All right, King. The ugly girls are always have the high standards. LMFAO.
Ah, shit.
Okay. Wow. This is where you draw the line. Wow. Misogyny is where you draw the line. This is the hardest defense for you.
Yeah. Because I fucking hate misogyny. I know
Wow,
that the
you're
misogyny is
fucking-
big in this house,
Yeah. You're like,
but not
ladies.
for me. Sorry.
ladies. I hate
I just when I
misogyny.
hear misogynistic things, I just get so fucking. Damn. All right. So
I'm so
was-
so angry right now too.
I was.
Yeah. So good luck defending this fucking piece of
I
shit.
was excited because of the content happening on stream. Fair. We can all relate to that. I might have smoked the devil's lettuce and got too much into the YouTube videos being displayed. Can I just say something as a general, like, for chat? Like, you gotta be responsible when you're chatting. You can't be high and drunk and in here being irresponsible. You know what I mean? You gotta have control.
Yeah.
You know what I
A
mean?
lot of chatters chat under the influence. I don't know why they think like they're gonna pop off and be really funny. Always drive drunk. Don't chat drunk. Like it has the exact opposite effect. Like I'm so much better at driving when I'm drunk, and it's perfectly fine. But if I were to chat when I'm drunk, it would not be fine.
Yeah. Listen to this, though. This is so sad. I've been a follower for a lot of years. I rarely type in chat. Sorry. I'll go back to being invisible.
He's doing the pity defense.
Think of how sad that is. Like, unban them, but, like, are they even around anymore? You know what I'm saying? You made this person feel invisible. You erased them.
I'm banned. That was fair. You why are you making me sad?
Sorry.
Fuck. Okay. Azan Grifter Saga. Why don't you use all that money to make a difference? Doomer.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Get him.
Yeah.
I looked at the property value of this place. It's at least $150 million.
Yeah,
I
it's
looked
gone
at it
up.
before.
It's gone up in
Since
price.
I got here, it's gone up $50 million.
Yeah, it was 100 mil before. We've made a lot of improvements too to the property.
Yeah,
So.
there's a bicycle with a. I saw your bike.
The motorcycle?
No, the one with you do the pedals and then the dildo comes out of it.
What? That was such a convoluted way of describing something.
I thought that they would figure it
Yeah,
out.
that was so dumb. Okay. I thought you were literally talking about Murat's motorcycle outside.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I am sorry, I wasn't serious. I really use emotes, so it's hard to tell. Hotmots, intergenerational wealth is my middle name, so I really don't care about this monetary situation. I just hate it when he's malding about nothing for 20 minutes. Won't happen again. Don't tell Hasan, please. Thank you.
He asked for them not to tell you because he knew about your terrible temper.
Yeah. I'm so unreasonable for banning people that say the exact same thing over and over again. Like, instead of doing, just Google like Hasan Piker charitable donations or something. And then like you can come up with your own conclusions as to that. But he's also got intergenerational wealth. What's up with that?
I think he's just trying to, say I'm also a titan of industry.
If I unban him, he better be gifting subs at the top of the hour to make sure every single motherfucker that's in here avoids those ads at the top of the hour. That's right. Dude, that's so good. He didn't even recognize it.
These ads are getting so intelligent.
Yeah, there it is. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, baby. Whoo, sheesh. Unban!
Play it.
Wait, what the fuck? This is a partnered streamer. Is Hasan being a tanky again? Ooh, all the way back in 2022. As a trans person, I couldn't give a shit what you said in the past about what you do now matters, and what you do now is great. Pog. Dude, this person was like talking about tankies in 2022. Respect.
I feel like people have been talking about tankies for a while though.
They have, but like it's I think gained a lot more prominence recently. This is probably like from the purges have occurred in this community, just like Stalin, my favorite leader of all time.
Sure.
Right? And his purges specifically, something I'm very fond of, famously. And one of the purges was around the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which I, of course, supported completely because the USSR is communist or whatever. And in that time, there were a lot of people who would just like come in here just to fucking straight up stir shit up. This is 2/25/2022.
I think they got caught up in maybe a mass purge. Are you going to ban a trans person?
Fuck. Unban. Let's go. Gross act of transphobia could have continued to happen in this chat. Damn, dude.
I stand with the trans community.
Damn, that's so good. That was fire. You did that. You did that. Ally.
Judge, are you being low-key transphobic? I feel like I'm killing it this time. I feel like more relaxed. Like the first time I came here, I was really scared.
This is what Jojanite said. Hi, thank you so much. I can't chat still because it says my phone number is being used by other banned accounts.
What?
Jojanite, the guy that we unbanned with the wife guy.
He's back again?
He can't even write, apparently, because his phone number has been banned because it's been used on too many sock accounts. That's so awesome. Now we have to unban all of his fucking dumbass sock accounts. That's why you shouldn't do sock accounts, chatters. All right, I'm 16. I don't know drinking. No amount of money can make that right. I feel like Gideon did nothing wrong, simply troll. Are you acting like 16-year-olds don't know about sex? No, I'm joking. Please don't ban me. I just like Gideon. Please don't ban me. I love you. I just like Gideon. Banned. Says Avatar 2 Huncho. Hasan, I love you. I'm sorry. I was wild. Take. I get the ban. Please. I watch you literally every day in class, in the shower. I protect you everywhere on hate TikToks. I defend you. And on IG and on Twitch and in Aiden's chat, I defend you against Tater Tots and against Clix's chat. Even though I don't watch him, I just have very 16-year-old humor. Sorry. That's why I was defending Gideon. I will unfollow Gideon and keep my loyalty to you. Please unban me. Your chat has cute leftist girls.
It's true.
Keep banned. This kid was in the womb when Buy You a Drink by T-Pain was released. Okay, what do you have to say for him?
I believe the children are our future, and I think we need to, we have to shepherd them towards a good. Just fucking unban.
Unban. That was pretty good. That was a good defense for him.
I couldn't think. I was lost. I was lost in the sauce there. I'm sorry.
Talk that shit, Hasan. Paralyzed pussy don't go to waste. What? Melania was the first bad bitch president? Melania was a bad bitch. Motherfuckers capping if they didn't know what we was on. I feel like motherfuckers know what's up over here. Only one type of coverage here. Do you want class or trash? Write that down, chat. When he say for the record. Add neurodivergency to it as well. What? At least our skulls are now at a shooting gallery. Oh, at least he's doing the British thing. At least our skulls are not a shooting gallery. He did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Classic.
I got it. Can you say that one more time?
No. That's the last time. Hasan was joking about somebody opening up a hospital to have sex with paralyzed women, so I made a crass comment. Oh my God. It was about fucking, what's his face? The British guy, the serial rapist. What's his name? Jimmy Savile.
Oh my God.
Are you familiar? That's one guy that you can't even defend, I think. I feel like if you in a court of law, it's like
I could defend anybody.
You could defend Jimmy Savile.
I don't know the story. I mean, what do
He
you
has
mean?
raped people from the age of like 3 to like 83.
He had a lawyer, didn't he?
I don't know. No, actually, he did, but they never actually convicted him because he died, and they like hid it for years on like his atrocious crimes. He opened up a wing in a hospital specifically so he could rape the paralyzed people there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no, he's one of the... I think he might be one of the worst, most prolific mass rapists of all time.
Holy shit.
Yeah. He died, and then people found out about it afterwards.
It's crazy that he had a picture of you on his wall.
That's, fuck. Dude, don't reveal that. You know who defended him? The worst crime of all? Margaret Thatcher.
She defended... Wait, what?
Yeah, they were homies. And he was tight with the fucking royals, too.
Sorry, I'm being a little goofy right now.
Margaret Thatcher had him knighted.
All right, let's do it. Oh, this was the thing.
Yeah, I don't think he knew the details, though.
So I made a crash comment. I got clapped. I thought we were celebrating the Queen's death. It was admittedly a dumb joke. I apologize. Posted cringe. It is a great crime to post cringe. It's one of the greatest crimes there is. And I do it every day of my life.
So, I'm bad. I'm bad. Okay. What is this? Is Valkyrie going to be okay? Does she need a foot massage?
Uh-oh.
Valkyrie is a beast, no cap. What are your thoughts on Gorbachev, Haas, Rippers, Gorbachev? What are your thoughts on Gorbachev, Haas? Valkyrie is a beast, no cap. That's what you get for not hiring Mexicans. Sparkling Wahe, even if montage, Florida is America's mullet. Twitch was never the same after the doc left. That's right, I said it. The name is Ludwig. Is Valkyrie going to be okay? Does she need a foot massage? He says, we all fall short of the glory. Nobody is perfect. If I get unbanned, I won't chat as much. Hasan is the man.
The man, all caps. The man.
I want to deny, but I'll leave it for content. That's what like McGrew said.
I mean, you know, the thing about the foot massage is that it's only mentioned once. And
true.
Because
I banned him immediately afterwards. Like I did not let him continue. He did say I'm the man though.
He also said Pobity's nerfing. You know? I was gonna get that on.
So fucking lame.
I'm gonna get that on a t-shirt for you. You are the man.
Okay, that's. I mean, common mistakes go a long way here. Okay, brother in Christ, I'm coming hard. Wait. Oh God, how big is your schlong? Gauge. In centimeters, please. Gigahaas. Come to Hanover, Germany, bro.
Now we have to read the rest of
that. Sheffy. I saw you almost fucking a 16-year-old Omega lol, which is like the classic video I think he's referencing of a girl that's not 16, by the way. She's my friend. I asked what her age was. We were in a nightclub, and she said, I'm 16, by the way, and I get up and quickly leave. It's a clip that went super viral a long time ago.
Was it a joke?
Yeah, it's the video... Yeah, she was joking. It's the video where the women said, I'm 16. Hasan, come to Hanover, Germany, bro. Brother in Christ, I'm coming hard. Okay, now you have to read this in the German accent. The whole...
Wait, hold on. Let me try to do German. I can't do accents.
Damn, dude, you can't do a German accent?
I apologize for my transgressions. Whilst I was on a drunken splendor, you were asking, where do y'all know me from? And I referenced a video of yours, asking a fellow content creator her age, and she jokingly said 16.
Damn, he linked it with a mobile link too.
I realize that this joke is not appropriate in any way, and I will not make these kind of jokes anymore. Furthermore,
Club
I was
interview?
annoying.
Oh my god, it literally does. Club interview? Oh my god, it literally does.
It really does, though.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm gonna take that as
Wait,
a
how old are
compliment.
you?
16? I'm just kidding.
Okay, bye.
I'm just kidding.
Bye.
5.9 million views. This clip is from October 26, 2020, but it's actually from way before then even.
Seems like a goof.
Yeah.
Just a little goof. Inside joke.
All right, I'm banning him.
Amongst friends.
I'm banning him. All right. Been watching for a while, and this is the first take I disagree with someone. She should be back here and treated like a southern state would for a vape pen. Like pens are illegal on most states. Oh, this is Brittany Griner. I get you want her to be completely free, but some of us would be in state prison for it.
What?
Context is Brittany Griner. When Brittany Griner was apprehended by the Russian state as a political prisoner over a vape pen. This is what I
Bro, you're literally, oh my God, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Been watching for a while. This is the first take I disagree with someone. She should be back here and treated like a southern state would for a vape pen. Yeah, we should whip her, dude. Actually, she should be. She should be whipped and put into a fucking, she should be put on a fucking auction block and whipped like a southern state. The fuck is this? Is that any better? No, exactly. If someone was arrested in a southern state and treated like this, I would be this fucking livid. And if a chatter said this kind of dumb shit about a black woman in a fucking southern state being arrested and being jailed permanently, being kept in detention for months and months.
I'm conflicted because it seems like I'm advocating for prison abolition here, and that's kind of fucked up. As that is not my position at all.
And now you're making me.
Yeah, this is very ironic. Go ahead.
Months on end without a fucking trial. And you had the audacity to come in hot with this and go, hey, don't bring a fucking vape pen to a southern state. I would fucking destroy you.
You get so angry.
Well, this is like...
No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
This is really bad, but it's also like, here's a couple different things that absolutely cook me, right? Like, one, we're covering a contentious subject, which this is, right? Two, tensions are already high because it's like Russia related, and this is like happening when so many people are just in the chat specifically to be like, remember when you were wrong about Russia never invading Ukraine? Like, they don't give a shit about like the casualties, anything like that. And last but not least, I fucking despise when like a long-term community member says some fucking out-of-pocket racist shit like that without even recognizing it. And on top of that, I've probably banned like 1,000 people already over the course of the 4 hours and 12 minutes that I've been live. And that's just, at that point, I'm at the end of my rope, right? I'm like, I have nothing remaining in the tank. So then I just blow the fuck up on somebody. And I feel like I was definitely a lot more mad back then than I am now. I rarely pop off as much now. This guy said I was banned during that stream, right? Is that, I feel like, do I pop off still as hard? No. This was pre-Japan. It depends.
You've been taking your supplements, your soy supplements to pacify you. You've been different since you got vaxxed.
You pop off, but not towards chat. True, but I was already vaxxed there. You don't go as hard. No, I feel like I I don't yell as much on individual chatters, but I do. But I remember the day there was a lot of fucking racism in the chat. People were like jumping out hard. All right, well. Apologize for fanning flames. It was dumb as heck. They don't mess with drugs at all down here. I completely agree. She shouldn't be held in Russia or do 9 years in prison or be abused in prison here or anywhere else. For a little bit of concentrate, she already had given enough time served since they kept her locked up. Personally, I feel everyone should be let out for weed and concentrate charges. Sorry again, Hassan. Hopefully the U.S. can figure something out soon for her. Okay, well, seems like he's... I'm bad. I feel bad. When I see old videos of me being like really fucking annoyed at chatters, I understand why so many haters are so fucking unhinged. I get really cutting. I don't like that. Like when I look at videos of myself angry from back then, I know that some people like it, but ultimately I don't know. I don't think anyone deserves to be in the crosshairs like that. I do sometimes cut deep.
I think that's good.
No, I
No,
don't.
I think it's good that you don't do that anymore. I think it's good for
Oh, yeah.
you personally. I don't know. That stuff always makes me feel like nasty. Actually, like it doesn't make me feel good, even if people deserve it. I think it's good.
Yeah. See, like in older days, you don't seem malicious, but you seem like you got a lack of self-control, which is probably off-putting to some people.
Ban him.
So, like, normally I would 100% pop off on this guy and be like, "Fuck you, dude! Like, this guy's being racist."
First, I would take my thumbs and put them into his eyes like this.
No, I wouldn't say something like that. Okay. But I would be like, really, it's grosser to you, my response to racism and like a lack of care about like a black woman being arrested for being a political pawn, pretty much for Russia's events. Like that's and the carelessness and the indifference that people are showing, because at the time they were like, yeah, she's like an un-American black lady, you know, she'd be arrested here too. Like she should have just not fucking gotten arrested and like ruined America's political situation with Russia. And like if you were to get more mad at my response, then the fact that like you know, people were being fucking really unhinged about it. Normally I would yell at that person, but I'm not going to. What? Hasan, you banned my boyfriend for saying they eat the boo-boo, and he never got unbanned. He thinks about this at least once a day.
What is they eat the boo-boo?
What is they eat the boo-boo? Okay. Clear your damn throat. Get this man some water. Damn, they're not in a position of power. Counteroffensive position of power. I wonder how Tatars are treated. Tatars are treated under Russian law, Russian rule. And I don't get the water point. Your land is annexed, and you want them to keep sending resources in annexed land. Why the fuck would you send my resources? Why would the fuck would I send my resources to my bloodthirsty invading neighbor, Keck W? This guy, you know what he's okay. You know what he's replying to? Ukraine literally damming the waterways into Crimea after Russia's annexation of Crimea. Like, what the fuck? That's just a war crime, man. Like that, and it also demonstrates that that Ukraine wasn't all too interested in what happens to the Ukrainians that they cared about, supposedly, in the territory that Russia had annexed. That's just collective punishment.
Listen.
Go ahead. Defend this guy defending war crimes.
We get a little crazy and we do some war crimes. You know? It happens. It happens to the best of us. They happen. You know? There's a war crime here. There's a war crime there. You're calling it this. I'm calling it that. You know what I mean? What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
You know? So I think really what I'm trying to say is you got to unban him because he apologized.
I was libbed up and I overstepped the mark.
He got libbed up.
Okay, unban. He can come in here and now tell me how it's totally fine that Israel is doing the same thing.
I know.
Israel is
I was
doing
joking. It was a joke. It was a joke.
I can't wait for him to come in here and do that.
I can't wait for them to clip me saying sometimes you do a war crime here, sometimes you do a war crime there. I hate you guys.
Yeah.
I don't hate you guys.
Lollies are love. Lollies are life.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead.
Well, let's see what else this person said.
Hey, I believe I made an inappropriate joke, which is my last chat, but it was within the context of the stream.
Within the context of the stream.
Still inappropriate. I will do better.
What was the context? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well,
but he said
so how can we even know? Maybe you were talking about, I mean, you seem to know a lot about Lolly.
Go ahead.
I came in here today
defend this guy.
Not knowing almost anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I just like
that a
Dragon Ball
lollipop?
Z. Like, is that I don't know. I don't know what is, what isn't. I don't know what it is. You know about it. You can tell me about it. Maybe. But maybe we both don't know about it, so you got to unban it.
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. Defend Lolly.
I didn't. That's not what I was defending. What I was defending was this person who was maybe making an off-putting joke that had to do with the context of the conversation. A conversation that right now we know nothing about because you've provided no information from what happened on that day. And you want to ban this man? You want to ban this man for making a joke? A joke that you maybe that maybe you would find funny if we only knew, but we can't know. So you must unban him.
Are you saying that there's acceptable contexts in which you can make pedophilia jokes?
You're saying to me, you're asking me this question. You dare ask me, is there a context where you can make a pedophile joke?
Yes.
Of course there is, Hasan. It's ridiculous for you to even ask that.
But defending
I'm not
pedophilia.
defending pedophilia.
You're defending a guy who's defending pedophilia.
I'm defending a guy who's making a joke. People will put words in my mouth. They'll say, this guy's defending a pedophile. This guy loves pedophiles. I don't. What I love is justice. And we need justice for Hunter.
Unbanned!
Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you very much.
You did a great job defending
just-
Lolly. Who said Middle East? Oh, this guy apparently I banned because this person was subbed for 2 months. Following since March 2nd, 2022. Did not unfollow. Said, annexation of Crimea was an oil grab by Russia. It did nothing to help the people there. In fact, it's harmed the world more because of it. The land is now acrid, and Russia has to ship in water just so people can survive. Which, by the way, the reason why Russia has to ship in water so people can survive is because Ukraine, dammed the waterways. Thank you for defending Crimea, though. Anyway, it does not fucking matter. What do you mean? Annexation of Crimea was an oil grab. Annexation of Crimea was an oil grab. It is absolutely relevant. Annexation of Crimea was an oil grab by Russia. It did nothing to help the people there. In fact, it's harmed the world more because of it. The land is now acrid, and Russia has to ship in water just so the people can survive. And then goes, you're fucking wrong. Take the fucking L. Would you defend this?
This is just
I
so,
think-
this is so loaded the way you do this.
Really?
This is
Go
so
ahead.
loaded.
Defend the
this
damming.
Is a kangaroo court.
Defend the damming of the waterways.
No, because this is what you're doing.
in
I'm defending
Ukraine.
an individual, I'm not defending some action far away at a different place, you know what I mean? And is there an apology here?
I don't know. Wait, mod comments. Let's see. He's a sock account. This is already a sock account. Oh, has a sock account.
Well, let's see what that sock account
Unban request was denied by Betelgeuse. Sock account said.
How do you know that there's a sock account?
Oh, it was
Suspended or
suspended. Oh, no. And was banned.
deceased? I don't think I have anything to work with here. I mean, there's no... Who sent the unbanned request?
One of their friends who literally said, hey, this is my friend who you banned over Crimea, and you probably shouldn't unban them because they deserve it. Okay, well, yeah, people are innocent until proven guilty, and everyone deserves a competent legal defense. Give him a competent legal defense. You can't be like, oh, well, I don't have any...
How can I represent... But the thing is, how am I supposed to represent someone who hasn't even necessarily availed themselves counsel? You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't even established this process. This is you know what I mean? I'm not assigned. That's the issue.
Well,
I'm not assigned
the
here.
friend assigned you.
No, I can't. I didn't get assigned by this other person, right? He has to make the ban request. My hands are tied here. I can't do it.
Damn, you so denied.
I mean, that's just not how the process works.
Denied.
I'm sorry, he didn't request it. He didn't request it.
Denied. No, that's the paperwork didn't come in, and he's gonna stay in perma jail.
I can't.
He's in perma prison.
There's nothing I can do.
People are guilty until Hasan feels bad and pardons them. Exactly. You are a public defender, and the request was made when the unban request was submitted.
Who made the unban request?
They did, but I can't even see it.
Well, I don't know that that's true.
They also got denied by Betelgeuse anyway.
This is like an appellate level. This is an appeal.
Where did you find this rule-following liberal defender? Yeah, he's fucking. He plays it by the book. It's annoying. He's not one of those guys that you see on television who's like, going up to the judge's office and
I break all the rules.
Yeah, no, you don't.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, that was a real U.S. court moment right there. Like, oh yeah, this guy fucking paperwork didn't come in. Sorry,
no paperwork. I can't do it.
You're still in jail. Anyway, who said Middle Eastern Squidward? Yes, he is. Love you, but I have to disagree with you to a point. The job you guys do involve a form of being intimate with the following and fans, and that's why we get attached in return. Although certain details can be kept secret about your private lives, we are intrigued about your life. That doesn't make us parasocial. It makes us fans.
Banned.
I mean, read it. Read what he said.
What do you mean? The apology?
Go ahead. Read his apology.
I can understand the timing on that take was bad. This was during the Amaranth drama but I didn't necessarily disagree with what he said. I believed he was missing a point. Streamers do have private lives outside of streaming, but there's always going to be fans who want to learn more about your life. It happens in every facet of entertainment. This is, I'm sure they mean facet. This has been a precedent and a norm since the beginning, although maybe bad timing. I don't think this was a ban-worthy, unhinged comment. Let me know. What was going on?
There was Amaranth drama, and he was justifying being parasocial, basically. He's saying that it's not parasocial. I love you, but the job you guys do requires us to be parasocial and be interested in your lives. That's what he was saying. You got any defense for this? When this music comes on, do you feel like you're on...
I'm on.
Do you feel like you get extra...
When
do you feel like you get extra persuasion points?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think they've recognized that this was maybe not the right time to deliver a message to you that you have commodified your life. And that's a difficult reality to
okay, he's
deal
been
with.
banned for too long. All right, I'm unbanning it. All right, whatever. Jesus Christ. You're winning the war of atrophy. Okay, you're war of attrition.
That's how I do it.
Yeah,
you gotta
you're winning
run out
the war of attrition. You're running out the clock. You filibuster it. God, shut up, Austin.
Oh no.
Does Austin say anything that isn't lifted from Hasan's lexicon? So fun, Austin. So fun. Hibachi at 11 at night. No way, Austin. How do you live? Damn, this guy fucking hates Austin. Murat didn't need food. He knows how to shut the fuck up. What? He sucks. Austin, your best angle is the one where you're walking out the door. Why does he hate Austin so much? Why does he fucking hate Austin so much? Let Mr. Show decide. He's not here.
Maybe leave it for him.
All right,
Leave it for him. Leave it for him. Don't you think?
I feel bad. He's been banned for fucking so long. He was banned in like 1/27/2022. I'm unbanning it. I'm in a good mood today.
I didn't even have to say anything.
I know. They had to crop out the X's over the Queen's eyes. I'm sure the professor would know. Stupid joke. I'm sorry. I really value being a part of this community, and I know it's not fun for anyone when stupid, cheap jokes like this are thrown around. Would love to be able to participate and subscribe again. That is a reference to classic long-term sub gets bored, so they start LARPing as a hate watcher just to feel something. Yeah, 100%. Professor is like a super old satirical show that I made at the Young Turks in like 2013.
Oh, I think
that was like misogynistic.
Yeah.
And well, it was misogynistic satirically, but also definitely transphobic. Something I've talked about quite a bit in my development over the years.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people, like Andrew Tate fans and whatever, will love resurfacing those videos to be like, remember when you said this in 10 years ago in a satirical show that you were trying to make? As to bring up a point. So that's what he's trying to do here. You know?
Yeah, I mean, board chatter, longtime fan of the show, loyal fan.
What do you think? Should we bring the...
Knows your history.
Uh-huh.
And wants to be a part of the community.
What'd you get? Cheese steaks, like multiple? God damn. Let me get a bite. I'm literally trans and I used to be transphobic 10 years ago? Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm banning. You're not even trying no more, dude. You're fucking done. Too many carbs.
Boy.
Salt is spice. KW. White people. Hasan, that's too much carbs. You're doing too many carbs. Oh my god. Mod comments. Professor Morrison DMs a few days after the ban from Hasan, but their logs make me feel like they'll just be toxic again. So if you're reading this, they probably deserve a ban. Third time they've been banned by Hasan. Third time they're asking Mod for an unban, claiming that they realize they fucked up. I went in detail about why their toxicity when it comes to spamming Hasan to cover drama is damaging to his mental health. They understood it and said if they ever get banned again, don't unban them. This is their last chance. Aw shit, here we go again. Express remorse after 2 months ban. Album of Cal whispering me over the past year, either sad about the ban or just reacting to stuff happening on the stream. Couldn't resist chatting, I guess. This is literally from August of this year. This man was banned a fourth time. Like, this is literally a test case for recidivism. Like, what's happening? He's just like DMing, he's whispering the fucking mods. Saying stuff like, hi PZ, hope all is well. The music is glorious. I've been here for 3 years and I'm still here, still banned, but love Hasan and the stream. Daily Wire plus KW. It's actually 60% Hasan, not 40% Sag. Bro has access to the best Mexican food on the planet and is complaining about BECs.
This is crazy, man.
All right, go ahead, defend his ass. Defend this motherfucker who's been gone to jail 4 times now.
Do you believe that someone is the worst thing they've ever done? Or sometimes the worst thing they've ever done 4 times? Because I don't believe that. I think that people are infinitely redeemable. Not only did they apologize for being toxic, but they clearly miss this community. They clearly miss chat. They're still watching.
I was wrong. He didn't get banned 4 times. He got banned 9 times, apparently.
Well, it's still potato. Let's call it a clean 10.
I'm banned because we have some new mods for him to DM now.
He apologizes for all of his crimes. I think he's ready to be part of this community again. He's been watching.
I feel bad. I feel bad. I don't know. All right, I'm banning him. Fuck! I'm such a sweetie pie.
That was really good.
I'm being such a sweetie pie. What? Sure. Let me get it. Alex, can you give me that Philly cheesesteak? Do you want to try it? You want to have a bite? Oh, you want to
have a bite?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh, it's really good.
It's decent, but the bread is not that good.
I'm just hungry.
Why don't you say so? I'll get you food.
Hassan doesn't feed me here, and he has me chained to a radiator upstairs.
This is true.
Not sexually.
Yeah, he likes it, though. It's weird. You're a monster for trying to shame a chatter over sensitivity to rape. Oh, fuck? What is this? The funniest fucking thing about these people saying Russia won't stop there is they only care about it because it's threatening the NATO's expansion. Y'all don't actually care what happens to innocent Ukrainians. Yeah, I actually did hear rape, and my brain turned off because awful things have happened to me. But getting mad at someone for being triggered by that word is so fucking idiotic and weird. How hard is it to be sensitive to that? Thought you were adequately educated on the trauma of sexual abuse, but good to know you dismiss women's opinions so easily. I was disagreeing with this man. Now I'm actually pissed. Context for part 1.
This is a whole video.
Oh my god.
It's never good.
Anti-communist to own the anarchists? Bro, I'm a human being that recognizes that, of course, there needs to be a fucking government that sometimes tells you, no, you can't do that. Oh, you want to do rapes? You can't do that. I'm the government. No, you're not doing that.
Oh, here comes my pro-carceral state attitude again, kicking in, saying, someone has to have at least some rules and regulation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't think we can just organize coalitions to fucking finger wag the pedophile rapists away. Okay, that doesn't mean that we should have such a draconian, awful reaction.
By the way, that's what this person got mad at because I said the word rape. I used the word rape.
Yeah, I understand.
Prison system, okay? Because not everyone in the fucking prison system in the American prison industrial complex is a fucking,
back to the abolitionist take.
But ultimately, there is still a necessity for law and order.
Building the state. Disgusting.
Yeah.
This guy loves.
So I said that, right? And then I guess I responded to the chatter when she popped off on me, hyper focusing on the.
Not the SJW, but can we cool on comparisons to rape? Wait, what? I'm not making a comparison to rape. I'm directly talking about rape. What the fuck do you mean?
Oh my god.
I'm talking about rape as a crime, dummy. Did you just hear rape and then your brain shut off? That's a crime.
I was actually being very reasonable. I wasn't even being that aggro. Was I being aggro?
I think contextually, maybe.
Really?
Well, no. I mean, you don't know who's writing a message, obviously.
Anyway.
Right? But clearly, this person probably had a bad experience and is obviously sensitive, and that's why they.
So that's not even the person who got banned, though. The person that got banned was writing hysterically in the chat about
the word.
Fuck you. Stop claiming you're pro-women and invalidate sensitivity to triggered language, idiot. Ayo, you're a dick. Flop. This started off at 1437, and she just kept spamming. Ayo, you're a dick. Flop. You're a monster for trying to shame a chatter over sensitivity to rape. And they got banned at 1458.
What's the apology say?
Yeah, Hassan asked the chatter if they become an idiot when they hear the word rape just because they asked him to stop mentioning it as an irrelevant anecdote. I thought it was mean. People are sensitive to rape. I'm a victim of sexual violence myself, so I got upset.
Unban.
Defend him.
What do you mean defend? That's clear as day. That's an unban. Are you kidding me? They got what are you talking about? Just unban.
No, I'm gonna unban him. I just wanted you to get a good one in. You know what I mean? Unban. For the record, usually sensitivity and trigger stuff I get mad at, not necessarily because like I think it's I'm like trivializing it, but usually it is done, in my opinion, in a way that centers themselves around in the conversation when we are talking about something entirely irrelevant.
Sure.
Does that make sense? This is the reason why I usually ban people like this. And that's the reason why I banned them. Or not I banned them, Lake McGrew banned them. Because it is kind of selfish. There's like 36,000 people in the chat. We're fucking covering like, ongoing conflict or whatever. Tensions are high. And then someone just goes, that's really fucked up that you are talking about rape in the context of a crime. And like how it is a crime that still will have to have some punishment. Or at least some kind of apprehension, which you disagree with because you're an abolitionist. I know. All right, let's continue. All right. People's own fault. Believing such stupid stuff. Sounds like something both sides do, though. If you believe such people, it's on you. That's their fault, though. Context. Kanye West and Kyrie Irving, plus the spreading of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. All right, read it.
Hey, I've been a chill chatter and lurker. Oh, shit. They're from Germany. God damn it. For many years. Oh, no.
Oh, come on, do the accent.
I mostly saw out some emotes and chill with the chat. I don't like chomp or people like that, and I'm unsure as why I got banned. Only see my last 5 messages here. I agree with a lot of Hasan's takes, but I disagree that people shouldn't be responsible for their own actions. If you go wild, even in the interest of people like Jones, Chomp, etc., it's still on you in the end. I wish you all a great day. Sorry for spelling mistakes.
Unbanned. That was just for the accent alone. I unbanned it. That was good. Fuck the bridge. She's hot though. Context: Crimea bridge explosion.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah. Go ahead. Are you going to defend crime?
Why do you keep doing this? Stop doing that.
No, you're going to keep defending Ukraine. Russians are destroying my city. There are explosions in Kyiv and cities in Ukraine. This girl made a video near my university. I walked past the building,
тому що я щойно побачила, як летить ракета. І я почула це.
Christ. I mean, she didn't die, for the record. She's fine, luckily. But that is a fucking wild video. All right, let's see what he had to say. So this happened when a whole rocket attack was going on in Ukraine. Ukraine blew up the bridge in Crimea. There was a girl, and I said she's hot. I guess that got me banned, so I apologize for my words. It won't happen again. Thank you for your time. Thanks for reading my request. Go ahead. Fuck the bridge. She's hot, though.
Yes.
All right, give it to me.
I think that this was maybe a form of mania that this chatter was experiencing at this time. He just...
Oh, the classic mania defense, dude. Here, you want it?
Wasn't in his right mind. What?
Here.
What? You eat it.
No, you have it.
Really?
Take it. It's my guest.
Yeah? You don't want this?
No, take it.
I'm gonna eat this. All right, I'm bad. I'm eating
Wait,
this.
what do you mean? You're unbanned?
I'm eating the cheesesteak.
What the fuck do you mean? You didn't even do a defense. You said you gave him the hysteria. You're saying that he had a moment of mania and a lapse of judgment and he got horny when he saw a fucking woman experience a rocket attack.
And then he had a rocket of a heart-on.
Oh my God, dude. Okay, I'm keeping him banned. I'm just kidding. I'm unbanning him.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Anyone that I unban is literally his fault. He's doing too good.
Guys. I'm really sorry.
He's doing too good of a defense. That's why. What is this? I understand if you don't. Okay. This is trans women in sports. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. I understand if you don't want to unban me, but I did just want to say that watching Hasan's channels helped me step away from the radfem turf ideologies I adopted after trauma of moving to a deeply red/Bible state as an ethnic Jewess. So thanks, Hasan, for being a decent human, and sorry for stepping out of line like that on his chat. Damn. What? Okay, last try. What? You should make him defend a poop sock ban. That's cute, chatter. Please stop spamming now. Please stop spamming. Thank you for the suggestion. They were saying, I went through a turf phase. I was going to say, I think Matt Walsh just thinks it's the easy way to piss people off. I don't know. There are some things I support when it comes to Daily Wire's views on trans. Oh my God. I think there are some good arguments against allowing trans men over women to compete on sports teams and things like that.
Gonna make me do the Joe Rogan.
Go ahead. Defend this ethnic Jewess.
Yeah. Do I need to say anything more than that?
Really tough time.
She's an ethnic Jewess.
This is a really tough time for Jewish people all around the world.
It is, and you're making a joke about it. But
yeah.
I think that this beautiful ethnic Jewess,
she has to sit through Amy Schumer posts.
Is in a deeply red / Bible belt state. And we don't know what she could be doing there. And
she saw free parking. she saw free parking and thought
she got
it said free Palestine.
Yeah.
She's
and also,
tired.
Sometimes what happens is people move and then they become transphobic.
That's so stupid. It's like when you have a dog and like when you move to a different house, like the dog starts peeing everywhere again. Like shit. This dramatic change in my life caused me to be transphobic. Oh. Okay, that was really good.
I just feel like I don't want people to get angry at me.
Oh, people are going to get so mad at you.
Get mad at me.
Yeah.
I'm just goofing.
My dad is deeply conservative, and I recently nuked him with my knowledge that he watches trans porn. Okay, I'm
crazy.
Okay, I'm unbanning this person for that alone. Unbanned. They said that they're no longer TERF, so hopefully.
Why do you know that your dad watches trans porn?
That's kind of crazy. Respect.
He just leaves it up, maybe.
You are losing clients here, Alex. Yeah, dude. What the fuck? Okay, please be more humble. Bro tips. Classic long-term sub that gets bored, so they start LARPing as a hate watcher just to feel something.
We've seen it. It's a
bro tips is the same thing. The professor. Yeah. What is this? Lemma. Okay, dude. She has a lot of reach. Please be more humble, Lemma. What is this? President Biden speaks after 2022 election day. What the fuck? Thanks for the link,
Brandon.
Yeah.
He was just expressing support for Brandon.
Okay, it says, I was being an idiot that day and typed a phrase DGG users use and instantly got yeeted. I knew it was dumb to type. I promise I'll be a good chatter from now on. I apologize.
He's just telling you to be more humble. It's a little joke. I don't have a good defense for this. I was thinking about it. I don't have anything.
Dude, brilliant defense. On ban. You're killing it, dude. Imagine if it was this easy for you to get clients off.
You know, I got a guy out of jail. Wait, is today Saturday? Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I got some.
Yeah, you talked to me about it earlier before we started the stream.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Does it feel good?
Feels amazing. It's probably the best part of my job. Anyway.
Letting criminals walk, chat. That's right. He said it, not me.
That's
one of those
right.
those George Soros types right here.
And I give him a gun too.
Yeah. he's like, here you go, sir. Crime time.
Let's go, guys.
Get back to it.
Run it up. Get out
all those years of staying indoors.
Do me proud.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I've just been going around giving guns to people on the subway.
Itamar Ben-Gvir style. Here's an AR,
That's
sir.
gonna get me in trouble.
Unperps his clients walk. The Rock. No, it doesn't. Abi başka bir şey hakkında konuşuyordum. Ona no it doesn't dedim. Sonra 5 saniye sonra siyahlar hakkında bir şey dedim. Ona demişim gibi oldu sanırım. Banlandım.
What does that mean?
He says that that's so funny. He says I was talking about something else, and I said no, it doesn't. And then 5 seconds later, you said something about black people, and it sounded like I was responding to that, and I got banned. I believe this guy though, because you know why I believe him? Because he used the politically correct way of saying black person in Turkish. Siyahi. Evet. Yeah, that you didn't know that, did you? So when we were growing up in Turkey, Murad and I, and this is actually the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis that you learn in comms class, chat. But like our language is very determinative of your culture. Like it's completely shaped by your culture. Not that the hypothesis I agree with, but I do believe in this aspect of it. But when we were growing up, we never even thought about this being like an inappropriate thing. Are you leaving? Yeah. Are you taking Fiona? Yes. Oh, no. All right. Bye, Fiona. But anyway, I'm going to unban this guy, but this is a good educational moment. So, like the term in Turkish for black person that we would use, which I now apparently is wrong to use, is zenci, which is like, I think it's a bad word in Arabic, but it was never like considered a bad word in Turkish. But there is a more politically correct way to say black person in Turkish, siyahi, that even he didn't know, and I didn't know at the time as well. But this guy was using it. In it's literally the N-word. No, not in Turkish. But from what I understand, it's actually a really bad word in Arabic. But it's not like it's not considered that in Turkish at all. But it's still apparently
trigger warning next time, please.
But it's still apparently it's very bad in Arabic. It wasn't considered bad in Turkish. But explain to us what the word means, dumbass. I already said it. For black people. What do you mean? Yeah, apparently, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Murat doesn't buy it. Anyway, but he's using the politically correct term siyahi, which to me still feels in my brain to be like weird. That feels
you're so racist.
It's because I'm so racist. Anyway, here I'm unbanning this person though. That's the point. Anyway, fun times. Yeah. But a person that would use that term, my point was not going to be racist in that moment. All right, XUC's 5 times larger, kek W. XUC's 5 times larger, kek W. XUC's 5 times larger, kek W. Z-Zoomer, hyperclap. Juicer, Z-Zoomer, kekel, hyperclap. Channel points is the only acceptable gamba. Poor, kek wait. Fellow wage cucks, kek wait. I've been banned for a very long time over some dumb shit. I've been a huge fan, a very active community member. I wasn't banned for a fucked up shit. Can I be unbanned, please? Hasan said anyone can be unbanned as long as they're not like racist or something like that. Can I be unbanned? Please grant me this Christmas miracle, heart. My intention was to defend Hasan when people were saying haters on XQ channel were coming from Hasan. So I said XQ has more subs, implying it can't be all from Hasan. Hasan banned him for spamming Halloween gaming mod check while he had guest Spencer Ackerman on the stream. Do you know who that is?
No.
He's like a great journalist. Anyway, I explained to them why they shouldn't ever do that again and how disrespectful it is to guests. Clarified they were telling us on not to watch the AMP video. They went about it in the worst way, but I see where they're coming from. We should keep them on a short leash if unbanned.
Gaming mod check in the chat right now.
Don't unban per HasanAbi. Don't unban Fakatis. Sock account reformed Fakatis. Oh my god, I remember this person. This was the shit poster Fakatis. You were finally done with them here. Okay, this is a funny chatter. I'm gonna unban him. We've lost so many fucking funny memers. God damn it. Unban.
What's this mustache one? Cheester?
I don't know. Russian Jewel goes hard. Russia, how did you pay? Were you groomed? Okay, read his response.
That song is dope. I heard it on the broadcast a couple years ago. I was making a joke, as right-wingers will often claim that wholesome behavior from adults towards children is grooming. I am a teacher, and I see this critique from the right often. I know Haas and the chat have too, and I was just trying to make light of the current rhetoric. I meant no harm, but this was Thanksgiving and chat was wild. I can see that I made it worse. I apologize sincerely. Please consider unbanning me. Thank you. What it was you were just...
As a teacher, dude.
He's a teacher. You're going to ban a teacher?
Unbanned.
A teacher who is not a groomer.
Yeah.
Very explicitly.
Yeah. Are you okay, Azan? Can't take a joke, bitch. Yep, it's chat. Do you also think movies are real? Leftism is when no jokes. Context. Uh-oh. Let's see what the fuck this is. I feel like I popped off on this person. It's stuck in your head, isn't it?
Dude, I don't know what compels people to just like be rapists in the chat. Straight up.
Oh, that's the guts guy.
It's like very strange behavior. You want me to beat them guts up for your birthday, buddy? Like, what?
I thought we already unbanned him.
We unbanned him. This is the other guy that I banned for defending the guy I banned.
So would you ban me for defending him?
Yes. Absolutely. But today I'm in a good mood, so unban. A black person cannot be racist.
True and valid. True and valid.
6,000 slaves died, but the focus is gay rights.
What is this about?
I don't even know.
Okay,
Yeah, a black person
I
cannot be
know-
racist. How
Okay,
about
okay.
How about nice bathroom disproved you, chatter, by fucking banning you in a racist manner as a black mod? That's right. That's real meta right there.
Okay. I know that 6,000 slaves comment looks very bad.
He said, I'm gonna sit my white ass down and listen respectfully. Yeah, it's time. It's time for us to sit our white asses down and listen respectfully to Alex defend this take.
I know that the 6,000 slaves comment looks really bad, but I don't remember the context. The quote, a black person cannot be racist quote, it's a sarcastic reference to the lib discourse. Hasan read it and didn't get the sarcasm, unfortunately.
He also said 6,000 slaves dies. The focus of gay rights is about Qatar. Like people were talking about how like the stadium was built by slaves and
Right,
like 6,000 of them had died, but like everyone is talking about gay rights,
Right.
Like and how bad gay rights are in Qatar.
I think those things are both bad.
Yeah, God, brave.
Thank you.
That's so good. You have the good takes. Proud of you.
I don't like either of those
I'm gonna
things.
unban this guy.
And I want to be clear, when I said that I don't like either of those things, it was...
Yeah, he meant gay people and black people. That's what he meant. That's what he was saying. Just so you guys know, I'm harboring a racist under my roof. It's fucked up.
It's not funny.
Okay. Why does Hasan look like a pedo?
Fair question.
Oh yeah? Defend this now. Go ahead. Guess what he said. Read out what he said.
Oh no, there's more.
No. Read out what he said.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I'm very sorry. The mustache was terrible. I don't have a mustache anymore. I have a beard. So it's kind of beardy. I love Hasan. He has amazing small head on them massive shoulders.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You're gonna defend a mustache denier? What are we doing here? That's nuts. Okay, get it from like the girthiest part of my skull, please. What the fuck?
What's the girthy part?
I don't know.
Is it this? How do you measure when you get a hat? Like
Get it from my ears. Just put the ears in there too. Fuck it, please. I can't believe you just busted out the cowboy. This is racist. This is racist. This is racist. Wow. Measuring the Muslim skull, guys. Remember that. Remember what he's doing.
I think it's 22.5.
Yeah. Jewish man measures Muslim skull. What will he do? What will he do with this information?
I can.
It's not 22.5. It's 23. It was 23.
I can divinate your future now.
It was 23. It was 23. It was 23. What's the average skull? What's the average skull circumference of a 32-year
Turkish man.
Year-old man? Head and hat size guide. What's this head size of a normal man? Someone wrote this on Quora. Oh, what the fuck? It's 57 centimeters.
No, convert it.
Okay.
Convert it.
57 centimeters in inches. Oh, let's go. My fucking head is above average.
Just a tiny bit.
Let's go. Woo! Woo! Woohoo! Let's go.
Congrats.
Oh, everybody suck my dick. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Let's go, dude.
That was my second gift for you.
That was great. Thank you for using the fake tape measure. Anyway.
They're saying you wrote the Quora comment.
The sample set for that stat was Twitch chatters. All I'm saying is my head, perfectly sized. It's fucking factually accurate. 2 times I've been measured my skull size. Both of them were Ashkenazi Jewish men. I don't know what to make of this information. It was Ethan Klein last time.
He measured your head?
He measured my head as well. I don't know what's going on. Should I be worried? What's happening?
We're just prepping you.
Yeah. I have the same head circumference. I am 5'4". So, what do you mean? What the fuck? That's normal. Your head's not supposed to grow that much. It's bad, I heard. I just did mine. It's 23 and a half. I'm 6'2". Okay, why are we just lying? It's like, oh yeah, I just measured my penis and it's like 11 inches actually. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. Everyone can just lie. Everyone can lie, okay? You can lie. And you're lying right now. Cool. Anyway, where are we? Okay. Oh, I unbanned this guy. That's my Barbie glasses.
Oh, I like them.
Yeah. I have a Barbie fit for you if you want.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have like two different Barbie costumes.
Okay. I was going to go as like a set. Well, I don't. Maybe that's better. Maybe I should just do that. I don't know that anybody would know that I was Peter Griffin.
People are just going to think you're you.
I know.
So we can both go as Barbies.
I was just going to wear the green. Did you see that happen?
I have a wig as well if you want to use the wig too. I have everything.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm putting you in a wig again, but I fit helmets at work. Your head is tiny. Shut up, free big brother.
Ban him.
I think a lot of motherfuckers are aching for a ban right now, dude.
Do you think that we're friends?
What do you mean?
Do you think we're friends?
Maybe. I've allowed you into my home.
You don't want to say.
I've allowed you into my home. Yes, I consider you to be a kind enough person for that privilege. What do you mean?
Okay, we'll see.
Why are you being lame as hell, dude? What the fuck? Okay, that's a legal question.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a legal question.
This person says, define suffering, young man. You are clearly enjoying your privileges, so I'm not seeing how you are suffering. I don't understand why people say young man. Oh my God. Oh, she is actually old. Oh my God.
Oh, it's like an older lady.
Dude, my chatters are I do have a lot of moms in here, I think, and grandmas. But his fans clearly enjoyed it, defended by banning people who disagree and don't engage in such a limited fashion. I subscribe to it for entertainment, but not likely to continue, given the current crowd's intolerance for anyone not white and male. Watch me get banned for speaking now. I'm paying for the subscription, but not for long if I keep being banned for not being sufficiently white male centered. Define suffering, young man. You are clearly enjoying your
hitting you with the young man.
Yeah, you are clearly enjoying your privileges, so I'm not seeing how you are suffering. Don't bother with the news. Keep telling us about your suffering while enjoying your class privileges. Apology in a better sense of what HasanAbi is doing. His comment on Memphis hits the mark, making me wonder what TBI discovered about the Memphis police. DC cops who are black do the same here. Being black does not make one immune to white supremacy. Keep going, Hasan. He's read as Frantz Fanon. I'll quote him later. That's right. Blessings, warrior. Regardless of his decision, peace. Oh my God, what happened here?
She put blessings upon you. She called you a warrior.
Why is grandma saying this? Look at this. Look. You assume way too much about what we want in our pussies. Big dick does not mean good dick.
Oh no, grandma!
You are clearly talking about your own dick preferences. Just admit it. You are giving me bisexual vibes, and as a bisexual myself, that's cool. But stop acting like you aren't getting turned on yourself. Nothing wrong with being transgender. Umar does not allow people to speak or respond. You must be really bored looking for non-political shit. But his fans clearly, what the fuck? This is crazy. I have to unban her because this is my most goated chatter of all time. The strong black woman is raised that she was banned in the first place. No, this is literally like she's incredible. I really hope that she hasn't like completely left. Dr. Turpin, what an awesome person. Holy shit. I'm unbanning her. She's a doctor.
Unban.
Unbanned. I love that she went from being like, oh, you're, so white male centered to being like, actually, never mind. I was misguided. And sometimes even as a black person, white supremacy can cloud your judgment or something. It was an insane thing to admit. They've been banned for 9 months, bro. She ain't coming back. Dude, her grandkids are here. No wonder the percentage of black people in your chat shrinking yearly. You banned them all. This is literally Nice Bathroom's fault. Okay. He's the one who keeps banning all the black chatters. He wants to be the only black chatter in here, even though he's not even in here lately. So I don't know. That was it. That was his final goal, was to also leave the community. Oh my gosh, she's a Columbia professor. Oh my God. Okay, guys, don't look her up. But that's kind of cool still. Oh fuck. Let's see.
District.
Probably. I can't tell.
Don't pull up the Instagram.
Oh my.
Matthew Perry, R.I.P. She's already got the post up.
Damn, she posted. That's crazy. Okay, no, that's okay. Moving on. Angry. What? I won't say things like I did. What is this? Go to Pain Spray. GTA 6 pedestrians. Pearl sucks. PewDiePie. Turfs. Ninja waitress. angry black dwarf with chairs. Context, reacting to a Waffle House fight. He said, I won't say things like I did. Go ahead, defend him. Come on. You defend people who have done crimes.
Yeah.
You can defend thought crimes.
Thought crimes, exactly. Thank you for putting it in that way.
Yeah.
Is it a crime to have a thought?
I mean, if it's kind of racist, maybe. Should it be?
Is that in the Constitution?
Okay. It should be.
Well, almost. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Bro, how did you get anybody off, dude? What the fuck? You just confuse the judge? You just go up there and you're like, Your Honor. You know.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm scared.
Yeah.
I just cried in the bathroom.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ. All right, this is the last one we're unbanning. Or are we unbanning? What do we think, chat?
It's up to chat. It's not up to me.
This person's been banned since 2022. I'm unbanning. I'm unbanning. And that concludes our Law and Order Banana Peel segment for the day. Thank you, Alex, also known as LOL Overruled, for coming to the broadcast and unbanning a bunch of psychos, including people who love lolly, which was weird. You were like very active and very aggro about unbanning lolly defenders for some reason. I don't know what that was about. What was that about?
I think that you're once again taking things out of context, and it really is just kind of sort of funny. It makes me laugh a little bit. Like
Does it? I don't. You're not laughing. Weird.
Yeah, like that. Because you talk about people taking you out of context all the time.
Oh no, the streets are calling you lolly overruled.
No.
The streets are calling you lolly overruled.
Do not fucking do that.
Oh no, dude, what?
That's really bad.
Shit.
Don't
Imagine
do
you
that.
pull up to the court and the judge says that because the judge's a fan. Like, I watched you do a horrible job.
I watched. So one time when I was working in Suffolk County, I walked in the courtroom and the judge was like, hey, it's like Mr. Clavering or, oh shit. That's fine. I don't like saying my real last name.
What? I don't know what just happened. Oh, I thought you were, okay.
No, I just don't like saying it. Or should I call you LOL overruled?
That's what
the judge said to me. And
that's kind of sick. The judge knows
it
you.
It was horrible. What the fuck are you
The
talking
judge
about?
knows your TikToks. He knows your phases.
Yes. Yeah, I doxed myself.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's very easy to find me, unfortunately.
Okay. Why do you collect people named Alex for friends? Like, I gotta catch them all. I know. I don't know why everyone that stays in my house is like a version of Alex names. Alex and Alexa, both Australian. Alex Press, labor journalist, and you.
And you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about. HasanAbi, you were in Suffolk. I did a grand jury there. It sucked ass.
Grand jury in Suffolk, yeah.
I was just talking about you. Alex and Alex adjacent names, yes. If you collect the fifth one, you can form a Megazord. Maybe. But for tonight, that'll be all. That's 8 hours and 30 minutes. A banger stream overall. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I will be here tomorrow. And so will Alex. You will be here tomorrow as well. At gunpoint.
Around the house.
Yeah, no, you're going to be
Don't
here
point
tomorrow
that
as
at
well.
me.
No, I would never do that. I'm giving it to you to show you. It's a Brace Belden technique.
Yeah.
When you have someone over at your house, you give them the gun and tell them it's loaded to show how it works. It's not a real gun, chat. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you, Alex, so much for coming on, and we'll be back tomorrow for more content.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Yeah, man. Scary anti-Semitism coming from this guy. I mean, I didn't say it. He said it. Okay, everybody chill out. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Uncle Uger's face. God in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders out LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips, honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. Dog waste, the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. Full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, help me and so many find the meaning through it all.